A snowstorm raged, battering the icy mountains, while inside a cave sheltered from the blizzard, a man listened to the words, "Fool, did you think you could escape the inevitable siege? Where is the ancient relic hidden?" He gasped, the cold air escaping his body, and leaned against the wall, replying, "Idiot, would you tell me if you were in my place?" His arms, severed and resting on his body as if they were separate limbs, disconnected from him. The two men speaking before him grew angry. One cursed and tried to move toward him, but the other quickly stopped him, placing a hand on his chest and saying, "Forget it. We need to contact the main group. We have the Ghost of the North. Please confirm our coordinates." Speaking with his lips close to his communication jade, a voice responded, "Coordinates confirmed. We'll arrive shortly." The man walked toward him with a sheathed sword, saying, "You're so persistent. I can't believe you're still holding on, even with your arms severed. But why is the Ghost of the North also after the relic the Emperor desires?" The one who had grown irritated walked beside him, saying, "What reason could he have? He's just trying to be annoying. We've suffered for so many days because of him. We need to have some fun with him before the main team gets here so we can make up for the hardships we've faced." The man without arms glared at the ground with hatred, gasping as he listened to their words. The two men drew closer, one saying, "You'd better prepare yourself, Ghost of the North. We won't stop until you desperately beg us to stop killing you. Let's decide who goes first. We don't have much time." They then flipped a coin into the air with sadistic, malicious smiles. One said he'd go first if it landed on heads. The man on the ground bit down on his arm with all his strength. His limb snapped back into place, completing the length of his arm, and a light shone from the wound. He bit down harder, refusing to die, refusing to let it all end without being able to do anything about it. As the wound glowed intensely, pouring all his fury and determination into that bite, his arm reattached. Each ligament and muscle reconnected as he thought, "The Draker family had its first failed awakener. That's me, Zeke Draker. Why was I born into the great Dragon Slayer house with a body that can't use aura? I failed to awaken, something guaranteed for a night. I was treated like trash and cast out of my house. Because of that, I did everything I could to grow stronger and survive. Someone once said, if all you pursue is strength, then you'll have nothing in the end." But what nonsense. The coin flew into the air, no longer just a means of trade or value exchange, but a wheel of fate. Then it fell into the hand of the man who caught it, revealing the result with a smile as he said, "Yes, heads it is." But before he could celebrate, Zeke pierced him with his sword, severing his head. He turned with a sharp, glowing gaze as the man's companion assumed a combat stance, ready to retaliate upon realizing the situation. Their swords clashed, and the man's eyes widened as he saw his blade shatter. Zeke delivered a powerful strike, tearing through his opponent's body while thinking, "Only the strong get to say that. The weak are trampled by the strong, and what belongs to them is taken. That is the truth of this world." Zeke paused for a moment, his face stained with blood, and noticed his arm detaching again. He cursed, realizing escape was impossible as he raised his eyes and saw the rest of his assailants' team arriving. With hoods covering their heads, they approached him, speaking among themselves. "Huh? Did he just reattach his arm? An irregular? Disgusting. Either way, he'll probably die if we cut off his head." Zeke charged at them with everything he had. His opponents responded with equal ferocity, and Zeke began striking as a sea of blades closed in around him. If he was going to fall, he would fall fighting. Zeke fought until his last breath, taking everyone down with him. He collapsed to his knees amidst the corpses of his enemies, his back riddled with embedded swords. Coughing blood, his body succumbed to the effects of the brutal battle. He raised a hand to his mouth, staring at the red-stained palm as his vision blurred, thinking, "Damn, looks like I'm about to die. Even if I couldn't take revenge, I managed to steal the relic the Emperor was after. I guess I accomplished something after all." He reached into his clothes and pulled out a glowing crystal engraved with the face of a dragon. Tears mixed with the blood that dripped onto the crystal as he murmured an apology to someone named Alicia. The drops of blood on the crystal triggered a golden glow, intense and enveloping. It pulsated, burning until it formed a golden dragon above Zeke's body. He heard a voice say, "Your strong will can awaken an ancient power. The soul of an elder dragon is etched into the will of one who endures. An emergency measure has been activated. Zeke Draker, do you agree?" The protagonist kept his gaze on the ground, thinking, "I must be hearing nonsense now that I'm on the verge of death." The voice repeated the question. "Do you accept?" He responded, "Shut up, do as you please." The voice then declared, "The awakened pact has been confirmed. A promised and irreversible power is being activated. The countdown begins. 5, 4, 3. Zeke regained consciousness, still confused about what was happening. Everything felt strange. He was back in his young body, once again a child. He had traveled back in time. He could barely believe the situation, especially since he could still vividly feel the pain of the sword lodged in his stomach. Looking around, he realized the place was familiar. It was the cradle, the training institution of the Draker family. This family, known as the Dragon Hunter family, was one of the three great transcendent families. Terrakin Draker, the legendary hero who had saved the continent by slaying the ferocious dragon Bahamut during the war 1,000 years ago, was the founder of this lineage. Terrakin's descendants established the renowned Draker family, and every member of this lineage inherited the aura's blessing. Thanks to this blessing, they could easily awaken high-level aura, becoming exceptional knights. Everyone, except him. Zeke leaned back on his bed and heard a voice say, "System administration is rebooting." He sat up in surprise and looked around, searching for the source of the voice, wondering if he had misheard. But the voice soon spoke again, erasing his doubts. "The soul of the awakened has been confirmed. The soul of the awakened is 100% aligned and has been verified. The soul of the chosen awakened, who has received the will of the ancient dragon and is fully fused, has been confirmed. You have been granted authority over a portion of the system. Nice to meet you, Zeke Draker." Activating status window visualization. A series of windows appeared before him, and he remarked, "There are so many magical interfaces similar to videos. Has some kind of artifact been activated?" The system opened his status window, and he read, "Low-rank administrator status window. Name Zeke Draker. Class Healer Rare. Title 1 Blessed by the Ancient Dragon. Class skills Healing, Composed Mind, Stamina Recovery, Acute Senses. Skill Precise Star. Rank E, Beginner. Sarah, Rank E, Beginner. Critical Strike, Rank E, Beginner. Draconic Skill. Unable to visualize. 10 points required to unlock. Current Karma points, 0. He passed his hand through the screen and realized he could interact with it. He touched a few points on it and concluded he could navigate it. Moreover, something caught his attention. A section labeled Class Skills. He read the text on his status window more carefully and concluded, "This is written in the Draconic language, which isn't used in the current era. My master told me about this." He remembered his master's words when he warned him, "People of the ancient world categorized themselves based on their strengths. Each class would train in a specialized technique known as skills. Since your class is healer, you can use a skill known as healing." After his awakening, his master had trained him to the brink of death, using the excuse that, with the healing skill, he could survive quite a lot. Zeke stroked his chin thoughtfully as his mind worked. "According to the status window, I'm already a healer." To confirm if this was true, he decided to test his skills. In his past life, he had become a healer around the age of 20, shortly after unlocking the Eternal Hall. This meant that if everything was as it had been before, his Eternal Hall should already be unlocked. He focused. His aura glowed with an intense purple as his energy expanded. He opened his eyes, and his irises shone with the same hue. Around him, the energy swirled and sparkled, and he smiled, confirming that he was right. His Eternal Hall was unlocked. Knowing this, he understood his situation better. Though his previously trained body no longer existed, he had returned in time with all his skills and memories intact. Compared to who he was before his regression, he was now in a much more advantageous position. To make the most of this advantage, he first needed to understand exactly what was at his disposal. He walked back to his bed and sat down, smiling. Suddenly, a voice called from outside the door. "Master Zeke, may I come in?" He flinched, remaining silent in surprise. The voice insisted, stating it was pointless to pretend he wasn't there. Zeke shrank further. He hadn't read everything on the system and didn't know how to close the windows in front of him. The voice announced it was coming in, and he shouted desperately to wait. The man entered, walking toward him, and said, "I can't believe you're still not ready. What are you thinking?" It was a man with slicked-back white hair, dressed in a tuxedo and wearing a monocle. He was Zeke's exclusive servant, Decker. Zeke quickly recognized him, but without any idea of his body's schedule at that moment, he asked what he was supposed to be ready for. At least he assumed the butler couldn't see the windows, which was a relief. Decker's demeanor became ominous, and he declared, "Are you seriously asking me that, Master Zeke?" Zeke shrank back and began trembling, thinking, "If I remember correctly, I really was scared of Decker when I was young. Even though I have the mind of a man in his 30s, I guess I can't help but feel the fear ingrained in this body." A blue energy enveloped his head, and a notification appeared, informing him that a skill called Composed Mind had been activated. He was surprised to find his nervousness vanish instantly. Upon reading the skill description, he understood why. Class skill, Composed Mind. The user's mental state will remain unshaken regardless of the situation. They will be able to maintain a composed mind. He stared intently and thoughtfully at the skills window, wondering, is this a skill, too? How convenient that it activates automatically. Decker, still standing in front of him, gestured and said, "I've already told you repeatedly that this event is very important. Are you even listening to me, Master Zeke?" The protagonist raised his gaze and replied, "Of course I am, Decker. You're talking about the evaluation test, pancreation, aren't you?" All members of the Draker family underwent a rigorous training system known as the Cradle, starting at the age of 7. For 5 years, the children endured grueling basic training. Instructors evaluated the students' performance annually through sword competitions and rule-free pankration bouts. While the instructors usually chose the opponents, there were occasions when students could decide whom they would fight, provided there was mutual consent. Since the fights had no rules, it was common for many participants to suffer severe injuries, and some didn't even know how to escape risky situations. However, these competitions were crucial as they determined the students' rankings within the academy. Faced with this, the children had no choice but to fight with all their might. Inside the Colosseum, which had stands and a central arena, all the children gathered, lined up as an evaluator addressed them from the arena. As you all know, today is Pankration Day. I assume you're all aware that this is the final part of the evaluation, correct? The children, all wearing uniforms, responded in unison, "Yes, sir." The evaluator, a man with brown hair and light eyes, dressed in the uniform of the Royal Guard and known as the chief instructor, Pan Mark, raised his voice and declared, "All right, you seem excited. Then let's begin immediately. Get ready." Once again they shouted, "Yes, sir." Standing among the other children, Zeke remained silent, listening to the murmurs around him. "It's Zeke. He's back again after the humiliation he suffered last year. Damn, I would have run away if I were him. How is he even part of the direct bloodline? Poor guy," he muttered to himself. "I can hear you," as if they could hear his silent reprimand. The instructor called for someone named Aaron to step forward. The boy walked to the arena, taking a combat stance in front of his opponent. The instructor raised his hand and declared, "Get ready, begin." As he lowered his hand to signal the start, one of the fighters rushed forward at full speed toward his opponent. With a predatory glare, he delivered a kick to the opponent's chin, snapping their head back and causing them to spit blood. Zeke watched from the stands, thinking, "The fight's already over. That's what happens when you don't take the proper defensive stance." The instructor raised his voice and announced, "Gata is unable to continue. Aaron wins." Zeke sighed, resting his face in his hand, as he recalled how he used to fear situations like this when he was younger. Now, watching from the stands, these opponents were nothing to him. He yawned, as if bored, and a boy sitting across from him on the other side of the bleachers watched him, smirking sadistically while cracking his knuckles. The two of them stepped into the arena, standing before the instructor as he asked, "Zeke, Leon, are you ready?" Leon, the boy who had smirked maliciously earlier, confidently responded that he was, and Zeke nodded in confirmation as well. Scratching his eyes in apparent boredom, Zeke thought, "Of course, my opponent had to be Leon." Leon looked at him with superiority and sneered, "Look at you back here again. I guess last year's humiliation wasn't enough for you." Zeke smiled faintly and thought, well, whatever. In his mind, he replayed the memory of their last confrontation. Leon had commanded, "Beg for your life if you want to live, parasite." And Zeke had fallen to his knees, his face covered in bruises, crying as he pleaded, Forgive me, Lord Leon Conrad. Please spare me this time." Now reborn, Zeke observed Leon and mused. He's been my opponent every year, hasn't he? I'm certain he's been pulling strings behind the scenes. The family probably justified it with some nonsense about how you had to overcome his tricks to become a true dragon slayer. Why did this guy have to be my cousin? In my past life, the 4 siblings of the direct bloodline never had a chance to meet. But there were more than a dozen cousins, all more than willing to make my life hell. Leon, standing in front of him, waiting for the fight to start, pulled Zeke out of his thoughts by taunting him. "I have to give you credit, Zeke Draker. It's really bold of you to come back here after getting beaten up last time. Or maybe you're just too inferior to learn your lesson?" Zeke's composed mind ability automatically activated, and he sighed, thinking about how long it had been since he'd had to endure such stupid insults. Turning to Leon, he declared, "Hey, I'm not going to be nice if you call me that again." Leon stepped closer, shoving Zeke's forehead with his hand, and sneered, "And what are you going to do, you little piece of trash?" In response, Zeke buried a punch into Leon's chin, sending him flying backward. 2 notifications immediately appeared before him. Activating ability critical strike. D. Inflicts critical damage on the enemy. Can be countered in case of a missed hit. Leon hunched over, clutching his face, and screamed, My face! My face! Enveloped in energy and thought, I just wanted to knock him out. But the ability activated when I simply threw a punch as usual. I guess I still can't control my abilities very well. Instructor Pan approached and crouched next to Leon, saying, "What do you think you're doing, Zeke Draker? You attacked before I announced the start." Zeke gestured dismissively, a malicious glint in his eye, and replied, "Who says ready, start? On the battlefield? The one who strikes first has the advantage." Pan gave him a disapproving look, then glanced away, wondering if the sensation he had felt from Zeke earlier was bloodlust. Leon, trembling on his knees, managed to affirm he was fine. Slowly rising, dripping blood onto the ground, he growled, "Please start the match. I will kill that worthless piece of trash." Leon's eyes burned red with ferocity as he glared at Zeke, who met his gaze with an equally intense and threatening look. Zeke retorted, "I think you're the one too dumb to learn your lesson. The instructor dropped his hand and declared, "Prepare! Begin!" Both charged at each other, exchanging blows. Leon observed closely, thinking, "What the? I was scared because of that punch earlier, but his strikes don't actually hurt. If I just let my guard down a little, he's no threat at all. The only thing I need to watch out for is that hidden left-handed punch. It's way too obvious." Ducking under Zeke's left punch, Leon grabbed his leg and pushed with all his strength, shouting, "Die, you worthless piece of trash!" But something unexpected happened. Leon's face froze and he felt an overwhelming pressure. Zeke had hit the ground but managed to recover, leaving Leon paralyzed, unsure of what had just occurred. Instructor Pan watched in shock, thinking, "You've got to be kidding me. Are you telling me this is the combat sense of a 12-year-old? When Leon dodged Zeke's hidden punch and went for the grab, I thought Leon had won." Zeke landed a punch square on Leon's chin, breaking free from his grasp. It was Leon's mistake for letting his guard down, thinking he had the upper hand, but Zeke, he was so composed even after his hidden punch failed. The level of concentration and precision needed to land such a clean, effective blow. Is this really the same Zeke Draker I thought I knew? Leon trembled, realizing the state of his body, and thought, "Damn it, I can't do anything like this. I need to create some distance first." Before he could act on his plan, Zeke rushed forward, driving a kick into Leon's thigh. Leon stumbled, the pain throwing him off balance, and he thought in disbelief, "Damn it, how can he be this strong when he's so small?" Leon planted his feet firmly on the ground, cursing, while Zeke felt satisfied that he had managed to control his strength this time. Leon charged forward, swinging for a punch and shouting, "You little piece of... How dare you!" At that moment, a new ability of Zeke's activated. Class ability Sharpen Senses, temporarily enhances the senses. Zeke could feel Leon's movements coming at him slowly, as if he were watching them in slow motion. He easily dodged, smiling as he thought, "Ah, this feeling is familiar. Now that I've gotten used to controlling the ether, I'll put an end to this fight." Zeke extended strands of ether, a purple energy, that wrapped around Leon's arm. He caught Leon by the elbow and hurled him over his head, slamming him into the ground with tremendous force. The impact raised a cloud of dust. Instructor Pan trembled, wondering what in the world he was witnessing. As the dust cloud lifted, Zeke grabbed Leon again while new abilities activated. Precise Strike strikes the enemy's weak points, dealing critical damage. Zeke struck Leon in the chest, pinning him to the ground and holding him down. His fist, wrapped in ether, gleamed as his eyes burned with ferocity. He began punching Leon's face repeatedly, blow after blow, while saying, "Even an idiot like you should be able to learn your lesson from this, right?" The crowd watched in stunned silence. This wasn't a fight anymore. It was a brutal beating. Zeke stood up, towering over Leon's bloodied body, and said, "Keep messing around, and you'll find yourself in deeper trouble." Touching his forehead, he raised his voice and declared, "My head feels clearer now that I've worked up a sweat. I can recognize everyone here now. Stop just standing around and staring. Come down here if you have something to say." In the middle of the stands, a boy stood up and raised his voice, saying, "Zeke Draker, I choose you as my opponent for Pancration, because I have something to say, just like you did." Zeke recognized him immediately. It was Jaken Vardek, another cousin. Zeke replied, "All right, but you alone are too boring. Liam Stone, come and join him." Liam Stone, standing behind Jaken, was Jaken's servant, watching with clenched teeth at Zeke's suggestion. Zeke smirked mockingly and said that it would make the fight fair. Jaken growled angrily and asked, "Did you just insult me?" Zeke gave a bright smile and replied loudly, "Of course, idiot." A hateful expression overtook Jaken's face as he thought, "I'll beat you to death, Zeke Draker." The two descended into the arena, and Instructor Pan ordered Zeke not to do anything until he gave the signal. Zeke agreed, rolling his eyes while thinking, "It's interesting to see him again here. The mercenary king, Liam." Zeke looked, smiling at Liam, who stood silently in front of him, and thought, even in my past life as Jaken's servant, he entered the Academy's nursery program. But because he was a distant relative, he lagged behind in education. He begged to join the higher education at the Valhalla Academy, but ended up joining the Templar Order of a nation called Baranon. And when Baranon fell, he became a mercenary. But in chaotic times, people flocked to the strong. With his long tenure as a mercenary, he became a red leader and started his own group of mercenaries. He united the three largest mercenary groups and was called the Mercenary King. While the Empire hired the Stone Mercenaries, Liam took part in continental wars. I, along with the Nocturnes, faced Liam as an enemy. However, this time, things might be different. Instructor Pan gave the order, and the fight began. Jaken charged with a punch full of force, kicking up dust around them. But contrary to what he expected, he was surprised to see Zeke catch his fist, hatred burning in his eyes, as he said, "I said, come at me together." Jaken pulled his hand back and shouted, "Did you really think I'd fall for your cheap tricks?" He threw a kick while shouting, but the result was not what he expected. His eyes widened, and he jumped back, gritting his teeth. Zeke had blocked the blow with his raised elbow and was smiling as he said, "You should have looked properly before kicking." Jaken glanced to the side, still filled with rage, as Zeke rushed forward, closing in on him quickly, saying, "You're looking away." Dust rose as Jaken cut the space between them, raising his fist with concentrated energy pulsating. He raised his hands to block the attack and widened his eyes when Zeke said, "A little scared, aren't you? You couldn't even tell it was a feint." Zeke kneed Jaken in the leg and delivered a punch to his stomach. Jaken spat blood as Zeke stepped back, saying, "That's why I told you to come at me together. You alone aren't enough." Jaken dropped to his knees on the ground and shouted, "Liam, kill this bastard!" Liam raised his hand and began wrapping bandages around both hands, while everyone around him thought, "This guy, he's 12 like us, right?" Liam had a large body, bigger and more developed than the other boys. He walked toward Zeke with a menacing aura, as Zeke raised his guard, thinking, "The most annoying thing about fighting him is his insane reach. I won't be able to do anything if I let him attack first." Liam raised his hand again, ready to strike, his expression fierce. Zeke braced himself. He needed to take the initiative, or it would all be over. Zeke launched into a series of movements, striking his opponent quickly, faster than Liam's eyes could follow. He had activated the slash ability, unleashing a barrage of attacks on the enemy, disrupting his vision. Zeke began circling him, landing several strikes per second. The boys in the stands were left speechless, commenting, "Insane, what is that?" The instructor watched in complete shock, thinking, "Yes, you're curious because you've never seen anything like this before. A northern fighting technique in the intermediate lands where swords reign supreme. How does Zeke know this?" Zeke felt exhaustion taking over his body, and remembered how weak and fragile he had been at that age. Even those simple, basic movements left him panting and aching in multiple places. However, his real problem was the monstrous physique of his opponent. Leaving no openings for counterattacks or chances to dodge, Liam remained still, waiting calmly. Zeke recalled how much more aggressive Liam had been during his time as the feared mercenary king. As his body reached its limit, Zeke acknowledged the impressive strength of his opponent. Even so, he decided he would not back down. He would defeat Liam not through direct attacks, but by focusing on his defense. He raised his hand to the side, concentrating his energy, and noticed Liam watching him with determination and coldness through his guard. Zeke rushed forward, delivering a powerful direct strike, but Liam surprised him by dodging, letting the wave of energy pass by. Zeke looked at him seriously, thinking, "He dodged. You can't even see with your eyes. Everyone here has insane instincts." Liam grabbed Zeke's arm and threw him, sending him flying over his head. Liam paused in the middle of the move, feeling Zeke break free and rise, landing a knee to his opponent's face. Zeke grabbed Liam's shoulder and activated the Sharp Senses ability. He moved swiftly, trapping Liam with his legs, immobilizing him and applying all his strength between them, thinking, "No matter how strong your body is, you can't do much without oxygen to the brain." His plan seemed like it could work, as if he had considered everything, but that wasn't the case. Liam buried several consecutive punches into his side with his free arm. He kept striking with all his might, causing Zeke to spit blood. The two exchanged furious glares during this battle of raw strength. Zeke held his position, gritting his teeth and enduring the punches while thinking, "This bastard, yes, let's see who comes out on top." Liam struck with all his might, his face reddening more and more. The others watched attentively, some with excited smiles at the brutality, others in fear. The instructor was in shock. Zeke held firm, keeping the immobilization until Liam's hand fell limp by his side, and he finally passed out. Zeke had blood running down the side of his body, but he had emerged victorious from the fight. The other watched him with an excited grin at the brutality, thinking, "Yes, I expected at least this much from you. It will be worth defeating you. Zeke Draker." Back at his mansion, Decker greeted him, saying, "I heard you were severely injured in pancration. Are you all right, young master?" Zeke replied that he was fine, and Decker asked, "If it's not too forward, may I check your pulse?" Zeke understood why. The butler wanted to check if he had awakened his aura. He sighed and asked Decker to wait a moment. He then walked over and extended his hand. Decker thanked him and placed his fingers on the boy's pulse. Zeke's eyes widened as he saw a blue aura run down his arm and spread throughout his body while thinking, "He's a blue knight? When checking if someone has awakened, you simply need to look at that diameter." But he's being very detailed about it. Imbuing your aura into someone is difficult enough. If he can control something like that so precisely, he must be a blue knight. Not all knights are the same. They are ranked according to their martial abilities and proficiency in aura manipulation. White knight is the novice level. Most children before the blessing ritual are white knights. Yellow knight is the level when you awaken your aura and open your dantian. All trainees of the cradle become yellow knights after the blessing ritual. Once you learn to control the aura freely, you earn the title of knight. Purple knight is the level where you can reinforce your sword with aura. Blue knight is the level where you can manifest an aura blade, and the realm of those who transcend their limits. the realm that the mercenary King Liam and I reached before my regression, the Red Knight. There is also the Black Knight. But there is only one new race of monsters on the entire continent. How does someone with enough skill to be a commander end up acting as my babysitter? It doesn't matter. There's no way he can detect my ether, something only 2 people in the world can use. Decker kept his eyes closed for some time and then withdrew his hands, still with the aura flowing. He lifted his eyes to Zeke and asked, "Young master, are you hiding something from me?" Zeke looked at him seriously and replied, "Why? Are you hiding something from me?" The two remained silent, staring at each other. And after a while, Zeke gave the butler a light tap on the shoulder, saying, "I'm just kidding." He walked away as Decker watched him and asked, "Why did you change so suddenly, young master?" Our protagonist stopped and turned to him with a serious look, saying, "Your question is wrong, Decker. You should be asking why I only changed now. Many other things will change from now on. Things are just returning to their rightful places, so all you need to do is follow me." The butler listened attentively and bowed, replying, "Yes, young master, understood. I have already prepared the training room you requested." Zeke then walked out of the room, saying, "Good. I like that you're always so quick. You can rest." The butler replied, "See you, young master." Zeke walked down the hall while thinking, he was ordered to keep an eye on me, so I better keep him close. That way I can gather information from him myself. The problem is, the one who ordered him to watch me? I don't think it's anyone from my mother's side of the family. It must be one of my brothers. After some time, he arrived at what seemed to be a personal training room. There were gym equipment, weapons, and a ring. He looked around and commented to himself, "This house really lives up to its name. Before that, I should check the system or something like that." Zeke carefully observed his status window and noticed that his attack skill had become proficient. He wondered if it increased as he used it, and his mind was flooded with more questions. The skill was activated naturally based on my actions. Does that mean I had it before this? If I learn something new, will it be added here as a skill too? What's the difference between a skill and a class skill? They are activated in a similar way though, and this draconic skill. The skill was marked as impossible to see. 10 points are needed to unlock. He clicked on the so-called karma points and saw that he could earn them by killing monsters. He concluded, "Monsters? There are plenty of them in the dungeons, but I need to be at least a purple knight to enter there. Besides, I'm more curious to know why I regressed to the past and what this system is. This whole skill and class thing tells me it's related to that ancient relic, but I have so little information. You know what? I'll use it while it helps me get stronger, whether it's the system I'm using or a Draker." He then grabbed a sword that was resting on the wall and swung it, holding it in front of his face with a determined look. There were 2 great powers known in the world, the knight's aura and the mage's mana. The knights reinforced their aura by exploring dungeons, while mages manipulated their mana through complex magic circles. Although both powers were opposites, there was a clear rule. Whoever awakened one could never master the other. Unfortunately, he wasn't lucky enough to awaken either the Dantian, the source of aura, or the magic circles. Because of this, he was rejected by his own family. Wandering aimlessly, he eventually found his master, who taught him many things. Among those teachings, the most valuable was healing and the Ether Hall technique. With the Ether Hall, a technique developed by his master, Zeke learned to manipulate the energy of nature, called ether. And so, our protagonist and his master were the only ones in the world capable of using ether. Zeke struck with his sword, swinging it sheathed in ether, with a purple energy glowing intensely through the cut. He wielded it, swinging it forward with all his strength, and repeated the strikes relentlessly. Unfortunately, after 2 hours of training, he already felt like he was going to collapse. He leaned on the sword on the ground, trembling and panting, wondering if there was any problem with training like this here. 2 notifications surprised him, saying, "Activating healing and stamina recovery class skills." He trembled for a few more seconds as the energy surrounded him, until it stopped. He gasped, sweat running down his face, thinking, "Healing is a very rare skill I didn't even know existed until I met my master. If I used it in front of people, they'd treat me as an irregular. That's why I couldn't use it during my fight against Liam, and had to rush to heal myself as soon as I got back to my room. Now that I've recovered, it's time to continue." Zeke smiled and pulled his sword again, getting to his feet and resuming the training. After some time, when the orange of the sunset already colored the sky, Zeke sighed, realizing it was time for dinner. His energy surrounded him, healing him, and he looked around, seeing the floor of the training room completely scratched from his strikes. He then wondered how he would explain that to Decker. A week later in the daycare cafeteria, news spread, and the children chatted amongst themselves during mealtime. "Did you hear about Zeke? He's a completely different person now. That loser? Do you think he got involved with dark magic? No way. I hope he humiliates the strongest guys. Seriously." In a separate room, being served with several golden trays full of meats and vegetables, someone fiercely cut the steak and ate large pieces. It was a girl with brown hair named Reina Turun. Sitting across from her at a round table with 4 people, with their respective servants waiting behind the chairs, a blond young man spoke. "You might not be hungry, but you'd better eat. You need energy for the swordsman's duel." It was Owen Zimmons. Leon, who was sitting near him, slammed his hand on the table and asked, annoyed, "Are you trying to piss me off now?" The young man replied, "I was just being friendly, but I guess your inferiority complex is that bad." Leon slammed the table hard, stood up and asked, "What?" The steak the girl was eating jumped out of the plate from the impact, and she gritted her teeth in anger, glaring at Leon. Leon in turn looked back at her, worried, a mix of fear, and then sat back down. The young man asked what they were going to do now, and without needing to mention names, everyone understood what it was about. It was about Zeke Draker. One of them commented with a smile on his face. "Not sure. Pancration was brutal, but impressive at the same time. However, he'll be pathetic when it comes to swords. What can he do when he can barely hold a sword?" Leon replied, "Right. He's so weak that he needed 2 brigadeiros to be challenged because the other guy was too strong for him. Yeah, it doesn't make sense that I lost to that piece of shit. I'm sure you all know that too since you saw it. He only beat me in pancration because of luck." The girl slammed her fork on the table and raised her voice, saying, "Luck?" Everyone stopped moving and fell silent. She then stood up and walked out of the room, holding her sword and saying, "If you really believe that, then you don't deserve to be knights of the Draker family." A sword duel. Unlike a pancration, real swords are used, and that is the cause of most of the incidents within the cradle. It is also where the difference in the cadets' abilities is most clearly shown. A month after the current final exams, the blessing rite will begin, the event where the Drakers awaken their aura. Instructor Pan turned and called Zeke to the arena. He walked, resting his sword on his shoulders, and could hear the comments. "Why that ridiculously large sword? Does he think a big sword will make him stronger?" The sword he carried was long and much larger than he was. He heard someone call his name and looked up, seeing someone approaching. It was Reyna climbing the stairs, walking with determination and hatred in her gaze. She advanced to the center of the arena, and with a fiery aura declared, "I choose you as my opponent." Zeke took his sword off his shoulder and pointed it at her, saying, "Sounds good, I accept your challenge." Reyna unsheathed her sword, thinking, "He's lifting a claymore so easily. Now that I'm facing him, I can say, this isn't the Zeke I knew, the one who could barely hold a sword properly. Did he grow up? His aura? What am I saying? I can't be intimidated by him before the fight even begins. I accepted with confidence." She extended her sword in front of her, getting into a combat stance, and Zeke watched her closely. He swallowed, thinking, as I always did. But a fight against the Lightning Knight is quite nerve-wracking. Reyna Tarun, also known as the Lightning Knight, she was one of the knights who made a name for herself during the Continental Wars. She was also considered one of the greatest of the next generation of Drakers, having awakened her aura even before going through the blessing rite. She must have awakened her aura a few years ago, but she didn't use it in the cradle, saying she wanted to improve her fundamentals. Instructor Pan signaled the start of the fight, and both charged fiercely. The blades clashed, and they both pulled away, passing each other. Reyna turned and struck forcefully towards Zeke. Our protagonist retreated, feeling the impact of the blow, and raised his sword to protect himself, thinking, "She's better than I expected," but Reyna charged again, and from the stands his brothers shouted, "Don't play with him! Kill him with one blow, Reyna!" The blades clashed again, sparking. Next to the one who had shouted, his other brother commented, "What an idiot! Does it look like Reyna's playing with him?" Reyna charged again, striking him. She pulled back with a focused and precise look, thinking, even though they are very narrow, I can sense openings. However, no matter how quickly I try to take advantage, his sword comes to meet mine, as if he's applauding my efforts. And soon after, another opening appears. Yes, it's almost like a training duel where he wants to teach me. The girl critically analyzed the situation, seeing each move as if she were looking at a chessboard. Their swords collided, creating sparks. Blow after blow, they danced, leaving marks in the air and on the ground. Reyna jumped back, panting heavily. Zeke looked at her with a hint of disappointment in his eyes, thinking, so this is how the Lightning Knight fought when she was in the cradle. Her sword is honest. It's expected from someone who is obsessed with their fundamentals. But that's what's holding her back. Let's see, why don't I help her break out of her shell? Zeke lowered himself, almost in a crouching position, and his aura released an intense shadow. Reyna watched him thoughtfully. An extremely low stance. He plans to close the distance in one move. My speed shouldn't be underestimated either. Come on, Zeke Drac. Before the thought could fully form in her mind, Zeke appeared in front of her, advancing quickly like lightning. She realized how fast he was and barely managed to dodge. Zeke's sword struck the ground, creating a crack, and she observed carefully, thinking, but as long as there's distance between us, I can react to his moves. Zeke changed his trajectory, swinging the sword in front of him. Reyna jumped to dodge and noticed chunks of stone flying toward her face. She covered her face with her arm and then leaned forward, her nose bleeding. Zeke advanced again, his sword rising fiercely toward her. She leaned back to dodge, still with blood on her face, but it wasn't enough. She knew she was done. A wave of aura surged, and Reyna advanced, striking with her sword ahead. Zeke's blade flew through the air and then sank into the ground. Everyone in the stands began to shout, "Zeke lost!" as expected from Reyna, and she didn't even use her aura as usual. Zeke kept looking at her seriously while the instructor observed in complete shock, thinking, the cadets didn't realize, but as Zeke's attack was closing in on Reyna, she used the smallest amount of aura. It was a barely noticeable amount. Reyna, the one who promised never to use aura until entering the academy, managed to force that girl's hand. Reyna lowered her gaze, her nose injured, but suddenly a voice appeared saying, "What are you doing? It's not over." Zeke advanced in surprise and landed a punch to her throat, making her spit out a large amount of blood. She dropped to her knees, clutching her neck, while everyone in the stands began shouting, pointing at him. "This is a sword duel. We won't tolerate such low blows." "That's right, a knight abandoning his sword? This is Reyna's victory. You don't have what it takes to be a knight. What a shame. Shame. Shame." The commotion was complete. Everyone was against Zeke. Our protagonist saw the girl rise and asked if she wanted to continue. Reyna held her neck, thinking, "I haven't lost yet. He only hit me because I dropped my guard." "My guard? If he wasn't empty-handed and had his sword, She sighed, closing her eyes, and declared, "The defeat is mine." Everyone fell silent, watching. She sheathed her sword, and Instructor Pan announced our protagonist's victory as she left the arena. Zeke Draker, who had been called human scum just a few days ago, had defeated one of the most talented children from the famous houses, Reyna Turun. Flames burned intensely around a castle. A fire spread, consuming everything in its path, while people rescued the wounded, carried corpses, and swords decorated the area alongside pools of blood. More bodies were being piled up, forming a mountain of twisted corpses. From the top of a building, nobles watched all the chaos outside while sipping tea calmly. A nobleman with glasses and black hair asked, "Abel, how can you drink tea in this situation?" "Zeke, they're saying that bastard defeated Reyna." The other placed a letter on the table and set his teacup beside it, saying, "William, you're always so serious. How much time do we have until the blessing rite?" The red-haired man wearing a crimson uniform tapped the table, and the other replied that they had until the next full moon. Abel walked toward the window and said, "It seems like the perfect time to visit the family." William, still sitting on the couch, raised his voice in surprise and asked, "What? You're going there alone?" Abel approached the window and gazed at the fire outside, saying, "This has only piqued my curiosity. I'm interested in seeing what kind of awakening our newest addition will experience." Although Zeke's victory had left the entirety of the cradle in shock, our protagonist simply returned to the training facility and continued practicing. About a month later, on the day of the blessing rite, he stood in the training hall, wiping sweat with a towel, panting as his aura burned around him, and muttered to himself, "Phew, I really don't understand how I managed to become a red knight with this body in my past life." Open status window. The window opened, and he observed the data before him, thinking, as expected, once my skill mastery exceeds the expert level, the skill levels up and mastery resets. I even managed to increase my mastery in quick steps, the skill I gained during the duel. Suddenly he interrupted his train of thought and, without turning around, asked, "Decker, what do you want?" The butler had not revealed himself, but his presence had already been detected by Zeke, who stood in the center of the room, the floor marked with scratches from his sword. Decker announced they would be leaving in 2 hours, and our protagonist replied that he would join them shortly, instructing the butler to have everything ready. On a sunny day, carriages rolled down the road, passing by beautiful trees, while Zeke observed the landscape from inside one of them, thinking, "It's been a while since I've been to the main estate. It belongs to the Draker family and is situated in the Duchy of Troy. Although the family's main residence is located in the heart of the continent, in the Four Seasons Fortress in Middleland, the blessing rite must be held at the main estate, where the legend of the Dragon Slayer began." The carriage finally stopped, and Zeke stepped out, standing before a massive fortress bathed in sunlight. This was the main estate of the Draker family, also known as the Dragon's Nest. Inside, the candidates were lined up, gathered on a long burgundy carpet in front of a staircase. The man leading them shouted, demanding attention, while Zeke glanced around, thinking, "I never noticed this before, but all the people watching are famous figures you hear about in the continental news. I'm sure my family sent informants to keep an eye on me as well. Whatever their intentions, once they see me fail my awakening, they'll simply ignore me." However, something caught his attention, and Zeke turned his gaze to the side, anger boiling within him. Clenching his fists with a fiery glare, he wondered, "Why is that bastard here?" Meanwhile, elsewhere in the mezzanine of the hall, 2 men greeted each other with a handshake, commenting on how long it had been since their last meeting. One of them asked the other, "So what brings you here to the blessing rite? Did someone in this class catch your attention, perhaps?" Abel, the other man in the conversation, smiled and replied, "Not at all, but I have other reasons." It just so happens that my adorable younger brother is here." This was Abel Draker, the second son of the Draker family, known as the Lion Blade. He smiled as he looked down, and when his eyes met Zeke's, he remarked, "Oh, there he is." Zeke, on the other hand, glared at him with deep hatred, thinking, "The Lion Blade, no. The Butcher Knight Abel." Zeke turned his gaze forward, gritting his teeth in anger, and thought, "Calm down, there's nothing I can do about this right now anyway. In my past life, Abel would never have come to see me during the blessing rite. Have my actions changed the future? If that's the case, this might be my chance." A voice interrupted his thoughts, announcing, "All right then, let's begin the blessing ritual. Aaron, step forward." Aaron promptly responded, "Yes." He walked toward a bronze chalice adorned with amethyst, positioned in front of a large knight statue. Rolling up his sleeves, he approached and plunged his arm into the water inside the chalice up to his elbow. A thin line of blood seeped from his palm, and sparks began to crackle from the water, growing stronger and stronger. The boy felt a surge of strength and power pulsing from the chalice, the aura enveloping him as a blue thread formed. A blue vortex emerged, transferring from the water into his body and flowing through his veins. Through the blessing rite, every member of the Draker lineage awakened their sealed aura when it was time to graduate from the cradle at the age of 12. A blue flame formed, burning around his body as he withdrew his hand. The instructor called for the next candidate, and the ritual continued, one by one. Compared to ordinary knights who awaken after the age of 20, this process was incredibly quick. Among them, there were rare cases where, along with their aura, they awakened a Dragon Slayer trait known as mana inhibition. At one point, the lamps on the walls began to flicker, red lightning and sparks surrounding them. The onlookers wondered what was wrong, quickly noticing the red lights. The knight statue burned with red fire surrounding it, and in front of it stood Reyna, with blue lightning pulsating around her body and a determined expression. The fact was that those with the so-called mana inhibition trait would become at least as strong as yellow knights, though some had even rivaled red and black knights. They would undergo the pure blood awakening. The instructor called for gloves to be brought, and Reyna waited. Because of mana inhibition, all of them would need special gloves crafted by their families. Otherwise, they could not lead ordinary lives. Reyna placed the gloves on her hands and observed them in silence. When someone proved they were of pure lineage, they were granted the name Draker. Furthermore, they received unimaginable support from the family and countless benefits. The instructor called for the next in line, and murmurs began to ripple among the spectators. "Oh, finally! Looks like we've reached the main event. I wonder what kind of awakening he'll have. Of course, it'll be a pure blood awakening, considering he defeated Reyna." Zeke stepped forward with a smile on his face, thinking, "I never thought I'd stand in front of this damned statue again. Last time was horrible. Even though the blessing rite was the only thing that pushed me out of the cradle, I carried a shameful title. But this time, everything is different. Not only can I heal, but I can also manipulate ether. And above all, I didn't give up or surrender. Instead, I fought back with my own will. That's why I ask, please take care of me, you damn bronze statue." Zeke plunged his hand into the chalice's water, and a thread of blood flowed, mixing with the blue liquid. The statue trembled, and he looked up eagerly, excited for the result. The water bubbled, and the statue kept shaking until suddenly it stopped completely. Everyone around started whispering, Did it stop? That's never happened before," Abel observed in silence, while a shadow fell across Zeke's face. He withdrew his hand from the water and dried it, his expression filled with anger as he thought, "I knew it. Yeah, I shouldn't have expected things to change. Thanks to that bastard, I got too confident." Meanwhile, the onlookers continued murmuring among themselves in hushed voices. "What? He failed to awaken? Is that even possible? But how? It seems not even the head of the family's blood was enough to overcome the cursed blood." "Hey, shut up! Then how did he defeat Reyna? He must have cheated. He's a disgrace to the family." Zeke handed the towel back to the assistant and muttered to himself that the people in this family never changed. However, it didn't matter. Now, he understood. There were many ways to grow stronger beyond awakenings. The system suddenly interrupted him with a cascade of messages flashing before him. "I apologize, Zeke Draker. Due to a processing error, a message was delayed. It was discovered that necessary information was missing from the identification terminal during class identification. The class information has been inserted using system authority. Class information insertion is complete. The terminal has identified the user's talent as healer. It has been confirmed that your class has been unlocked. The class obtained has been identified as a rare class." Zeke turned toward the statue, full of anticipation. This couldn't be. The statue was engulfed in red flames, leaving everyone speechless as they began to murmur. "It's red! A pure blood awakening! He's starting as a red?" Reyna's eyes widened as she watched everything unfold, and more messages appeared before Zeke. Golden lights enveloped the statue's sword, burning brightly as he read, "The terminal has established a connection. The blessing of the ancient dragon, sealed within the user's soul, has been activated, Abel observed silently, paying close attention to the events. More messages appeared, stunning Zeke further. The kin blood talent of the fighter has awakened. Your awakened talents have been combined. With the combination of rare talents, a new class has been created. Surrounded by golden flames, Zeke wondered what this meant, and a final notification astonished him. Unique class, Immortal has been awakened. The nobles began murmuring among themselves. A golden light, what is that? Is this really a pure blood awakening? There was some red here, so it must be, right? Zeke noticed the commotion and, still with the system windows open before him, looked up at them with displeasure, thinking, of course, they'll have doubts, but it'll backfire on me if I say anything here. The people in the mezzanine continued their chatter. But the mana lamp is working fine. Is the sword statue broken? There was no mana inhibition. It can't be a pure blood awakening. Suddenly, Abel clapped his hands, drawing everyone's attention. He turned to the crowd and said, why is everyone acting so serious? We've had 2 pure blood awakenings at once. Isn't that something to celebrate? The crowd exchanged glances, as if afraid to challenge his words, and soon everyone began laughing and clapping, saying, that's right, 2 pure blood awakenings. What a blessing. Abel raised his voice and instructed the assistant, what are you standing around for? Go fetch gloves for our new member. The assistant bowed and replied, yes, sir. Zeke put on the gloves, immediately noticing how sturdy they were, made of thick, well-crafted fabric. The instructor continued with the ceremony and called for the next candidate, who stepped forward without delay. Abel watched in silence, a faint smile on his face, while Zeke walked away, glancing at him from the corner of his eye, thinking, his intentions are obvious, but accepting Abel's help, it's really disgusting. A look of anger and discontent crossed his face as he made his way back to his place. After some time, the instructor raised his voice and addressed the crowd. This now marks the end of the blessing ritual. We will soon have a celebration feast. It's for everyone here, so please enjoy. The crowd gathered, smiling and chatting, but Zeke walked in the opposite direction, hands in his pockets, thinking, a feast? Ha! There's got to be a training room around here, right? Suddenly, a voice called out his name, and his eyes widened in surprise. He'd recognize that voice anywhere. His gaze turned cold and filled with anger as he slowly turned around. He hadn't expected him to approach so quickly. Abel walked up to him, one hand resting on his sword and a smile on his face, asking, where are you off to so early in the party? Zeke remained silent, observing Abel's eyes, which betrayed his friendly smile. Abel continued speaking. Congratulations on obtaining a pure blood awakening. He extended his hand toward Zeke, who felt cornered. Refusing the handshake would reveal his hostility toward Abel. Deciding to play along, Zeke forced a smile and extended his hand. But just as he was about to complete the gesture, memories of his past life flooded his mind, memories of the suffering and isolation caused by his brother. Zeke pulled his hand back before touching Abel's, leaving his brother with a puzzled expression, unsure of what had just happened. Zeke lowered his hand to his side while Abel stood there with his hand still extended. Finally, Abel smirked maliciously and said, well, this is awkward, Zeke. Our protagonist clenched his teeth, no longer able to hide his anger, thinking, even if I need to keep up appearances, I can't shake this bastard's hand. Abel waved his hand dismissively and said, fine, so be it. I'll settle for having seen your face. I'll see you again, Zeke. He patted Zeke on the shoulder and walked away, while Zeke watched him with a furious expression. Touching his shoulder, he thought, yes, I'll see you again. The party continued, with everyone socializing and chatting about recent events, friendly smiles on their faces. 2 new purebloods, huh? That's right. Zeke's golden light was quite impressive. Hasn't something like this happened before? We thought he wasn't going to awaken at first. Where is he now? In one of the rooms of the Grand Fortress, Zeke's uniform was already laid out neatly on a table as he finished buttoning up his new shirt, saying, phew, I thought I was going to suffocate in there. Putting that aside, how do I look? Standing inside a luxurious room adorned with golden details and velvet furniture, he reflected on the situation. All pureblood awakenings involve mana inhibition. It's the ability that proves you're opposed to the dragons, the source of mana. However, since most machines use mana as fuel, a pureblood requires the house gloves to function properly. If I were a pureblood, there should have been issues the moment I removed this glove. Our protagonist opened his status window and examined the information. Reading carefully, he noticed it was entirely different from before. Under one of the sections, it didn't say mana inhibition, but mana reflection. He realized he'd need to study it properly to understand. Zeke pulled up a chair and opened the skill description. He examined it closely, stroking his chin as he thought, so mana reflection is categorized as a skill. The mana lamps worked fine because it's not a passive skill. I was a rare healer before the ritual, but now I'm a unique immortal? Wait, all the graduates had regular awakenings with a blue aura. Only Reina had a red pureblood awakening. Mine was red at first but then turned golden. The system said the classification terminal lost critical information. By classification, doesn't that mean the state is bronze? The moment the system added the missing information, the molten bronze statue began emitting red light. Ha! Damn it! He slammed the table, piecing it all together. So that's what happened. The bronze statue doesn't determine whether you awaken or not. It determines the user's disposition, their class. Red for a rare class and gold for unique. The bronze statue was an ancient relic, used even before the time of Terrakin, the founder of the Drakers. The concept of class doesn't exist anymore in modern times, so it's only used to check whether someone has awakened. They labeled the red light displayed as a sign of a rare class as a pure-blood awakening. Zeke sighed, still gazing at his status window, and remarked, "Ha! And no head of any household ever noticed this, huh? I have karma points now." Upon noticing that, he saw he had a total of 100 points, and wondered if he had earned them during the moment he faced the statue to obtain his awakening. Deciding to use them, he opted to visualize his draconian abilities, and a series of windows appeared before him. Various abilities were available, and he began reading them carefully. Leaning his chair back and resting his head on his arm, Zeke commented on a few of the options. "I get dragon eyes and dragon power, but eating and digesting a lot? Why does that affect the points? It's better to go for something clearly useful than to risk it." He decided to unlock the draconian abilities Dragon Claws and Dragon Power. Although he wanted to try Dragon Power, he concluded it seemed a bit risky. Instead, he activated Dragon Eyes. His eyes glowed with an intense golden light, and arcane circles appeared before them. Standing up, Zeke sighed. He expected more since the description mentioned detailed information, but nothing seemed to have truly changed. Zeke walked to the balcony and noticed something. Laughing as his eyes burned with golden flames, he said, "This doesn't even make sense. The statue in the garden center looks like it's right in front of me. Could this be very useful?" He focused on the statue, which was a long distance away. Suddenly, a notification appeared, asking if he wanted detailed information about the detected object. Intrigued, he clicked yes. Looking around, his mind was flooded with detailed information about the table, drawer, chair, carpet, all appearing with descriptions of their materials and functions. Zeke began to sweat, his eyes still ablaze until the flames gradually dimmed. He leaned on the chair, feeling fatigued, then collapsed into it, complaining, "Are all draconian abilities like this? I can't even use them much if this is the case." His healing and stamina recovery abilities activated, restoring him to his natural state. His eyes widened as he opened one of the system windows. He hadn't intended to heal himself, but it had happened nonetheless. Reading carefully, he realized, wait, all of my class abilities turned into passive skills and their levels increased by 1. This is insanely overpowered. Healing might seem ridiculously strong already, but it's not something you can use constantly. Its effects are limited, but now the healing factor is infinite. I need to test this. He stood up and grabbed a knife resting on the table. Zeke made a cut on his arm and blood dripped to the floor, forming a stain. His ability activated automatically and the cut disappeared. Surprised, he sat down again and said, "No way. The academy takes 5 years to finish? 5 years, huh? I'll finish in 2. The Draker Academy, the largest knight academy on the continent, was the place where anyone aspiring to become a knight would give an arm and a leg to enroll. The Duchy of Troy, where the academy was located, came alive every spring when the new semester began. A grand, luxurious mansion with a sprawling green courtyard and fountains became filled with students strolling under the sun. The newcomers socialized as Zeke walked alone, his expression serious, drawing the attention of everyone around him. Zeke observed them carefully, analyzing those nearby and thinking, high-ranking students are no different from adults. They're all trained to perfection. However, if I compare them to those from the nursery, but they're still children of the great families, it looks like they're already asserting their authority. That cursed family is rotten to the core. Among the countless branch families supporting the transcendent Draker family, the 3 with the most influence are known as the Great Families, the Taruns of Strength, the Zimmons of Wisdom, and the Vardeks of Wealth. Even the children of those great families are in this state. Well, it's none of my business. Zeke gave a faint smile and walked past the information board where some students had gathered. After some time, he reached the high-class dormitory in Platinum Mansion. Walking through the empty courtyard, he remarked to himself that it was truly good to be a pureblood. The dormitory Zeke headed to was equipped with a training hall, a library, and various other facilities. It was open only to the highest-ranking students, and even those born into privilege couldn't gain access so easily. Purebloods, however, enjoyed the special privilege of being a floor master, with an entire floor designated as the Platinum Floor. Zeke entered a hall and was greeted by a young woman who bowed and said, "Welcome, Lord Zeke Draker. We will escort you to your designated floor." Once there, several servants were lined up, heads bowed, hands clasped in front of them. In unison, they raised their voices and said, "Welcome, Master." Zeke looked at the scene somewhat awkwardly and thought, isn't this a bit too much? Even if I'm a pureblood, one of the servants announced that Lord Decker was waiting for him in his room. He walked over and entered the room, where he was greeted by the butler, who said, "Welcome, young master." Zeke asked what he wanted, and Decker replied that he had something to deliver. Turning to the indicated spot, Zeke saw a small gold and burgundy chest on a table. Approaching it, he opened the chest and found a pair of new gloves. He put them on and smiled, commenting that they were on a completely different level from the temporary gloves he had been using. Decker expressed his relief that Zeke liked them. Zeke then walked over to a sword resting against a piece of furniture and said, "I have new gloves, so I want to get a new sword while I'm here. But what do you think, Decker?" The butler responded that it was an excellent decision and watched as Zeke ran his fingers over the blade of the sword. As the Duchy of Troy was close to the giant mountains, it was abundant in high-quality iron and excellent craftsmanship. It was said that the first weapon of academy students was always a Trojan-made weapon. Decker announced that he would look for a new craftsman, but Zeke returned his sword to its original place and replied, No, that's fine. I already have someone in mind. I'll go personally, so schedule an appointment for me." He handed a folded piece of paper to the butler, a broad smile on his face. Decker opened the paper and said, "Galleon Halbert, I've never heard of them before. I'll contact them immediately. Also, classes begin tomorrow, so please review the relevant documents beforehand." Zeke remarked how Decker always had complaints ready and assured him he understood. The day continued, sunlight streaming through the window as Zeke sat in his chair reading. As he reviewed the documents, he thought, since the platinum floor is completely isolated, I'll have much more freedom to develop my draconian abilities. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door, and Zeke granted them entry. A maid entered with her head bowed and said, "Excuse me, the floormaster Reina has sent an invitation for dinner." Zeke found it unusual but accepted, and asked her to lead him to the girl. Walking through the hallways with his hands in his pockets, Zeke eventually arrived at the indicated location. Smiling awkwardly, he thought, "Isn't this cute? Are you guys some kind of southern cartel?" Ahead of him was a group of servants in uniform, and Reina sat in a prominent chair, resting her elbows on it. She said, "Welcome, Zeke Draker. The people in my family are quite peculiar. I apologize." The servants standing before her withdrew, and Zeke sat across from her on the other side of the table, thanking her for her hospitality. Reina stated they would discuss business after the meal, and the servants began bringing the food. Zeke observed her as she pointed out her choices on the menu to the waiter and noticed her aura flowing. He thought, "The Lightning Knight. She's fully using her lower abdomen to control her aura. Has she already shown interest in the position of the Purple Knights? Then why is her swordsmanship stagnant? What a waste of potential." The meal was served, and after several plates were stacked beside him, Zeke laughed, thinking, "I know I eat a lot, but this exceeded my expectations." On the other side, Reina had double the plates in her stack and was wiping her mouth. She then turned to him and said, "We've finished eating, so I'll get straight to the point. Accept the support of the Turun family, Zeke Draker." Zeke placed his hands on the table and declared, "It seems you've forgotten, but you and I are both pure-blooded awakeners." Reina responded, "It seems you have some misconceptions about pure-blood awakeners. It's true that we receive many privileges. This platinum floor alone is proof of that. But we gain no benefits in terms of growth. The centuries of academic and practical knowledge accumulated at the academy or a personal instructor to effectively raise your skills. Without those, no matter how talented you are, you'll fall behind. That's why support families are necessary. Even Abel Draker, a pureblood like us, the youngest to achieve the title of White Knight and the current Black Knight, received material support from his support family, the Zimmerns. While the Turun family patriarch didn't tell me why, he mentioned that you're not receiving support from your material family, so I'll say it again. Accept the support of the Turun family, Zeke Draker. With a mocking smile on his face, our protagonist gestured and simply said, "No." Reina was completely shocked. Her face flushed as she tried to compose herself, asking for an explanation. "Why? Receiving the support of the Turun family shouldn't be a bad deal for you." Zeke stood up and began to leave, saying, "It's not about that. I don't need anything more than what I already receive as a pure-blood awakener. It's not much, but as a return for the meal, I'll give you just one piece of advice that you need right now." He then turned to Reina and began manipulating the leaves around them, saying, "Your sword has too much force behind it. I think you're too concerned about those men. Listen carefully, Reina. Your greatest strength is the fluidity that comes from having a flexible body. Don't take attacks head-on. Wear down your opponents with strength, but evade your opponent's strikes fluidly, and execute a single, delicate attack. If you can do that, you'll grow and become many times stronger than you are now." Our protagonist dissipated the leaves, leaving her wide-eyed, and thanked her for the meal as he exited. Reina slammed the table in frustration, thinking, "The Turun family is the herald of the strong. I was simply following the family tradition. It's not that I care about others. No, he's right, because I was so obsessed with becoming someone worthy of the name Turun. That had unintentionally been projected into my sword. He simply saw right through it. When I was young, everyone praised me as a genius, and no one ever gave me any real feedback. Zeke Draker, who are you really? She wondered, holding in her hands one of the leaves he had manipulated. The next day, Zeke walked through the courtyard, rolling his shoulder as he thought, my altered class abilities are performing immensely. How did I end up with so much energy after training all night? The answer came through one of the abilities listed in his system window, which read, Passive Skill, Infinite Stamina. Any skill will be executed quickly and with an infinite amount of stamina. Our protagonist strolled with a smile on his face, enjoying the fresh breeze, thinking, in my past life, I thought this place was hell itself. But now that I'm a pureblood awakener, this place is paradise. Money and power aren't everything, but there's nothing quite like this. He climbed the stairs as other students trained nearby. Further ahead, a group was waiting for him. He heard someone call his name and turned to see a blonde-haired boy approaching him, saying, So you're part of the special class too. Zeke recognized him instantly. Owen Zimmons, the third son of the Zimmons family, one of the three great families. Known for their skill in scheming, the Zimmons were masters at using others to torment their enemies while keeping their own images spotless. Owen approached, flanked by other students, saying, I invited you to dinner last night, but you didn't respond. Didn't you receive the invitation letter? Zeke wondered why Owen was acting so friendly, then gave a smirk and said, Was it the one on my desk? Owen pressed further, asking why Zeke hadn't replied. To this, Zeke answered, Oh, you're funny, why should I respond to everyone? Zeke's defiant gaze had its intended effect on Owen, but the response came from another young man who stomped forward, saying, You're being quite rude despite the young master's kindness, Zeke Draker. The speaker was a brown-haired, muscular youth. Zeke asked who he was, and the boy laughed, replying, How can you not know me? It seems those from the nursery aren't worth much. Zeke sighed and turned his back, saying, I get that you want to look cool in front of your young master, but keep in mind who you're talking to. As Zeke walked away, he sensed a blow heading toward his face. He raised his hand and blocked the attack, his expression cold and serious. He jumped back as the boy swung a strike in front of him. Observing him, Zeke thought, It seems high-ranking students are capable of basic aura manipulation. The boy, wearing the green cloth of the Zimmons house over his shoulders, raised his voice and declared, My name is Durbin Roswell. They call me Durbin the Mighty here. On behalf of young Master Owen, I'll teach you some manners. Zeke laughed and replied, Durbin the Mighty? So a cadet who isn't even a knight has a nickname. What a joke. In an instant, Zeke dashed forward like lightning and buried a punch cloaked in purple energy into Durbin's stomach. The boy coughed up blood and was sent flying, his body skidding across the ground and raising dust as it stopped. Zeke adjusted his gloves and called out loudly, So who's next after Durbin the Mighty? Hurry up and decide, young Master Owen. Owen remained silent, staring at Zeke seriously before walking up to him, followed by several cadets. Standing beside Zeke, he said, You sure like basking in your own glory, Zeke Draker. Then without another word, he continued walking, leaving Zeke behind. Zeke watched him walk away with his group of cadets following behind and muttered to himself, What a joke. The Draker Academy was mainly divided into two classes. There was the normal class, where students who lacked talent were taught. They had to overcome it through hard work and followed a strict regimen from early morning to late at night. Then there were the special classes, where students could freely choose their subjects, beyond the basic topics. Even within the academy, the special classes were where the highest members of the elite gathered. That's why Zeke had some expectations, but they quickly vanished when he realized that most of the people there were just daycare students. What kind of special class was that? It was just a daycare class. Zeke looked around in discouragement, sitting at his desk in the middle of the classroom, surrounded by other students. An instructor introduced himself and raised his voice, saying, Silence. To encourage the freshmen of the special class, someone very special has come today. Not only was he the chief commander during the Eastern Empire's war 20 years ago, but he was also the hero who stopped the Empire's invasion with his resilience. Please give a warm welcome to the chief commander, Dean Howard Draker. A chubby man with white hair stood up saying, It's a pleasure to meet you all, gentlemen. Zeke observed the dean, thinking, The war hero Howard Draker. They worship him as a war hero and a tactical genius, but the truth is that the information he leaked to the enemy, in the name of his own survival, just happened to throw the enemy into chaos. He's simply a traitor who got lucky. Our protagonist rolled his eyes and turned his gaze away from the dean, still thinking, That rat isn't a hero. Actually, he's the main reason I got expelled from the academy. I lost the last place I could hide and ended up wandering through Troy. Eventually, I was captured by slave traders and sold to the Southern Cartel. I'll make sure to pay him back for that. He looked at the dean with hatred while the man continued his speech on stage. After the speech ended, the instructor took the floor again, saying, I believe all of you took the dean's words seriously. Now we'll start the basic classes immediately, so grab your swords and head to the arena. Everyone responded in unison, "Yes, sir," and they headed to the designated location. Arriving at the internal arena of the special class, a large round hall with a square arena in the middle, Zeke carried his sword on his back, standing among the other students, looking around and thinking, who would have thought that even the special class would have to learn the basics of dragon slaying? In my past life, just because I couldn't use aura, I spent 2 years learning what would normally take 3 months for someone else. Please, go easy on me. He sighed and rested his forehead on his hand, feeling frustration take over his body. But his moment of self-pity was interrupted when he had to line up with the other students, while the instructor spoke. "Welcome, cadets. I'm Andre Draker, and I'll be teaching all of you the basics of dragon slaying." The young blonde man in front of them was the Rose Knight, Andre Draker. Everyone began commenting among themselves, asking, "Who is he? He's so young. That's the official Draker uniform." Zeke watched him, thinking, "Andre the Rose Knight? Even though he's not a pure-blooded awakener, he graduated early from the academy and became Valhalla's valedictorian. He's a rare genius of the century who is graced with the Draker name. Even the special class teachers are on a different level. He's also famous for his unyielding personality." Andre raised his voice, a sharp look on his face, and said, "Quiet. If you're done talking, I'll start the class. Everyone unsheath your swords." Andre's gaze shifted to a specific point. Looking at Zeke, he asked, "Cadet, what is this sword?" Our protagonist reached for the sword on his back, drew it, and spun it with his wrist. The sword was long and touched the ground. He raised it again and replied, "As you can see, it's the sword I'm using." Andre looked at him seriously and ordered him to step into the arena. Zeke approached, standing face to face with the instructor, and Andre asked, "Cadet, aren't you aware that you need to choose a sword that suits your body?" Zeke sighed, thinking, "I knew this would happen, so I made sure to stand out when I drew my sword on purpose. There's no helping it." He then smiled at the instructor and said, "I'm sure I could defeat you with this sword, instructor." The truth was that Zeke believed it would be faster to simply show Andre his skills. The instructor looked at him seriously, with an intimidating gaze, but it had no effect, as Zeke's system automatically activated his class skill, Indestructible Mental Defense. After a few moments, Andre reached for his sword and said, "I understand, cadet. If you wish to learn with your body." Zeke focused his gaze on him. The instructor had bitten the bait. Andre drew his sword, which cut through the air with an aura of blood and challenge, while saying, "Then if your blade touches my body, you will not only be exempt from punishment for your rudeness, but also from the dragon-slaying fundamentals class. Don't worry, I don't plan on using aura against the cadets." Zeke smiled, thinking, "Oh, class exemption. I can defeat Andre since I know his weakness. But considering Abel is keeping an eye on me, it would be dangerous for me to try winning by activating my abilities like I did in the cradle. I'll just graze his clothes and lose." He then took his combat stance and replied, "All right then." Zeke leaped forward in a swift jump and delivered a wide slash in front of him, aiming for Andre's neck. The instructor reacted effortlessly, blocking the attack with his sword. Zeke raised his sword again, thinking, as expected of a Blue Knight, this won't be easy. The eyes of both men gleamed with intensity as Zeke continued striking, circling around him while delivering successive blows one after another without pause. Andre, in turn, simply parried every attack without moving from his spot, just shifting his sword. The students watched everything, commenting among themselves. An official Draker Knight is really on another level? Yeah, he didn't even manage to touch his clothes for 30 minutes. Zeke jumped back, and Andre watched him, breathing lightly, thinking, what is this ridiculous stamina of his? Even though I'm suppressing my aura to think I'm losing to a cadet, truly the existence of pure-blooded awakens is unfair. Zeke observed him, thinking, his poor stamina is the same as always, and suppressing his mana doesn't help. The Draker aura cultivation method is known for its peculiarity. You must activate your aura during training, in daily tasks, even when eating and sleeping. You maintain it practically like breathing. In other words, for Andre, he's basically holding his breath. He moved forward again and struck with his sword. The blades clashed, creating sparks. Zeke pulled back and continued striking rapidly, formulating a plan. Unconventional sword techniques deplete his energy even more, but losing like this doesn't feel quite right. There's no way around it. I have to force him to use aura. Creating situations that can be easily manipulated is useless. I need something that will make him use aura unconsciously. In other words, an extreme situation. Zeke jumped and landed with his feet on the ground. Then he rushed forward, cutting through the space between them like lightning. Andre widened his eyes, realizing what was happening. His agile step skill had been activated. He recognized the technique, and Zeke began landing rapid strikes on various points, spinning around him. His attacks, with absurd speed, increased more and more until they reached the point where his critical hit skill was triggered. Zeke leaped behind Andre, ready to bury his sword, while Andre thought, it's impossible. How can a cadet know agile steps? He saw the attack coming closer. He turned around with a focused look, his sword growing nearer. Andre turned and dodged with a unique sequence of movements. That was the Dragon Slaying Art, Chapter 1, the first verse, Cutting the Sky. Andre focused his energy, which pulsed through his body, creating a blue aura. Zeke advanced, burying his sword, and Andre countered by striking with an intense blue lightning bolt in his direction. Zeke was thrown away, crashing across the arena. The cadets watched with some enthusiasm, except for Reyna, who observed with concern in her eyes. Zeke braced himself on his sword. Kneeling on the ground, the blade cracked and a smile on his face while thinking, "Shit, that hurts so much." Blood flowed from his mouth, and the healing skill was activated. That was it. He could collapse. Zeke let himself fall unconscious, his body near the edge of the arena in front of an open crack in the ground. Andre sheathed his sword and turned his back on him. The medical team, which had been standing by, rushed to Zeke to assist him, and Andre turned to the class, saying, "This cadet doesn't need to watch the lesson anymore. Is there any other cadet who wishes to be exempt?" Everyone remained silent, stunned and still in shock. Andre looked at them with a threatening gaze and declared, "I'll assume there isn't. Now raise your sword. From now on, the cadets will witness the true form of a Draker." Later in the medical wardroom, Zeke waited, sitting on the bed, thinking, "That was a good performance, if I may say so myself. Even though I didn't touch his clothes, I managed to get Andre to use the power he said he wouldn't, and he recognized my abilities. In conclusion, Andre was disciplined, and I gained free time. It's a win-win situation for both." Zeke lay down with a smile on his face, resting his head on his arm and continued thinking. Andre's last attack was the most basic move of the dragon-slaying arts. Chapter 1, the first verse, Cutting the Sky. However, because it came from a blue knight, its power was nothing short of incredible. Regardless of that, I can still defeat a blue knight, considering my unlimited stamina and healing. But this isn't enough to live freely. To not be restricted, I need an invaluable power, a power that won't let me be subjugated by anyone. So, suddenly a laugh brought Zeke back from his thoughts. A red-haired man was standing beside his bed holding a bottle of alcohol. He pressed the bottle to Zeke's head and asked, "So you're Arthur's youngest son?" Zeke's eyes widened as he saw the man take a sip of the drink, thinking, Who is this?" The man laughed again and said, "Your eyes are just like that arrogant son of a bitch, Arthur." Zeke was in shock. He hadn't even sensed the man's presence, not even with the strong smell of alcohol emanating from him, and his words, calling the current patriarch of the Drakers, "that arrogant bastard." Was he really referring to Arthur like that? Zeke turned to him and asked who he was. The man didn't answer, instead returning with another question. "How did you do that earlier, kid?" Zeke watched him take another sip and thought, "He certainly does whatever he wants." Then he asked, "What do you mean by that?" The man then responded, "Playing dumb, my god. You were infected with an internal wound before. How did you heal instantly?" He looked at Zeke with malice, and Zeke was surprised. He had noticed his healing factor. He was about to feel intimidated when his indomitable mental defense skill activated. Zeke clenched the blanket covering him and told himself, "No, don't fall for it. No one here knows about healing." He then raised his voice and replied, "I don't know what you're talking about." The man declared, "Oh, really? So you're going to keep up this charade?" In an instant, the man moved quickly to strike him in the neck. Zeke noticed just in time at the very last moment and dodged, leaning and pulling the mattress up. The mattress was hit by the strike and split in half. As it fell behind the bed, Zeke realized he was facing an assassin. He threw the mattress and blanket at the man, who caught them, saying, "This kid has tricks." Zeke activated his agile steps, precise stab, and critical strike skills, all in less than a second. He lunged forward, jumping at the man, thinking, "My instincts are screaming at me. If I don't kill him, he'll kill me." The man stopped his attack effortlessly, holding his sword with one hand. Zeke's eyes widened in disbelief at what he was seeing, and all he could hear was the man's voice, smiling at him. "Your ability to adapt to situations is impressive, almost like a mercenary." His words, posture, and power made Zeke wonder, who exactly was this man? Zeke leaped away, leaving his sword in the possession of the mysterious man who was twirling the bedsheet. Keeping his focus and eyes locked on his opponent, he began to wonder, who is he really? A mercenary? Does he know about my past life? The man touched his chin thoughtfully while balancing the sword on the tip of his finger, then tossed it back to the boy, saying, "A Draker who abandoned his sword and retreated. I think you are more suited to being a mercenary than a knight." Catching the sword in midair with a serious expression, Zeke pondered again. Is that what he meant? I've never felt this way, not even with my master. I'm certain after our brief fight, there's an overwhelming gap between our skills, so much so that if he wanted to, he could easily kill me. He's at least a red knight. No, maybe even stronger. The man exuded a menacing red aura as he pointed at the sword in the protagonist's hands and asked, "That's a claymore from the Cradle's basic supply, right? You've got talent. What are you doing with a weapon like that?" Zeke heard footsteps approaching and turned his attention. A man walked in saying, So this is where you were. Turning around, he saw his instructor, Andri, who stood with one hand resting on his sword. Andri remained silent, gazing at the mysterious red-haired man, which made Zeke wonder why, until Andri spoke. Gardener Dexter. So that was it. That powerful man, that threatening assassin was just a gardener? Dexter cleaned his ear and then addressed Andri, saying, "How did you know I was here, you parasite?" Andri walked toward him and replied, "You were in the training hall earlier." Dexter scoffed. "You're annoyingly perceptive." Walking past Zeke, Andri ordered, "If you're done being treated, return, cadet." Zeke flinched and responded, "Yes, sir, understood." Just as he reached for the door, Dexter raised his voice with a grin and said, "Kid, if you've got time, come to the western greenhouse of the academy. I'll teach you something useful." The boy remained silent, leaving the two adults in suspense, before stepping out of the room with a smirk and saying, "No thanks." Then he shut the door behind him. From inside, Dexter shouted, "Look at that mouth! Your attitude is just like Arthur's." As he closed the door, Zeke smirked, thinking, "Gardener Dexter? Who does he think he's fooling? If he can so casually call the current patriarch Arthur Draker by name, then he must be the one who only ever had a single disciple, Andre, the Duke Draker, the Wind Knight, one of the Black Knights whose martial prowess is enough to face an entire army alone." As he walked through the academy halls, he continued thinking, he was the talk of the town after vanishing one day without a trace, but to think he was living a reclusive life here at the academy. Maybe Andre came here because of him. When you say Duke, you mean a man with terrifying tenacity? There's even a rumor that he only earned the title of Black Knight because he liked the color black. That's gotta be false, right? Now, the Duke is showing a strong interest in me, but receiving mild training just because of his curiosity doesn't interest me. If I'm going to learn something, I might as well learn his secret technique. I'll trade this interest for tenacity. The wind blew leaves across the blue sky as the days passed at the academy. A brown-haired professor with glasses and a friendly expression smiled gently, pointing at the board and asking, "In a case like this, do you know what happens?" This was Fanon, the academy's magic theory professor. He stammered and asked again, "No one?" But in front of him, all he saw was a classroom full of students dozing off, completely uninterested. The professor chuckled, seeming well accustomed to the situation, and continued, "All right, when constructing a mana formula..." That was when Zeke interrupted, raising his hand and saying, "Due to resistance, you actually take damage. Oh, and I don't understand the mana energy transfer law you mentioned earlier." The professor blushed and stood there, mouth agape, as if he couldn't believe what he was hearing. Then his eyes gleamed with excitement as he looked at Zeke. A wide smile spread across his face, his joy so overwhelming that Zeke had to call out to him again to snap him out of his trance. "Oh, sorry, this is the first time I've ever been asked a question. So regarding mana transfer, to explain the concept..." The lesson continued until the bell rang, and everyone stood up. Students could be heard murmuring among themselves, "Why are we learning magic theory in a night academy? This is supposed to be nap time." Zeke packed up his things, thinking, that was an easy-to-understand lecture. He's not just an ordinary professor. As he got up and headed for the exit, Professor Fanon called out to him, asking him to wait. Zeke turned around and asked if something was wrong, only to find the professor panting on the staircase between the desks. After catching his breath, Fanon smiled at him and said, "Ah, it's nothing. I just feel like I finally had a proper class for the first time in a long while, thanks to you. So if there's anything you're curious about, feel free to visit my research lab anytime. I'm still a scholarship graduate from Delphoa's Magic University, so I know quite a bit." Zeke was surprised and thought, I figured he wasn't an ordinary mage, but to think he's a former student of Delphoa's Magic University, the very nation where magic originated. He replied, "I see, Professor," and left the room with a smile. As he walked through the corridors, his mind remained on the topic. There's nothing wrong with getting close to a mage. Mages who are good at math tend to be flexible thinkers. They make better allies than militant knights. Fanon, huh? I need to see if he'll be useful. As he stepped outside and passed through the courtyard hallway, something caught his attention. He spotted Dexter lying on a bench and thought, he's less patient than I expected. It's only been a week, right? The moment Zeke stepped out, the gardener removed a book from his face and asked, "Yo, kid." Zeke asked what brought him here, and the man sat up saying, "Why didn't you come to the greenhouse? You should have understood what I meant when I said I'd teach you some useful things." Zeke sighed and answered with a disinterested look, "I told you I'm not interested." Dexter jumped up, shouting, "What? Why?" Zeke replied, "I'm aware that you're incredibly talented, but I'm busy right now." The man then grinned and gestured, saying, "Of course, you can't slack off when it comes to personal training." In the blink of an eye, he moved and stopped right beside Zeke, his hand emitting blue flames, and asked, "Is that what you thought I'd say?" Zeke turned immediately upon sensing the man's intentions, but Dexter was faster. He struck Zeke's back, knocking him unconscious. After some time, our protagonist slowly regained consciousness. He sat up and looked around, thinking, ugh, to think he knocked me out just like that. I guess waiting a week was too much for him. So this is the Western greenhouse? He walked down the greenhouse corridor and found Dexter watering the plants. The man noticed him waking up, took a sip from a bottle, and asked, "You awake?" Zeke sat on the ground and asked, "Did you kidnap me?" Dexter stepped closer, stopping near him, and grinned, saying, "Yeah, I kidnapped you. I'm a little interested in you, kid." Zeke knelt as if preparing to stand up and thought, he's not even hiding it anymore. Looks like he's really impatient, but it's still not time. Activating his quick steps ability, he dashed away at full speed while Dexter watched him with amusement. Suddenly, the man appeared right in front of him, saying, "Found you." Zeke immediately stopped and changed direction, but Dexter effortlessly caught up and simply pushed his forehead with minimal effort, knocking him backward. Dust rose from the ground as they moved, and Zeke thought, he's still treating me like a joke. I need something to ignite a fire. Regaining his footing, he asked, "What about me piqued your interest?" Dexter took another swig of his drink before answering, "I asked how your internal wounds healed instantly." Zeke was surprised, but then smirked mischievously, thinking, so that's what's bothering him. Our protagonist issued a challenge, saying that if Dexter was so curious, he should make him answer. The man paused for a moment, touching his chin in thought. Then, in an instant, he jumped and vanished. Zeke looked around in confusion, wondering where he had gone. A few moments passed. Nothing. Then suddenly, something sharp flew straight at him. He noticed it at the last second, and just as the tip of the blade was about to reach his forehead, he dodged by leaping to the side. Grabbing the sword by its hilt, he planted his foot firmly on the ground and adopted a combat stance. Dust swirled around him as he demanded, "What the hell are you doing, Dexter?" From the other side of the corridor, the man emerged, walking casually and saying, "You told me to make you answer, but that's too easy, so let's make a bet. If you so much as touch even a single piece of my clothing, I'll grant you one wish." So that was it. A proposal similar to the one Andre had made. Like master, like disciple. Dexter smirked mischievously and declared, "But if you forfeit this duel, you'll have to tell me everything you're hiding." The day went on. Evening was approaching, and Dexter was still moving around inside the greenhouse. He glanced around as dust swirled in the air after a strike had sent Zeke flying. He thought, what is that kid made of? It's been 3 hours. He doesn't just have great endurance and durability. In fact, his injuries and stamina are recovering infinitely. This kid... Zeke got up from the crater formed by his crash, gripping his sword and breathing heavily, until his 2 class skills, healing factor and stamina, activated. His gaze sharpened, filled with renewed focus and determination. Assessing the situation, Zeke knew he could fight all day, but he also understood he had no chance of winning the bet. He thought about the dragon's power, something he had avoided using because of the danger it posed. However, against a black knight, he decided there was no harm in unleashing it. Determined, he prepared to continue the battle. As he stepped forward, Dexter's expression shifted. His aura darkened and concentrated, burning ominously. His stance changed as well. His eyes gleamed intensely, and shadowy flames coursed over his body. Dexter grinned, noticing the change in the boy's gaze, and cheered. "That's it! That's how you should be!" Zeke's aura ignited as the wind carried leaves and dust through the air. Activating quick steps, he dashed forward like a lightning bolt, leaving the area behind in an instant. His speed tore through the space between them as he launched multiple strikes imbued with dark energy. Dexter dodged each one, grinning with excitement as he thought, he's repeating the same attacks. He may be fast, but compared to that parasitic bastard or the Turun girl, he's nothing. However, this resentment, this grudge surpasses mere tenacity. I like it. Should we use a little aura? He pulled his hand from his pocket and it began to glow. With a swift movement, he deflected Zeke's sword and paused for a moment, realizing something. Zeke's draconic ability, Dragon's Power, had activated. He had pushed his weapon away, just for a brief instant, but it was enough to throw Dexter off. Zeke leaped back, kicking up a thick cloud of dust. Dexter looked around, puzzled. What just... He blocked my vision, but it'll be hard for him to see me as well. However, using his draconic ability, Zeke emerged from behind him through the dust, his eyes burning with golden flames as he aimed a precise strike at Dexter's head. The man noticed in time and dodged, his clothes barely avoiding the blow. Dexter jumped. One moment he was there, and the next only the imprint of his boot on the ground remained as proof of his previous presence. Something happened. A powerful gust of wind blew the dust away as he vanished, leaving Zeke confused. He wondered, is this the Duke's secret move? A simple dash caused a wind blast. Is that why he's known as the Wind Knight? Dexter reappeared behind Zeke, catching him off guard. The boy only realized it because the man uttered a single word. Let's go. Zeke turned, wondering what he meant, but all he saw and felt was an immense, overwhelming crimson presence. Dexter appeared once more, his aura pulsating in his hand as he charged at the boy. Zeke's sword had been knocked away. All he heard was, "Let's call this a tie, kid." An immense blow sank into his stomach. He spat blood, watching his sword fall to the ground. His body was launched against the opposite wall, crashing through the dust before collapsing completely battered. His consciousness flickered as he thought, wow, like master, like disciple, huh? Then, a notification appeared before his fading vision. Due to excessive skill usage, your fatigue has surpassed the acceptable limit. For your safety, your consciousness will be forcibly shut down. All he could do was curse as he blacked out, his blurred vision catching a final glimpse of Dexter standing before him, his hands in his pockets. The ceiling, adorned with golden ornaments and luminous lights, woke him up. He sat up, regaining his consciousness as he looked around, thinking, "This is my room. Was it the Duke who brought me here?" After sitting on the bed, he threw himself back onto his pillow and lamented, "Ah, I almost won," as expected of a Black Knight. As the battle moments replayed in his mind, he began analyzing the situation. "I think I did everything I could at the moment, and it was useless. I tried to make the Duke lower his guard by repeating the same attack 100 times, then creating an opening at the crucial moment using Dragon's power. I also used Dragon Eyes to hit him, but it wasn't enough. That ability the Duke used at the end, it was definitely his secret move. I really did pass out from excessive use of draconic abilities, but thanks to that, I managed to witness his secret technique, the pathetic high-speed movement arts he used with his extremely trained body. That secret move must have been what allowed Andre to rise to the rank of Red Knight. It's a shame I lost the chance to learn his secret technique, but it was still worth it. Dragon's power, with pressure strong enough to make even a Black Knight hesitate. Most weaklings would submit the moment they were exposed to that ability. Suddenly, the system notified him that he had an unread message and asked if he wanted to check it. Intrigued, he opened it and saw the information. Class D skill, Quick Steps, has changed to Class C skill, High-Speed Movement. Your soul has evolved due to your demonstration of strong will. Along with your soul's development, your system functions have been activated. You can unlock the next function using karma points. He was surprised, unable to understand or believe it. The messages continued. Minimap. Geographic features can be viewed in the form of a map. Locked. 20 points to unlock. Inventory can store as many items as space allows. Locked. 20 points to unlock elementary level. Quest log includes tutorials and missions for the effective development of low-level administrators. Locked. 45 points to unlock. Current available karma points, 40. After reviewing all the descriptions, he realized that aside from inventory, several other options had appeared, and he decided to check it first. He gave the command to activate the inventory, and a new series of messages appeared before him. You have activated the inventory function. If you select the items you want, they will be stored in the inventory. When retrieving stored items, you can think of the name or shape of the item. The amount of space an item occupies in the inventory depends on its weight and size. If you want more storage space, you can use karma points to expand your inventory. He pondered what it meant to select the item he wanted. He could activate abilities just by thinking about them, so storing items in the inventory should follow the same logic. He picked up his sword, which was resting beside the bed, and began mentally repeating, store, store, store. Suddenly, the sword glowed and transformed into pixels. He checked his inventory and thought, the claymore disappeared and took up 2 of the 28 slots in the inventory. So that's what the system meant when it said the space an item occupies depends on its weight and size. To retrieve it, I need to think of its name or shape. Focusing on the sword, it reappeared in his hand. He rested the sword on his shoulder and smiled, saying, "Oh, I thought it was subspace storage, but this is even better." Thinking about his past life, he concluded, that artifact was expensive, sure, but finding an object to store it in was difficult, and I can even increase the inventory space using points. This OP function is just a low-level administrator function. What happens when I reach a higher level? If these points are so valuable, I can't use them recklessly. I guess I'll have to change my plans. Suddenly, he heard Dexter's voice from outside. "May I enter, young master?" He granted permission and saw the butler approach. Resting his sword on the floor, he asked what it was about. The butler replied, "There is a message for you. He said you would know who it's from if I said Gardner Dexter." He watched the butler hand him a folded piece of paper and smiled, thinking, I guess it wasn't a complete failure. On the paper, written in messy letters, it said, "Kid, if you want to challenge me again, come whenever you want." He wondered if that was what Dexter meant when he said, "Let's call this a tie, kid." Either way, it meant the opportunity was still open. He clenched his fist and smiled with excitement. The butler spoke again, saying, "I have one more thing to tell you. I found the blacksmith you mentioned before." Our protagonist became even more excited and asked when the appointment he had requested would be. However, Dexter adjusted his glasses and said there was a problem. The blacksmith had refused. Our protagonist was shocked and asked why, to which Dexter replied, "He no longer makes weapons." Meanwhile, in the blacksmith's workshop, the man lay on the floor in the dark, a bottle of liquor in his hand. The next day, Zeke stepped out of his carriage and stopped in front of a workshop with a sign that read, "Popnia's Breath." Looking somewhat perplexed, he thought, "It's been a while. That's certainly a grand name for a workshop." He opened the door and called out, "Is anyone here?" Inside, the space was cluttered as he walked through it, thinking, the radiation sword, Graham, is the masterpiece that Galleon forged. He said it was payment for saving his life. Worthy of the title Soulsmith, they say he reads the souls of his users before crafting their weapons. And he lived up to that name, creating a sword that possessed the ability I needed most. The ability to replace ether with aura. The greatest blacksmith on the continent who made that sword, what the hell happened to him now? Zeke finally reached a man who was leaning against the counter, drinking from a bottle of alcohol. The man turned to Zeke and muttered, "What the? Just a kid. This isn't a place for children, so get out." That man was none other than the so-called soulsmith, Galleon Halbert, a man with long brown hair tied in a ponytail. Zeke looked around and thought, even though he had a difficult temperament, he wasn't this extreme. What exactly happened before he met me? He noticed a bucket filled with rainwater from a leak and picked it up from the floor. Carrying it over to the counter, he suddenly splashed the water all over the blacksmith, leaving him completely stunned. Then, tossing the bucket aside, Zeke leaned over the counter with a smirk and asked, "Are you awake now? I want to know why you rejected my order." The man turned his attention to him, confused, until his eyes landed on the Draker family crest imprinted on the boy's gloves, resting on the counter. His expression instantly changed as he began stammering. Then, bowing over the workbench, pressing his forehead against the wood, he shouted, "Draw, Draker! My deepest apologies for such disrespect. Forgive my insolence, but I am not accepting commissions at the moment. How can a bastard create what others want if he can't even forge what he himself desires?" The man trembled uncontrollably. Seeing his state, Zeke stepped back slightly and started thinking, so even Galleon went through a phase like this. Now that I think about it, he was already the greatest blacksmith on the continent when I met him, and Galleon never told me what kind of life he had before that. He probably didn't want to share such an embarrassing past, but I can't just wait 10 years for him to recover. The man was completely lost in his thoughts and self-loathing, repeating, "Why am I so useless? Can I even make weapons again? A blacksmith who can't forge weapons." He trembled, consumed by his doubts, until Zeke suddenly shouted his name. Galleon turned, startled, and quickly said, "Please, forgive me for showing such disgraceful behavior." Zeke shoved his hands into his pockets and replied, "Don't worry, I'd like to see some of your failures." The man immediately said he would lead him to the back, and Zeke followed. There was no other choice. Zeke had to guide him back onto the right path himself. Upon reaching the back area, the man let out an awkward laugh and scratched his head, saying, "My apologies, sir. I shouldn't have left things in such a mess." Zeke replied, "It's fine, no problem. In a way, it has its charm." In front of him, he saw a vast yard filled with swords embedded in the ground. The blacksmith thanked the boy for his kindness as Zeke walked toward the center of this graveyard of swords. He stopped and picked one up, prompting the blacksmith to shout, "Careful, sir. Even if they are failed works, they're still sharp." The boy began tossing swords into the air, separating a few and thinking, this one, not this one. These aren't failures. Their quality is similar to the weapons he forged when he was named the best in the continent. Examining the blade closely, he activated the Dragon Eyes ability. It was just as he had suspected. He then raised his voice toward Galleon and asked, "Is there a problem with your furnace?" The blacksmith looked startled, hesitated, and then asked, "How did you—" Zeke cut him off. "I asked a question. You use your own smelting technique, don't you?" Galleon's eyes widened. Zeke was right, even though he had never been to his workshop before. The boy rested the sword on the ground and continued, "It looks like you mixed various metals to create a lighter, more refined material, but its durability is weak." He then struck the sword he was holding against another embedded in the ground, shattering it into countless pieces. Holding up the broken fragments for Galleon to see, he explained, "In cases like this, it's because the impurities weren't properly removed during the heat treatment process." Galleon observed him, thinking, he's precisely correct. Not only did he immediately recognize my smelting method, but he also analyzed its main flaw and pinpointed the exact cause. If it's this person, then maybe— Clenching his fists, the blacksmith suddenly spoke, "Sir, this may be a bit— No, very sudden, but I have a request to make." Zeke followed him inside to a more organized room. He asked what exactly the blacksmith wanted, and Galleon rummaged through his belongings before returning to the central table. There, he unfolded a large blueprint, revealing a design for something and asking the boy to take a look first. Zeke stepped closer, placed his hand on the blueprint and thought, this is Galleon's secret, which he revealed years later, the design for a magical furnace. In his mind, he recalled his past encounter with Galleon where the blacksmith had said, "Why hide anything from the one who saved my life? A furnace where the temperature can be freely adjusted through magic. That's my secret." Zeke then commented, "With this, your smelting method would work perfectly." The blacksmith responded excitedly, "Exactly! I knew you'd recognize it immediately." That's when Zeke asked, "Do you have the complete plans? Then why haven't you built it yet?" Galleon explained, "The most crucial part, the design for the mana energy law, is still missing, but the Magic Tower's commission fee is 10,000 gold. Zeke paused for a moment and started thinking, a common family of 4 has a monthly expense of 10 gold. That's 1,000 times more. So it took him 10 years to save up that entire amount, huh? He commented that the price was absurd, and Galleon finally revealed his request. That's why I wanted to ask you something. You're a Draker, and a pure blood awakened. So if you build the furnace for me, I'll forge any weapon you request for free, and without conditions for as long as I live. Zeke stopped and began to think, this is complicated. It would be possible if I were the guardian knight of the family, but even as a pureblood, it's impossible for me to obtain 10,000 gold in support. Still, I can't give up on Graham, the Sword of Radiation. His issue is with the laws of mana energy. Wait, mana energy laws? He had an idea, smiled, grabbed the blueprint from the table, and started rolling it up before saying, all right, I'll accept. The blacksmith couldn't believe it and asked, for real, sir? Zeke tucked the rolled-up blueprint into his pocket and waving a hand said, I can ask a favor from a mage I know. I'll let you know when I get a response. Oh, and stop drinking. Galleon grabbed the boy's hand and collapsed to his knees, tears and snot running down his face as he sobbed, thank you, sir. This Galleon will serve you for the rest of his life as his savior. The boy shouted, hey, snot! And Galleon kept repeating his gratitude until Zeke finally pried himself free and said, my God, I get it, so stop. I'll contact you once it's done. Later, in the research buildings of Draker Academy, Zeke walked with his sword on his back, thinking, why do those bastards at the Magic Tower keep the commission fee so high? The structure itself seemed simple. Fanon's specialty was designing mana energy laws. His research lab was... Our protagonist kept walking until something caught his attention. He turned his sharp gaze toward a dark alley and noticed something. Deeper inside, he saw a group of boys wearing the uniform of his academy. One of them was clinging to another's feet, sobbing desperately. I'm so sorry, it's all my fault, please. Leo stood before the boy with a murderous look and asked, what? The boy, whom he saw as Zeke, replied, I apologize, Lord Leon Conrad. My humble self laid hands upon your body. Leo drove his foot into the boy's head, smashing it against the ground, and with a sadistic expression he declared, yes, Zeke, well said. As a reward, I'll give you the opportunity to clean the dirt you soiled. The boy started licking Leo's boot while repeating, thank you, Lord Leon Conrad. All the others stood in a circle, watching. Zeke clenched his teeth in fury upon seeing that, and began walking toward the alley, muttering, for God's sake. Leo started driving his fists into the boy, repeating, vermin like you are an obstacle just by existing. Blood splattered from his knuckles upon impact. A vein bulged on his face as he spoke. That bastard Zeke was the same. An unprecedented reaction of golden light. A pure blood awakened who surpassed all others. Enough of this nonsense. He started kicking the boy over and over, venting all his frustration and rage, thinking losing to that inferior pest couldn't be avoided since he landed that surprise attack before the fight began. But how did some recessive-blooded bastard beat me by luck just because he's a pure-blood awakened? Suddenly he was snapped out of his violent trance when he heard Zeke's voice shout, wow! Hey, Freckleface! Have you already found a replacement for me? Zeke was grinning openly, until he stopped, his expression turning deadly serious as he coldly declared, I'll give all of you 3 seconds to put your heads on the ground. Outside that alley, the day seemed peaceful, bright and fresh. But inside, darkness reigned. Leo raised his voice and shouted, what? Your arrogance has skyrocketed ever since you went through your pure blood awakening, Zeke Draker. In fact, are you even sure you actually went through a pure blood awakening? Zeke cut him off, shouting, shut up, get on the ground, or else... Zeke's aura was dark and menacing. Leo flinched, began sweating, and stepped back, thinking, what is this pressure? Just a few months ago, he was crawling between my legs, and yet I'm scared. He clenched his teeth. Anger surged to his head, and he ordered, how dare you tell me what to do, you inferior bastard? What are you all waiting for? Attack him! The boys surrounding him rushed at Zeke, who sighed and replied, don't blame me for this, got it? Before the first one's punch could land, Zeke effortlessly dodged, making the boy even more furious. He then lunged at him, slamming him into the ground with a punch to the stomach that made him spit blood. The others charged at him, but one by one they were thrown to the ground. Blows landed, Zeke spun one of them and hurled him against the last, sending him flying. It was a one-sided massacre. The boys fell over each other, covered in blood with every new strike Zeke landed. Leo watched it all in utter shock, sweating in terror. His comrades lay sprawled on the ground while he thought, there's no way. This bastard. Is he really the Zeke Draker I know? Zeke walked toward him, adjusting his gloves as he said, no need to be afraid, I'm sure you already know. It only hurts for a moment. Leo drew his sword, his entire body trembling along with the blade, and screamed, stay back! I'll cut you down if you come any closer! Zeke stopped, silent for a moment, then looked at him seriously and said, are you really drawing your sword outside the training arena? You know what that means, right? The boy swallowed hard and saw Zeke reach for the sword on his back. He screamed for him to stop, but it was useless. Our protagonist unsheathed his blade and pointed it at Leo, declaring, to face the killing intent of Leon Conrad, who has drawn his sword outside the sacred training arena, I, Zeke Draker, will retaliate in the name of honor. His aura burned a menacing crimson, and Leo, the once arrogant bully, trembled even more at the following words. The battle ahead will end only when one of us faces death. All responsibility falls on us, and the opponent assumes no liability for the consequences that follow. Liam Stone, you shall be the witness. Liam lifted his head, his face swollen from the blows he had taken earlier, and looked at the two. Zeke said, "Now let's continue." That was enough. Leo dropped his sword to the ground, and Zeke watched him with a deadly gaze. The former bully fell to his knees, the ground beneath him wet, revealing that he had wet himself. He raised his hands and began to plead. I'm sorry. Lord Zeke Draker, please let me live. Just let me go." Zeke lowered his sword and recalled himself, standing, prostrated in that same position so many times before, repeating the same words, only directed at Leo. He sighed and thought, "This idiot bastard." A swift cut was delivered to Leo, who stood in shock, not understanding. Then Zeke sheathed his sword and said, "I'll take your ear as payment." Leo watched his ear fly to the other side of the alley and began screaming, My ear!" He clutched his bloodied face as Zeke walked up to him, grabbed him by the hair, and with a threatening tone declared, "If your ear is reattached when we meet again, what I'll take next won't be your ear, but your head." Our protagonist slammed the boy's head into the ground, sending blood flying. The boy remained motionless, his head buried in his own blood, now unconscious. Zeke sighed and began walking away when someone called out to him. He stopped, but without turning he heard, "Zeke, why? Why did you help me?" He remained silent at the question from the boy he had saved, Liam Stone, Jackin's servant and the future mercenary king. Then, still without turning, he smirked and replied, "Don't worry about it. I wasn't helping you." Our protagonist continued walking, knowing the truth. He had helped himself, and the one he had left behind in that alley was his own weak, tormented self, abused for so many years, but now avenged. As he turned the alley and walked back into the light, he stretched, thinking, "Did Galleon influence me?" I almost said something embarrassing out loud. Finally, at the Galleon Academy Research Laboratory, he asked, "Is this possible, Professor?" Zeke had spread the project across the table, and both of them observed it while sitting across from each other. Fanon responded, "Let me get straight to the point. It should be possible." Zeke said, "Really? Then I'd like to leave it with you." But the professor adjusted his glasses and interrupted him. "Wait, I think you should hear my explanation first. The problem lies in the core responsible for the energy output. As you mentioned, the overall composition is simple. However, the issue is with the core that regulates energy circulation. The core is considered the heart of this machine, but the next circuit has extremely complicated restrictions. It may be small, but it requires sufficient energy, and we also need a way to adjust the output without delay. This is unprecedented." Zeke got straight to the point and asked if it was still possible despite that. The professor explained, "Yes, there are two options. Given the core's conditions, I could redesign it personally. However, it would take at least a decade to reconstruct the core's design." "No, about 15 years. Zeke shouted in shock. 15 years? Fanon took his pen from the ink bottle and placed it at the center of the blueprint, saying, "Yes, it will take an incredible amount of time. As for the second method, we could avoid designing the core altogether and use an alternative material. But while this would save a lot of time, the required material is a high-compression mana stone." Zeke was startled again, slammed the table and yelled, "What? Isn't that an ancient artifact that can't be created with modern technology?" Fanon replied, "Correct. Ancient relics are already rare. However, finding artifacts in ruins is even harder. Finding a mana stone that can support our design would cost over 3,000 gold. Zeke touched his forehead, gripping some of his hair, and fell into a spiral of thoughts. "Could be expelled if anyone finds out I can't use aura, but 15 years is way too long. However, 3,000 gold is way too high. I can't believe this. I can't just give up on Graham, the Sword of Radiation. Most people think I'm an aura user thanks to what happened during the blessing rite, but that was just a reaction created with ether and healing. The fact that I still can't use aura remains the same. Ether is considered a power difficult for humans to control. However, excluding the soul spirit ability that my master taught me, I can't use any sword techniques that require aura. Even with that ability, I can only reinforce and swing my body. Compared to ether, aura is easier to use and more versatile. That's why I need Graham, the Sword of Radiation. Damn it, how am I supposed to get a high-compression mana stone?" Suddenly, Fanon brought him back, smiling and saying, "By the way, the creator of these blueprints is incredible. Even considering the complex core, this is an efficient design. It would be difficult to create, even among relics of the Golden Era." That's when Zeke paused and smiled. A relic of the Golden Era? Yes. Why hadn't he thought of that before? He then stood up, resting his hands on the table, and declared, "Please take care of the designs until I return, Professor." Fanon was confused and asked, "What do you mean? Are you telling me to take 15 years to complete the design?" Zeke chuckled, then turned to Fanon and said, "Of course not. I'm going to get one. A high-compression mana stone, I mean." The Golden Era, the Liberation War, fought to escape the dominion of dragons and ended with the defeat of the evil dragon Bahamut by Tarakan Draker, granting humanity a century of peace. During this time, the ancient relics discovered in the Dragon's Cave were remnants of the era of the Hero King, the primary age of magic. All the relics, techniques, and magic discovered surpassed modern standards. Among them was the high-compression mana stone, capable of sustaining the mana needs of an entire village, a relic from the era of the Hero King. A large white building with a dome on the roof, the central library of the Draker Academy, though rarely used, was still maintained, believed to have been established by Tarakan himself. During an expansion of the records room, relics from the Golden Era were discovered. This led to the involvement of the Magic Tower and the Archmage of Nirvana, a member of the three great families, in the excavation. During those few months, countless relics from the Golden Era were found, and news of this spread across the Continental Bulletin. Or at least that's what would happen 10 years later. Zeke walked through the records room of the central library thinking, no one has discovered the relics yet, not even aware of them. I could search all day and still not find them. He activated the draconic skill Dragon Eyes and began to scan the area, walking until, bingo! Something caught his attention. A floorboard stood out. His theory was that it would sound hollow if he tapped it, and so he did. After confirming it, he activated the skill Soul Spirit, and his hand was imbued with energy. He formed a sharp tip from the energy in his hand and traced lines around the loose floorboard thinking, cut, the only application of ether for the Soul Spirit skill my master taught me. Since ether materializes the user's will, it's possible to apply certain properties, like cut, and use them in different scenarios. However, this has its downsides, as the user must spend a significant amount of ether to perform any action. After finishing, he panted, touched his head, feeling dizzy, and muttered, I think using Soul Spirit is too much. He removed the floorboard and climbed through the hole that opened in the ground. He then repositioned it to make sure no one would notice and continued his descent. Carrying a torch, he walked through the underground corridors until he remarked, the bulletin didn't say it would be this deep. Suddenly, a noise caught his attention. He turned and hid when he noticed two dark presences approaching. It should have taken at least a decade for anyone to find these ruins. He wondered if someone could have found the place before and leaned against the wall to peer, but what he saw were two armed skeletons. He thought, they're holding shovels and pickaxes. Right, it looks like they weren't made from a corpse. If that's the case, this should be easy. He pulled his sword from his inventory and activated the critical strike skill. With a swift advance, he skillfully cut through both skeletons at once, performing an energy slash in front of him. Their weapons flew away, and he finished the creatures by tearing off their heads. To his surprise, a notification appeared in front of him saying, for defeating two skeletons, you earned 2 karma points. Skeletons defeated 2. Current karma points 22. He rested his sword on his shoulder and smiled, saying, oh, right. I can earn points by killing monsters. That slipped my mind because I was focused on the artifact. Wait a minute. Isn't this a great chance to farm points? He smiled wickedly, and then walked joyfully like an excited child humming, I'm coming, my lovely points. Zeke began striking each skeleton. More and more of them fell to the ground defeated, and now their number had reached 20. He commented that this was easy and checked his administrator window. There, he saw his karma points updating, totaling 40. He decided to take a closer look to see if he could unlock anything with his points. The initial quest book was priced at 45, and the minimap was priced at 20. The Draconic skill, Devour, and the blocked level 2 skill each required 50 points. He realized that for now, he could only purchase the minimap. Zeke bought the Chosen function, and a translucent map appeared in front of him, displaying his location and the area's layout. Zeke quickly recognized it as being similar to a magical map. He saw a button appearing next to the map and clicked it to see what would happen. The minimap was converted from 2D to 3D, and several blocks emerged in front of him. He watched this, trying to touch one of the blocks, and said, amazing, this is what I'm talking about, but why is only this room a different color? He clicked on the red room that diverged from the rest of the blue map, and the system asked, would you like directions to the Dragonslayer's tomb storage room that was selected? His eyes widened, and he thought, storage room? The dragons took days for the search team to find this, but I found its location with ease? Of course, protagonist. With the help of the system, it's easy, right? Well, he clicked to authorize, and the system provided the quickest path to the selected destination. In front of him, a line formed on the map, linking the red gem showing his location to the storage room. He laughed and commented, I can't believe this. How could I possibly get lost with this? Sometime later, the system notified him that he had reached his destination. In front of him stood a massive red door with golden decorations. He looked up at it, thinking, I think I'm here, but how do I get in? He tried pushing it, but it seemed like it wouldn't open that easily. Upon touching the door, a wave of red lightning ricocheted. He felt his hand being pushed back and thought, a security spell. That's why the magical tower and the Nirvana Archmage were involved. It must be because of this door. I won't be able to pass the spell. I would have lost my hand if it weren't for my gloves. He looked at his hands, still tingling with red energy, and asked aloud, System, can't you open it for me? The system then displayed the following response. We received the administrator's request. We will now connect to the security device. The security spell is being deactivated. The automatic device activation failed. Now we will activate the manual device. He was stunned and asked, What? Wait, are you responding to what I just said? The system replied, Yes, I am. Do you have any other requests, Administrator Zeke Draker? Could he actually talk to the system? Well, if that was the case, he had some questions. First, he asked, Why did you force me to regress? But the answer was, I cannot answer this question. He tried again. What is this administrator system? The answer was the same. He tried once more. Who created you? But again, the response was, I cannot answer the next question. Do you have any other requests, Administrator Zeke Draker? Our protagonist sighed, thinking, Damn, I'm not getting any answers to any of the important questions. He then simply said, Just open the door. The system responded, We have confirmed the administrator's request. Dragon Slayer's tomb. The storage room has been opened. The golden binding shone, and the door opened. Before him inside, he saw a series of walls lined with chests. Dust rose in the abandoned space, and he asked, Wow, all of this is treasure chests? As the name suggested, it was a chest filled with valuable relics and treasures. Finding even a single one of these relics would be considered almost miraculous. He laughed and opened one of the chests, where he found a series of shining treasures. Opening each chest one after another, he said, You're telling me there are hundreds of these things? I'll take this. Oh, this one looks good, I think. I can give this to Fanon. Suddenly, he found an item glowing with green energy. Upon opening one of the chests, he saw 4 small capsules with green material inside and said, Finally, I found it. A high-compression mana stone? 4 of them? Even better. I'll use a point to expand my inventory by 4 slots. Still don't have enough room for everything. I guess I'll have to come back here regularly until I graduate. His bag was full. Not just that, but his inventory as well. That should be enough for today. But then something happened. He stood up, and an ominous energy surged. He stopped walking and felt the darkness pulsing in the air. He followed the energy, thinking, Huh? What's this creepy sensation? He touched a spot on the wall where waves of red energy spread. He turned around, startled to see what was happening. Several arcane circles appeared around him, glowing brightly. He had no idea what it was, but soon after, he disappeared, leaving the room completely empty. Zeke landed in a spot amidst the darkness, with red circles surrounding him. Looking around, he asked the system where he was, and it responded that his current location was the home of the Dragon Slayer. Around him stretched a long corridor lined with numerous tombs on each side. He looked up, seeing an enormous wall of tombs, and muttered to himself, The home of the Dragon Slayer? I've never heard anything about a room full of coffins in the bulletin. He activated the mini-map and checked his location while thinking, I knew it. I'm not far from where I was before, but there's no connected path leading to the home of the Dragon Slayer either. If that's the case, this might be a secret area that's never been discovered before. I can't ignore this place then. He approached one of the tombs and pushed the lid. As the dust settled, he found a silver armor inside. The system informed him that he had discovered the exclusive equipment of the Dragon Slayer. He picked up the armor in his hands and examined it from all angles, thinking, exclusive equipment of the Dragon Slayer. Well, I suppose it's different from the Golden Age armor. What's this? There's some kind of hole, or something like that. On the back of the armor, near the neck, there was a small slot. After assessing its shape, something came to his mind. He wasn't sure if he was right, but it was worth testing. The opportunity couldn't be missed. He took out one of the mana stone containers he had collected. The object glowed intensely in his hand, and he inserted it into the armor's slot. The container shone brightly, with arcs of energy flowing from it, and the system informed, You have installed a mana battery into the exclusive equipment of the Dragon Slayer. The equipment has been activated. The eyes of the armor lit up. Circuit-like lines ran across it as Zeke watched eagerly, anticipating what would happen next. Suddenly, the armor stood up and began to tremble. The energy surged more intensely, and Zeke couldn't understand what was happening. A look of concern spread across his face. The energy continued to rise, and he asked, alarmed, what was going on. A massive green explosion erupted, the cloud of smoke spread, and the system issued 2 notifications explaining, An overload caused by equipment failure has resulted in activation failure. We estimate that an explosion will occur in a few moments. We suggest you take cover. Sitting on the ground, his face covered in soot as he struggled to prop himself up, Zeke responded, It already exploded, man, and the system apologized. Zeke stood up and walked toward the armor, which was still emitting black smoke. He examined it along with the tomb where it had previously rested, thinking, Are you telling me that a high-compression monostone was the power source for these ancient armors? What kind of features did it have that required such a massive energy source? I'll ask Fanon about this later. Let's keep searching. He then continued walking through the area to cover more ground and try to find an exit. Some of the rooms he explored were completely empty, except for the last one, where a large black glass cube lay at the center of the floor. Zeke stopped in front of it, and the system issued a new notification. His eyes widened as he read it, and sweat began to form on his brow as he thought, Terracon Draker. That guy, he was insane. Before him, a massive black dragon appeared, flames flickering in its mouth and its gaze burning with intensity. Beneath it, a heart pulsed with fire, and the notification that had appeared to Zeke was revealed. The inheritance of Terracon Draker, heart of the cursed light dragon Bahamut, has been found. Zeke stared at it, thinking, to think he left the heart of the dragon he defeated as a farewell gift. That explains the ominous feeling I had when entering the storage room. But compared to that, this is different. A dark aura began to rise, spreading throughout the room, and the system informed, the heart of the cursed light dragon, Bahamut, is reacting to the administrator. Black smoke started flowing into Zeke's body, invading him like dark flames and seeping into his skin. His gaze became vacant, his mind flooded with whispers. Yes, I hear you. Yes, I had no choice. Yes, I understand, I will kill them all. His class skill, Indomitable Mental Defense, activated, pulling him out of the trance. Touching his face and feeling the weight in his eyes, he muttered, Kill them all? Why would I? Looking at his own hand, he saw that the dark flames had embedded themselves into his skin. His right eye had turned completely black, and more dark markings had appeared on his face. He watched as the flames intertwined with the swirling black smoke around him and screamed, What the hell is this? What's happening to me? A black tornado formed around him, and a massive explosion of purple flames erupted before him, followed by a new system notification. Urgent mission, Terracon Draker's trial, overcome the powerful curse of Bahamut's heart. Mission reward, ownership of Terracon's farewell gift. Zeke read the notification, but before he could react, the system message itself began to burn in the flames. Whatever those flames were, they transcended the physical world. With his vision clouded by black smoke, he watched as the system displayed a series of errors. The class skill that had saved him earlier had now been deactivated. Zeke collapsed to the ground, the black smoke filling the entire area around him as his mind was flooded with a single command. Kill them all! Kill them all! He clutched his face, both of his eyes now consumed by darkness. The voice in his mind wouldn't stop. It continued issuing orders. Accept me, accept me, accept me, and you will be free, and you will be free. Taking drastic measures, Zeke hurled himself against the glass. His face slammed into the cube, and he let out a maniacal laugh as blood trickled from the wounds on his face. Staring at his reflection, he muttered, Stop whispering. You're so damn annoying. You're going to give me freedom? Freedom is earned, you idiot. The cube shattered. Shards flew in all directions, and a core of flames ignited before him as the black smoke turned red. A series of notifications appeared. He had overcome the so-called Curse of the Light Dragon and completed the urgent mission. As a reward, Zeke gained ownership of Terracon's farewell gift. Breathing heavily, he braced himself against the ground and thought, damn, that could have been worse. But what the hell was that just now? To think my skill would fail. His class skills, Healing Factor and Infinite Stamina, activated. Then he began absorbing Heart of the Cursed Light Dragon, Bahamut. Zeke lifted his gaze, his face dripping with sweat and blood, as he saw the flaming heart pulsing in front of him, firing a beam directly at him. The crimson energy struck him, forming a massive glowing red wall around him. A sudden shift coursed through his body. A source of pure, dense mana began flowing toward him. However, his body felt as if it was burning from the inside out. The energy seemed to be consuming him. He quickly realized the issue. He had no mana circuits to accept it. Without a proper place to store the energy, the overwhelming power was beginning to destroy him from within. He had to act fast, or his fate would be sealed right there. The crimson explosion surrounding him intensified. With no other choice, he made a swift decision. His hand ignited with purple flames, and he activated Soul Spirit Seal. Between his hands, a condensed sphere of dark energy began to form. Using a sealing incantation, he channeled his ether to encase the mana, sealing it within an etheric void. He concentrated all his strength. Lightning crackled around him, pulsing violently, until the seal triggered a massive explosion. The flames erupted, ripping through the shattered cube ahead of him. A tunnel of smoke and fire shot upward from the crater that had formed on the ground. From within the hole, waves of flame spread outward as Zeke struggled to recover from the immense energy surging through his body, hunched over and gasping for air. Pulses of energy flickered until, at last, the flames faded, and he exhaled in relief. He looked at his hand and murmured, I think I survived? Looking around, he saw that the entire room had been destroyed. Smoke drifted through the wreckage. He approached what remained of the shattered cube, now surrounded by jagged shards of glass, and noticed that the heart was gone. Studying the area closely, he concluded that the mana indeed belonged to Bahamut, but as he inspected further, something caught his attention. In the reflection of one of the glass shards, he saw a mark on his chest. A red dragon-shaped symbol had formed. Touching it, he thought, "What is this? Did this appear when I sealed Bahamut's mana?" His eyes widened as a new series of notifications appeared before him, explaining what had happened. "You have absorbed Heart of the Cursed Light Dragon, Bahamut. The absorbed mana has altered the administrator's body. The administrator's constitution has changed to divine body. A power beyond your control has been detected. 95% of the power has been compressed and sealed. As the heir, you have gained the right to access Terrakin Draker's secure library. The initial quest logbook has been unlocked. A beginner-level administrator tutorial has been provided." Zeke read everything, muttering, "Divine body, Terrakin Draker's secure library, a tutorial? What is all this? I'll check it out later." However, one notification in particular caught his attention. He tapped on it, reviewing it more closely before grinning and saying, "Wait, except for this one. Looks like my ancestor was feeling generous." And right before him, a new notification appeared with a single question. "Would you like to open Terrakin Draker's other farewell gift?" The system confirmed the administrator's request and began to open the specified gift. The lid of the cube slid aside, revealing its contents, and Zeke watched in complete shock. He knew what it was, but he couldn't believe it. Back at the Platinum Mansion, Zeke stored the items he had brought back in his locker and closed it. Opening his system interface, he decided to check his status and open Terrakin Draker's second farewell gift. As he read through his status, he commented, "Authority and Constitution? A lot of things have been added. It looks like this enchantment can be unlocked once I become stronger." The descriptions of the two new main functions added were, Authority Draconic Control. You have control over the dragon race. Dragons under your command can be summoned and will follow your orders. Constitution, Divine Body. Your body can operate at its highest level. Your combat learning rate and the ether transfer rate within your body have increased. The descriptions didn't really help his understanding, and there was also that status window. Not the second farewell gift, but another status window related to Terrakan that he hadn't been able to see clearly. Zeke ordered the system to open it, and it displayed the following information. To open Terrakin Draker's secure library, an information update is required. Zeke was intrigued by this so-called library, but before he could think further, the system declared, "Please move to a location where an information update is possible. Would you like me to mark a location on your mini-map?" Zeke was confused. He needed to leave his current location just to receive information. He asked the system to show him where he had to go, and the mini-map displayed a destination. It didn't take long for him to recognize it. Valhalla, the most prestigious knight training institution. In Valhalla, individuals who are not administrators are incapable of even seeing, let alone entering the area. Even he would have difficulty getting in. He hadn't even planned to join it, but if something related to Terrakin's farewell gift was there, then it might be worth adjusting his plans. It seemed he would have to continue being part of the family he so despised. Zeke clicked on one of the windows, activating the initial mission book. The system then informed him that a tutorial would begin soon. Once completed, a mission would be given to encourage his growth. After completing the mission, he would receive a reward. Zeke observed all the open windows, thinking, "I get a reward when I successfully complete a mission." It seems similar to an adventurer's guild or mercenary assignments, but what is this tutorial? Suddenly, the tutorial began. At first, Zeke didn't understand, but soon, something changed. A strong blue light shone around his bed, transforming the sheets into a mesh of pixels. Zeke was transported into a reality with a virtual appearance. Standing in that void, he looked around thinking, "Huh? What is this place? Was I teleported like before? No, it's different this time. It feels like the entire area has changed." Pixels rose behind him, glowing. As he turned around, he noticed a new existence had materialized. A series of gigantic creatures wielding clubs, their eyes filled with fury. Orcs. He quickly realized that the system had given him his tutorial mission. Defeat the monsters within the given time limit using 2 or more different abilities. Reward: points and unlocking of the system shop. Time available: 60 minutes. Wasting no time, Zeke pulled his sword from his inventory, thinking, the sudden appearance of orcs and a fitting mission. Is the tutorial trying to create situations where I can take advantage of the system? The creatures charged forward, ready to strike him with their clubs, while he thought about how great it would have been to have something like this in his past life. The orcs slammed their clubs into the ground, creating an explosion of dust. The virtual grid forming the floor bent, and Zeke activated his skills, Quick Steps, and Continuous Strike. He dashed forward at incredible speed, cutting through the creatures with precision. They roared, trembling in place as their bodies were sliced apart, then shattered into 1,000 pieces under Zeke's relentless strikes. Our protagonist watched his defeated enemies, thinking, "This claymore feels as light as a feather." A new system notification appeared before him, informing, "Constitution Divine Body. Your body can operate at its highest level. Your combat learning rate and the ether transfer rate within your body have increased." Zeke observed with his blood-stained sword, thinking, "Is this the effect of having a divine body? With this, I should be able to easily defeat a purple knight." The system informed him that he had completed the tutorial mission, and the entire area around him returned to its original state. However, he found himself in the Academy's training arena. Realizing he had returned, he watched as the sword in his hand dissolved into pixels. He wondered if everything had been an illusion, despite how incredibly real it had felt. The system informed him that he had obtained a critical bonus, a time bonus, and, as a mission reward, he received 40 points and access to the shop category. Excitedly examining the virtual shop window that appeared before him, Zeke smiled and said, "I can buy items through the system? What is this? This is incredible. Giant's meat, a potion made from a giant's flesh. There are only rare relics here that cost a fortune. Could I make good money just by reselling these items?" The system projected a message onto Zeke's interface, instructing him to place the item he wanted to sell in the specified window. It also informed him that he could sell items from his inventory. When he attempted to list his training claymore, he received a warning. That item could not be sold. He then selected the elven dagger, and the system asked if he wanted to sell it, stating that the price would be 4 points. Zeke analyzed the situation and thought it seemed like only ancient relics could be sold. The offer wasn't particularly appealing, 4 points. But considering he could sell it for 100 gold pieces at an auction, he decided that unless he desperately needed points, he wouldn't use this option right away. He dismissed the system windows and stretched as he walked back to his room, saying, "Woo, today was a long day. Looks like I'll get a good night's sleep tonight." The next day, at the Draker Academy Research Center, Zeke was already seated in a room with Professor Fannin, who remarked, "You actually managed to find a high-compression mana stone in a single day. How did you do it?" Zeke picked up the milk tea from the table and replied, "It's too complicated for me to explain. Forget about that. How long will everything take?" The professor responded that it was already complete, and Zeke was impressed. It was incredible that it had been finished in just a single day. However, the professor manipulated the battery in his hands, his expression serious, and commented that he found it even more impressive that Zeke had managed to bring it. Zeke sipped his tea with a mischievous smile, thinking, "Looks like he's suspicious of me. Every time high-compression mana stones are found on the continent, they are recorded using a variety of ancient texts and used to manage ownership of some of the most expensive mana stones. By checking the registration number, one can confirm where and when the mana stone was found, as well as its current owner. However, there's no way the mana stone I'm holding is registered. That's because I'm the first to discover it." Sitting with Professor Fanon, Zeke could see a specific book, the Encyclopedia of High-Compression Mana Stone Records of the Central Continent. Placing his cup back onto the saucer on the table, Zeke thought, the ability to suspect, rather than blindly believe in me, along with his judgment and skills, he's far too talented to rot away in a place like this. Our protagonist stood up and walked over to Fannin, asking, "Now that you've confirmed the registration number, can we go?" Fannin turned around, startled, and asked in surprise, "Oh, you knew." The two headed to Galleon's workshop, where they began the activation process. The equipment glowed with active arcane circles, spinning and generating power points until a series of circles burst, releasing an enormous amount of energy. Galleon watched in excitement, smiling as his creation functioned perfectly, while Zeke and Fanon observed from a distance, both grinning. Fanon mentioned that he had a lecture to attend, so he would meet up with Zeke later. Our protagonist thanked him, and he left. Galleon followed Zeke into the room, saying, "To think I'd witness a fully functional magical brazier in my lifetime. Thank you, sir." Zeke placed his backpack on the table and replied, "It was part of the deal. No need to thank me. I'm sure you haven't forgotten the conditions you offered." Galleon immediately responded, "Of course, just say the word, and I'll do it." Zeke then pulled a chest from his backpack and opened it, saying, "Turn this into a sword." Galleon looked inside, his eyes widening in astonishment. "Sir, is this a dragon's fang?" Inside the chest lay an item called the Sharpest Fang of the Cursed Light Dragon Bahamut, glowing intensely. Galleon picked up the fang and began drooling with excitement, exclaiming, I've never seen one in such good condition or size. Where did you get this?" Zeke couldn't tell him the truth, but this was the second farewell gift he had received from Tarakan Draker. From hearts to fangs, Tarakan loved collecting things. Zeke sighed, closing his eyes, and simply replied that it was a bit complicated. But when he opened them again, he saw Galleon hunched forward, trembling. He approached the man, trying to understand if he was okay, and heard him say between sobs, "You created a magical brazier, and now you're giving me the chance to craft with a dragon's fang." Then he straightened up, his posture firm and his aura imposing, declaring, "I will exceed your expectations. I, Galleon Halbert, will forge your blade, even if it costs me my life." Galleon grinned widely, pointing to himself, and Zeke listened to his thoughts. "Of course you should. After all, it's a request from the person who saved your life." He recalled a moment from his previous life, when the blacksmith had said the exact same thing to him. Back then, Zeke had responded by asking him not to go that far. It was a bit much. The man had slumped his shoulders in disappointment. Now, in his new life, Zeke smiled, thinking about how his friend was still the same. He then left the workshop, saying he would leave everything in Galleon's hands. As he walked away, he wondered what kind of sword the blacksmith would create this time. He couldn't help but feel excited about the result. And inside the workshop, Galleon was already preparing the forge. Back in Zeke's room at Platina Mansion, our protagonist unbuttoned his uniform, grumbling, "So much work just to make this sword. It's been a week since the duel with the Duke, and ever since I got that message to meet him again, something is bound to happen sooner or later." Suddenly, something snapped him out of his thoughts, a dark, menacing aura, a familiar presence that now felt even stronger. He turned slightly and heard Dexter speaking from the balcony, asking, "Why? Why didn't you come, boy? Tell me the truth." Zeke shuddered, but even amidst the terror this presence made him feel, he smiled, thinking, "He really wants to kill me." After all, he had achieved his goal. He had provoked Dexter. The man seemed unhinged. Zeke motioned for him to leave, saying, "I can't believe this. You told me to meet you if I wanted to challenge you again. I didn't go because I had no intention of—" Dexter lunged forward, grabbing him by the collar, cutting him off and insisting, "I told you to tell me the truth." Dexter was completely out of control. He tightened his grip and hurled Zeke toward the window. It happened so fast that Zeke didn't even register what was happening. His mind screamed danger, and he realized he was falling. It was too high. From this height, he would die before he had the chance to heal. Still midair, Zeke twisted his body, reaching out to grab the ledge of a lower floor. But before he could, Dexter's hand appeared out of nowhere and clamped around his neck. The gardener held him aloft, his eyes burning with fury, and declared, "You have no intention of challenging me again? No way. There's no way you don't know my intentions. In fact, it's more likely to be the opposite. You didn't come even after reading my message. First in the treatment room and now again. It's almost as if you're trying to piss me off." Zeke realized the truth. Until now, Dexter hadn't even shown his full power. He was just toying with him. Then Dexter gave his ultimatum. "I'll give you 5 seconds, and you'd better tell me the truth this time." 5. Zeke laughed, even with blood dripping from his mouth. Even in this dire situation, with Dexter removing a finger from his neck with each count, he still spoke. "You're funny. You haven't even revealed your true identity to me. Isn't that right? Gardener Dexter?" Zeke emphasized the last part, now dangling by only 2 fingers. It was a gamble, but it didn't pay off. Dexter grinned slyly before suddenly hurling him back inside. Zeke bounced off the floor, skidding across the room before his head slammed into the wall, leaving a hole. Groaning, he rubbed his head, complaining about the pain. Dexter walked toward him, extending a hand, and said, "Yeah, you got me, kid. I was once a Black Knight of the Drakers, Duke Draker." Sitting on the floor, surrounded by overturned furniture, Zeke lifted his head to Dexter and asked, "Once?" Then he placed a hand over his chest, bowed his head with closed eyes, and said, "For disrespecting a member of the family and a noble Black Knight, allow me to apologize from the bottom of my heart." Dexter stared at him in disbelief, blurting out, "What the hell? Were you planning this?" Zeke laughed boldly and answered, "Huh? Of course not. But Duke, you said you were once a Black Knight?" Dexter turned away and walked toward the boy's bed, saying, "That's not important. I was a Black Knight, but I'm not anymore." Zeke pressed on. "Huh? Is that even possible? I know you can be promoted, but I never heard of someone being demoted." Dexter sat on the bed and replied, "Kid, let's stop talking about this." Zeke looked more closely and noticed that Dexter's fingers were trembling. Realizing there was more to this story than a simple rank change, he said, "Understood. Since you told me the truth, Duke, I'll tell you the truth as well." The wind blew through the room, and time passed as Zeke shared his version of the story. Dexter remained seated, listening, until he finally asked, "So you already knew about my identity? Did you actually go through the trouble of becoming my official apprentice?" Zeke, still on his knees before him, answered, "Yes, that's correct." Dexter smirked and said, "I can't believe your audacity." Then he slapped his thigh and declared, "All right, I accept you as my apprentice." Zeke was surprised and thought, "What? That was so easy. I better accept before he changes his mind." He quickly kneeled with one knee forward and formally declared, "Duke Draker, noble knight among knights, I declare my intention to become your apprentice. Under your guidance, I shall gain wisdom and power to bring honor to my master's name, and I will do my best to—" Dexter rolled his eyes, already bored by the formality, and interrupted, You're aware of the apprentice's vow, right? Not many people use it anymore. Zeke smiled, still keeping his head lowered, and replied, culture is a necessary virtue for a knight. Dexter called him a cunning snake, to which Zeke responded that he would take it as a compliment. However, before moving on, Zeke asked his master for permission to ask a question. Dexter sighed, saying it was embarrassing to be called master, but agreed. That's when Zeke asked why he had accepted him as an apprentice. The Duke was famous for never taking on apprentices. Only Andre, the genius of the century, had managed to become his apprentice, and that was after years of begging. So why had he accepted Zeke so easily? Though Zeke had a general idea. During their duel, the Duke must have seen a potential in him that surpassed Andre's. Zeke knew Dexter had a keen eye. Dexter leaned forward and with a smirk asked, "Why do you think I did it?" "Guess, my apprentice." Zeke responded with overwhelming enthusiasm. "Isn't it because I'm the genius of my family?" Dexter sighed in frustration and replied, "Your confidence is truly something else. If that were the case, I would have chosen the girl from the Turan family." The master laughed, and Zeke turned his head away, annoyed. Then Dexter continued his explanation. "I liked your tenacity. Talent alone isn't enough to reach the level of a red or black knight. In fact, those kinds of people who have never faced real struggles crumble at the first sign of adversity." Zeke agreed and thought, "That's true. Most praised geniuses, those expected to reach red knight level, not only fail to do so but end up stuck at blue knight level." Dexter then stood up and said, "Enough talking for now. Follow me, my apprentice. Time for your first lesson." Zeke eagerly followed him, and the two walked until they reached the Western Greenhouse gym. Zeke looked around, thinking, "I never knew there was a gym under the greenhouse. What is he planning? I've been running since he told me to, but it's already been 3 hours." Dexter watched him closely as he ran, until he finally shouted for him to stop. Zeke obeyed and asked if that meant he didn't have to keep running. Dexter then asked if he could ask him a question. Zeke grinned and asked what his master wanted to know. Suddenly, Dexter moved in an instant, appearing behind him. He said it was nothing major, then reached out to grab Zeke's wrist. Zeke reacted immediately, yanking his arm away and jumping back to create distance. Dexter looked at his hand, then massaged it and said, "Do you have a problem with me checking your pulse?" Zeke remained silent, staring at him seriously. Dexter then continued, "I knew something was off about you from the start. When we fought in the infirmary, when we dueled in the greenhouse, and even after running 500 laps around the gym, I didn't sense a single drop of aura from you." Dexter's sharp gaze bore into him. "And now you even stop me from checking your pulse." Then, in a serious tone, he finally asked, "Boy, tell me, you can't use aura, can you?" Zeke was caught off guard. He remained silent for a few moments, his hands trembling as Dexter approached, saying, "I'm sure I saw that bronze statue. There was an uproar about that never-before-seen golden light, too. If that's the case, why won't you let me check your pulse?" Dexter leaned in close to the boy, who averted his gaze as if trying to escape the situation. Then he turned back to his master, thinking, "It's not suspicion, just simple curiosity." Despite the seriousness of a Draker being unable to use aura, his curiosity seems to come first. "I'm lucky I'm dealing with the Duke. Well, if I can get my hands on Graham, no one will suspect my aura anymore. So I just need to be careful until then. There's no need to keep telling lies. Unlike in my past life, where I was the first failed awakener in my family." Zeke sighed, removed one of his gloves, activated the mana reflection ability, and said, "You're right, master. I definitely have mana reflection, which proves my pureblood nature, but for some reason I can't use aura." The air around them began to crackle with red lightning. Dexter watched the boy's hand, while Zeke prayed that this truth would cover his lies. Zeke then lowered his gaze and said, "I'm sorry for what happened earlier. If people find out that a Draker can't use aura, then I'll be expelled. I'm scared." He lifted his head again, tears now streaming down his face. This was his plan. Acting in a way that fit the situation was fine, pretending to be desperate. Dexter reached out and tried to measure the boy's aura using his own energy. The man remained silent. Zeke asked how things were, but Dexter didn't answer. He was deep in thought. He has a malice that doesn't match his age, but in the end, a child is still a child. But why can't I sense any aura, even though he successfully awakened? Zeke watched him, and even without hearing his thoughts, he knew and deliberated to himself. "That's right. Even after checking my pulse, you still can't be sure. That's how absolute the blessing ritual is for a Draker. Even if it's true that I can't awaken to aura, he'll find a reason to deny it himself." Dexter touched his chin for a moment before placing a hand on the boy's shoulder and saying, "I think it's because you're an irregular." Zeke closed his eyes, thinking, an irregular. Of course, that's the conclusion he'd come to. If you're unaware of the concept of classes, then it's only natural to think this way. Keeping up his frightened child act, Zeke asked his master what that meant. Dexter began explaining, "Just as it sounds, it's a term used to refer to people with anomalous abilities. For example, the ability to use aura and mana together, or an irrational skill, like predicting the future. Because of that, irregulars aren't treated well, so don't tell anyone about this. Zeke then asked why his master believed he was an irregular. Dexter continued, you have insane endurance and recovery. No matter how minor an injury is, healing internal wounds takes time. Yet you recovered almost instantly. I'm sure that required an indescribable amount of energy. What do you think that energy is? Zeke guessed it was aura, but the man explained, since it's constantly being consumed in exchange for endurance and regeneration, there's barely anything left to be detected. That's my hypothesis. Zeke was somewhat impressed. That was actually a pretty plausible theory. He ran after his master, who had already walked away, and asked, if that's the case, then will I never be able to use aura? I guess I won't be able to meet your expectations, master. Dexter laughed as he climbed the stairs to the arena and replied, don't worry about that, my wind arts are a special art that doesn't use aura. Now positioned in the middle of the arena, Zeke sat down as Dexter resumed his explanation. Fundamentally, a special art is a technique personally developed by a knight who has reached great heights. Normally, if it were an application or specialization in slaying dragons, it would be appropriate to use aura. But my wind arts rely only on a trained body. I'll show you a demonstration, so watch closely. Zeke watched intently as the man in front of him suddenly jumped, leaving a crater in the ground where his feet had been. Zeke looked around, realizing that, at an insane speed, his master was walking, leaving footprints imprinted into the arena floor. Dexter came back and stopped at the same spot. The dust swirled with his fast movement, and he had his hands in his pockets, relaxed. He turned to the boy and asked if he had seen it, and Zeke stood up, asking if he could follow the steps his master had left on the ground. Dexter asked, so you'd be fine if I didn't show you again? Zeke replied that, yes, that had been enough. Dexter chuckled and said the boy's confidence was at the level of a black knight, at the very least. He then gave the boy permission to try. Zeke positioned himself in place and then, with a sharp look, advanced. His feet landing exactly where his masters had left marks on the ground, he jumped and ran around, leaving Dexter stunned by what he was seeing. While moving, Zeke thought, now that I'm directly mimicking his movements, I can see things I couldn't before. Of course, these steps were made as if he were fighting someone, attacking, dodging an attack, closing the distance, and opening it. Every step has a purpose behind it. Dexter watched his movements in disbelief, thinking, I can't believe it. It's not like he wasn't talented a week ago, but he wasn't this good. The difference is like heaven and earth. He's perfect. Dexter smiled maniacally, excited about the future of his apprentice. Zeke turned to him, brushing off his shoulders with an arrogant smile on his face, and asked, is this enough for me to have the confidence of a black knight? The smile faded from Dexter's face, and he could only think about how great it would be if the boy just stopped acting so arrogantly. He grabbed the boy by the neck and began pinching his cheek, saying, you little brat, you were crying and now look at you. Zeke flinched, trying to get away from his master, and asked, you're not going to spread this around, are you? Dexter replied, that depends on your attitude, my arrogant disciple. Zeke shouted back, asking, what kind of black knight has such a loose tongue? In the academy's cafeteria, Zeke sat in front of a tray full of food, a pile of meat, bread, and several dishes, devouring it while thinking, it's been a month since the Duke started training me. My appetite just keeps growing. Suddenly, a presence caught his attention. He stopped and noticed Andre standing beside him, asking, could you spare me some time, Zeke Draker? Zeke shrugged and replied, I'm a bit busy, so if this is good enough, it's fine. Andre sat down at the table across from him, saying, very well then, how did you convince Lord Dexter? Zeke kept eating, thinking, he's getting straight to the point, huh? Well, since he hasn't become the Duke's disciple yet, the news that I became his disciple probably made him a little anxious. After swallowing the bite of meat he had taken, Zeke answered, I really didn't do anything. Lord Dexter simply chose me on his own. The vein on Andre's face popped. His gaze darkened. He was clearly angry. Zeke cut another piece of meat, and Andre made his comment. A pureblood, huh? It was short and simple, but the message was clear. Zeke placed his utensils back on the tray after finishing his meal and spoke to the teacher. Huh? You have quite the inferiority complex. Andre's eyes widened, not believing what he was hearing. He clasped his hands on the table. He couldn't hide that he was shaking, perhaps from anger, perhaps from feeling exposed, but he soon asked, is that all you have to say, cadet? Zeke wiped his mouth, saying, no, I'm not even halfway done. Of course, even though the reason he became interested in me is my lineage, do you believe Lord Dexter is the kind of man who would choose a disciple for such a simplistic reason? The fact that I used this intrigue as a foundation to become his disciple is a testament to my own skills. Zeke rolled up the napkin he had used to wipe his mouth and tossed the ball toward Andre. Then he stood up with superiority and said, instead of wasting your time stroking your ego with that inferiority complex, to be chosen yourself, how about putting in some effort? Later, back at his training spot, the Western Greenhouse Arena, Zeke approached Dexter and asked, what's this, master? Ahead of them, running laps on the court, was Andre, running as if his soul would escape through his breath. Dexter crossed his arms and replied, that's the question I want to ask. I don't know what got into him, but he came begging, saying he'd be fine being a servant as long as he could stay by my side. I told him I'd accept him if he could run 300 laps without using aura, and that's how he ended up like this. He massaged his neck and admitted that the boy was certainly persistent. Zeke smiled, looking at Andre, and thought, 300 laps, all without aura? I thought he was just a self-assured nerd, but he does have a good dose of determination, huh? Andre kept running. His soul seemed to be escaping with every gasp and drop of sweat falling from him. It was logical. He used aura for everything. It was as if he were running while holding his breath, but he kept his mind fixed on that napkin ball. A necessary humiliation to pull him out of his pity party and get him to react. All the students were gathered in the school courtyard. Some were commenting among themselves. What's going on? A summons for all the students. You fool! Did you forget what day it is today? It's the day of the patriarch's visit. Black horses walked by, pulling a luxurious carriage adorned with dragons and swords. One of the officers raised his voice and announced, "The patriarch is entering." Dean Howard adjusted his mustache and ordered everyone to get ready. The gathered students stood in position as the carriage came to a halt, flanked by rows of horses. The knights approached and opened the door. From within, honored by the entire school and all the available knights, emerged a man with white hair who approached the dean saying, "Good to see you again, Howard." The dean bowed and declared, "I salute the master of the Drakers." The man stepped forward, his cloak billowing impressively as the crowd shouted in unison, "We salute the master of the Drakers!" The clock's hand ticked as time passed, and the school alarm rang. The man walked with his hands in his pockets, an imposing and dark aura emanating from his hands. He placed his hand on Howard's shoulder, now kneeling, and said, "You're always so hard-working." The dean, with his head lowered, replied, "It's nothing compared to the work you do, sir." The man with white hair and yellow eyes declared, "You're the only one who truly understands." That was the patriarch of the third transcendental house of the Dragon Slayers, Arthur Draker, the father of our protagonist. The dean stood up and suggested they go inside due to the heat, commenting that the sunlight was quite strong. Arthur gestured as if to say it wasn't necessary, and among the students some began to comment, "Huh? It's the patriarch. What? Where?" Arthur walked to the top of the stairs and spread his arms. The wind blew the leaves along with his cloak, and with a loud voice he declared, "Young Dragon Slayers, you are the hope and future of the Drakers. Train hard and train more. Your development will be the development of the Drakers." His inspiring words struck the hearts of the Academy's youth. All knelt in unison, responding, "Yes, sir, Master of the Drakers." The sun shone brightly. The day was clear and warm. Arthur turned and said they could go inside now. The dean agreed with a bow and followed him. Inside, once in his quarters, Arthur heard a familiar voice approach, saying, "I, Zeke Draker, salute the leader of all knights and guardian of the Dragon Slayer name with all respect." A hint of sadness appeared on his face as our protagonist remained in a bow. Arthur then turned with a gentle smile, holding 2 cups of hot tea, saying, "No one gives greetings like that anymore? It's all right. Sit down. I heard you like tea. I prepared something rare. I hope it's to your liking." Zeke thanked him and sat down. On the table in front of him were sweets and the tea. He couldn't help but think about how even the food he liked was being reported to his father. Indeed, as the saying went in his family, there may be things the Emperor doesn't know, but there will never be anything a Draker doesn't know. Looking at his reflection in the liquid inside the cup, that saying seemed quite real at that moment. Arthur took a sip of his tea and said, "I called you here because I heard the Duke really accepted a disciple." Zeke smiled. His father had gone straight to the point. Our protagonist replied that the Duke had done him a great favor, and his father responded, "Indeed, that is true. I don't know what your goal is, but if you continue following the Duke's teachings..." Zeke interrupted and declared that his goal was to become the strongest man on the continent. Arthur looked at him seriously as he sipped his tea, and the boy continued, "I will become stronger than everyone so that I can live freely. That is my goal." The father placed his cup back on its saucer. The boy smiled openly as he spoke until a terrifying aura flowed from the man, who declared, "So, this means you want to surpass even me." Zeke felt the pressure weighing on him. The atmosphere in the room shifted. His body began to sweat, reacting to the heightened alertness and the imminent danger. He knew what this was, the astral sword. They said it gave you power over all living beings within its radius, making it the pinnacle of aura usage that only Black Knights could achieve. Around them, a blue dragon hovered, Arthur's aura materializing and emitting that pressure. Zeke trembled. His body could feel exactly what was happening, and his mind feared it as he knew the power behind it. His father looked at him with an arrogant smile, but the boy wasn't going to back down. He braced himself against the table, forcing himself to lift his head, and smiled, responding to his father's assertion. Of course, it was only 2 words, but they meant a massive defiance. Arthur took his cup again. His expression lightened, the aura projection dissipated, and the blue energy lines hit the floor. He replied, "That is the most interesting thing I've heard in years." Zeke regained his composure, still fearful, as he thought, so this is the patriarch of the Drakers, and a true Black Knight. Arthur smiled and took something out of his pocket, saying, I came to support both the Academy and you, but I don't think it will be enough. Zeke was surprised. He thought Dexter was insanely strong, but this guy was on a whole different level. The man placed a card on the table and pushed it toward him, saying it was a gift for becoming the Duke's disciple. Zeke was completely shocked. It was a black card. He couldn't believe it, but his father commented that it seemed like the boy already knew what it was. Zeke took the black card adorned with the Drakers symbol in gold, thinking, a credit card that's only given to a select few. I didn't think I'd ever have the chance to see one in person. Just having this with you grants incredible benefits, and there's no limit. His father said that the card would be in both their names, so he could use it freely. Zeke stood up and bowed, thanking him and saying he would only use it when necessary. He didn't look at the card again and thought, he makes it seem like he's being kind, but his intentions are obvious. Using a credit card leaves a record. He just wants to keep track of what I'm doing. But if this is his method instead of relying on the black martial arts team, it means he doesn't see me as a threat yet. Arthur spoke again, saying, I don't want to take up any more of your time. As I'm sure you're busy training to become the strongest in the continent, you are dismissed. Zeke bowed and replied, Yes, Master of the Drakers. Zeke left the room and closed the door behind him. He walked away from the room, but the conversation inside was far from over. Someone sighed and laughed as Arthur leaned his head back on the chair. The Duke, or Dexter, appeared behind him, saying, You're disgusting. Arthur asked why he was so angry, and Dexter responded, Are you suddenly acting like a father to that boy after neglecting him all this time? Arthur opened his eyes and declared, You know I have no choice as head of the house. What you just said is considered slander of my character. The Duke sat on the sofa and laughed, saying, Well then, arrest me. Arthur once again reached into his inventory inside his shirt, saying, You're the only one I can talk to without worry. How about a drink to accompany our conversation? He pulled out a bottle of what appeared to be an expensive drink, and the Duke laughed, saying, Oh, dragon's breath! And it's the red one! You really have good taste when it comes to drinks. The two began drinking, and Arthur commented, You know the atmosphere in the continent has been a bit strange lately, right? The Duke grabbed the drink and said, I've been locked in the academy. How would I know that? Arthur laughed, saying that he had eyes and ears everywhere. Already flushed from the alcohol, the Duke asked, So you asked when you already know my answer? You're a snake. The Emperor has gone crazy over the idea of immortality and is searching the whole continent. Arthur replied, True. Do you think it's possible? The Duke laughed and said, No way. Magic can make you look young, but immortality is impossible. Arthur took a sip of his drink and declared, I think the same. However, what if the relic he's searching for is related to the ancestral dragon? The Duke was stunned by what he heard and asked, What? In another room, down a corridor not far from where Arthur and the Duke were conversing, our protagonist remained motionless, leaning against the wall, listening to every word the two exchanged. Using his ability, Soul Manifestation Hearing, a wave of perception emanated from his body, expanding until it reached the area where the two were. With his eyes closed to focus, he concentrated and managed to hear every word spoken between them. Meanwhile, inside the room where the two were having a drink, the conversation continued normally. The Duke asked if it was possible that the Emperor had already located what he was searching for. Arthur replied, Possibly. The Order of the Black Knights reported that it is most likely in the northern continent. The Duke took another sip of his drink and asked, The northern continent? Is that the information the Empire's people have yet to acquire? Arthur leaned forward and poured a bit more of his drink onto the Duke's glass, saying, Yes, however, it's only a matter of time before they do. The Duke then commented, This reminds me of the past. That crazy bastard emperor. The moment he ascended to the throne, he started a war to unite the continent. Only after taking half of the central continent did the war finally stop. I thought he would give up on such a decrepit and absurd dream, but I guess not. If one of those artifacts can grant immortality, then... Arthur brought his drink to his lips and responded, The continent will once again be engulfed in a sea of flames. Given the importance of this matter, I agreed to go north. The Duke immediately protested, saying, What? You would leave your position vacant knowing that bastard emperor would fly into a rage because of it? Arthur gave a mischievous smile and replied, That's why I asked to meet with you. The Duke sighed and remarked that Arthur was as cunning as a fox. Then the two clinked their glasses in a toast, and Arthur said that the Duke was the best. The Duke in turn complained that Arthur always chose the most irritating tasks for him. Back in the room where Zeke was, he continued listening to the entire conversation until he collapsed to his knees, gasping. His face was drenched in sweat, and his labored breathing betrayed the exhaustion overwhelming his body. He began piecing together all the information he had, both from his current and past life, as he thought, I used soul manifestation for too long. Even after absorbing Bahamut's heart, I can't do anything about the side effects. Ancestral dragon. Right. It's certain that the statue I laid my hands on before returning was an artifact of an ancestral dragon. The voice I heard before dying, and the system message I saw after returning, also. Now it all makes sense. I stole the artifact that the Emperor was going to use to fulfill his wish. He even mobilized a unit under his direct command, the hunting dogs, to pursue me. At the time, I was so obsessed with revenge that I neither knew nor cared about any of this. Still, I managed to find a clue. The administrator system that sent me back to the past was a function of the ancestral dragon's artifact. But who made this thing and why? Zeke sat back against the wall, still gasping. In the end, he was left with even more questions than before. Meanwhile, in the room where the two were drinking, the Duke stood up and turned his back, saying, "It was an enjoyable drink. I will make my move immediately, O Master of the Drakers." Arthur also stood and nodded, saying, "I will place my faith in you." The two walked in opposite directions through the golden corridors of the academy. Arthur continued walking, step by step, until he stopped in front of a bedroom door. He cast a wary glance toward the room. While inside, Zeke was manipulating the stone he had obtained in the dungeons, thinking, but if this was really the artifact the Emperor was searching for, what does it have to do with immortality? Suddenly, Zeke sensed Arthur's presence outside and quickly reacted. Arthur suddenly swung the door open with force and scanned the room, his eyes sweeping over every corner of the space in front of him, only to find it empty. "I guess it was nothing," he muttered, unaware that his son Zeke had jumped out the window mere seconds before he entered. Sometime later, Zeke was panting, standing atop the arena in the training hall, gripping his sword. Decker arrived, and Zeke reprimanded him, saying he had told him not to disturb him while he was training. Decker bowed and replied, "I apologize, young master. A fellow student has come looking for you. Should I send them in?" Zeke looked at him, confused. A student? He didn't recall having any friends at the academy. Could it be Reyna visiting him? But since he couldn't be sure, he ordered Decker to let them in. When the person appeared before him, our protagonist observed them with a doubtful look, scratching his head and thinking, "I was wondering who it was. But Liam Stone?" Liam stood before him and suddenly prostrated himself, pressing his forehead to the ground. Zeke wondered why someone like him would be seeking him out. But before he could say anything, Liam shouted, revealing his intentions. "Please, accept me!" Zeke sighed, thinking, I should have just ignored him last time. Then he asked, "Accept you? Are you saying you want to become my subordinate?" Liam kept his forehead to the ground and shouted back, "Yes, my lord, I swear my loyalty to you." Zeke asked about Jaken, his former master. Liam clenched the sand beneath his hand, leaving marks on the ground, and revealed that he had been abandoned. Then, lifting his face with a desperate look, he shouted, "I need to go to Valhalla." Zeke placed his hands in his pockets and looked at him, intrigued, thinking, he was like this in my past life too. Why is he so obsessed with Valhalla? Liam once again declared, "I beg you, please accept me." Zeke took his hands out of his pockets and replied, "Are you an idiot? Go to Tarun or Zimmons." He turned and began walking toward the exit of the arena, saying, "I'm not a support family. I won't be of any help to you in getting into Valhalla." Zeke then picked up one of the swords resting on the stand and looked at his reflection in the blade, asking, "Besides, how should I believe you? To be frank, you could be a spy sent by Jaken." Liam's eyes widened. The accusation hit him like a ton of bricks, making him sweat as he dug his nails into his legs. Then he pulled out a dagger from his chest and raised it, an intense aura of determination burning around him. With eyes filled with rage and resolve, he brought the dagger to his ear and sliced it off. Blood gushed out as he held the blood-soaked dagger in front of him, saying, It's only natural for you to doubt me, but I will prove myself to you no matter what it takes. If you want me mute, then I will cut out my tongue. If you want me crippled, then I will sever my foot. I will place my life in your hands, my lord." Liam placed his severed ear on the ground and stabbed the dagger into the floor beside it, blood streaming down his face. Zeke turned his gaze toward him, speechless and impressed, as a memory resurfaced. His own words to Owen after cutting off his ear in that alley, "In place of your worthless life, I'll take your ear." Liam continued staring at him with unwavering determination, saying, "Please, accept me. I wish to become stronger than anyone else." That moment, Liam kneeling, making his desperate declaration, brought back memories of Zeke's past life, where he himself had once knelt and spoken the same words to the man who became his master. He recognized in Liam, kneeling there, willing to cut off his own ear, the desperation of someone with ambition, constantly belittled by others. Liam kept repeating his plea, begging over and over until suddenly, a sword flew toward him, stabbing into the ground behind him. He fell silent, feeling the blade's presence behind him, and heard Zeke speak. "One strike, If you can withstand even a single strike from me, I will accept you. Through his bloodied, swollen face, Liam managed to smile and replied, "Thank you very much." The two stepped into position, facing each other in the arena. Zeke asked if Liam had received proper training, and Liam confirmed it. He activated his aura, which enveloped his body while thinking, "Honestly, I thought enduring one strike would be easy, since I too am an undeniable user of Draker aura. However, is he really on the same level as me?" Liam had the impression that looking into Zeke's eyes was like staring into the yellow, menacing eyes of a dragon. Sweat trickled down his face as he panted, a cloth tied around his head, and raised his sword. He could barely breathe, and that was only the effect of Zeke's combat presence. Our protagonist surged forward, lightning crackling in his eyes. Liam rushed to meet him, raising his sword and putting everything he had into his strike. Their blades clashed, sending a shockwave rippling around them. The force of the impact was immense and undeniable. Zeke pressed his blade forward while Liam struggled to hold his ground. Sparks flew as they wrestled for dominance, until one of the swords gave way, sent spiraling through the air. Liam crashed to the ground as his sword spun away while Zeke remained standing, his blade firmly in hand, pointed at him. Liam sat there dazed, his eyes unfocused, unable to comprehend what had just happened. Zeke gazed down at him with a hint of disdain, resting his sword on his shoulder as he spoke. "Liam Stone, is this all you've got? How pathetic." Zeke continued staring at him and declared, "I respect your determination, but you'd be better off giving up on Valhalla." Then he turned around and started walking toward the exit of the arena. Liam called out his name in desperation, but Zeke kept walking, lost in thought. "It's probably true that you were abandoned by Jaken. If you weren't his servant, someone from a distant family wouldn't have even made it into the cradle. Even I, a direct descendant, was expelled from that academy. It wouldn't be strange if Liam was expelled now. He has every reason to be anxious." Suddenly, Zeke stopped in his tracks, his eyes widening as he felt something. Liam was clinging to his leg, his head lowered, preventing him from walking. Zeke glanced down at him, wondering if holding on to that dream was really worth it. In his past life, Liam had been expelled from the academy, and his knightly order had crumbled. Yet he still reached the Scarlet Realm and became known as the Mercenary King. Liam began to sob, tears streaming down his face as he pleaded, "Please, give me one more chance, Zeke." Zeke looked at him with a hardened expression. This kid really had no intention of giving up. After a brief silence, Zeke finally declared, "All right, I'll give you a chance." Liam's eyes widened, relief washing over him, but it wouldn't last. Zeke planted his sword into the ground as Liam remained on his knees and spoke. "But there's a condition. If you need to go mute, lose your tongue. If you need to be crippled, cut off your ankle, right?" Zeke turned toward Liam, leaning in with a dark expression. "Then, cut off your right arm." Liam's face darkened as the realization hit him. Shock took hold of his body and he froze in place. Zeke noticed his reaction and asked mockingly, "What's wrong? Is your arm that precious?" As he watched the boy tremble before him, head down, knees on the ground, Zeke thought to himself, this is basically suggesting he give up being a swordsman. No sane person would accept this. Liam swallowed hard and muttered, "I still have mountains of training to do." Zeke simply replied, "If you can't do it, then leave already." Turning away, Zeke resumed his training. He noticed Liam slowly rising to his feet and glanced at him from the corner of his eye, thinking, "I don't know why you're so desperate, but don't feel too discouraged, Liam. Even if you don't make it to Valhalla, you can still reach the Scarlet Realm." Liam walked in silence, but contrary to Zeke's expectations, he didn't leave. Instead, he picked up the sword he had been using earlier and raised it. Zeke turned with an incredulous look, watching as Liam lifted the blade and extended his right arm forward. Zeke's eyes widened, and he sprinted toward him, thinking, "This guy is insane." Liam swung his sword down toward his arm, fully prepared to sever it, but before the blade could cut into his flesh, Zeke struck with his own sword, knocking it out of Liam's hands. The blade flew through the air, bouncing across the ground, far from Liam's reach. Liam stared at his unharmed right hand, bewildered, unable to comprehend what had just happened. Zeke grabbed Liam by the collar and yanked him forward, shouting, "Hey, you crazy bastard! What if I had changed my mind after you swung that sword?" A sorrowful expression crossed Liam's face as he answered, "That's because I could lose something more important than my arm." Zeke released him and turned away, saying, "If you ever do something that stupid again, I'll kick you out. Loyalty or not, keep that in mind." Liam hesitated for a few moments, then his face lit up with joy as he asked, Zeke, then does this mean—" Without stopping, Zeke called back, "Hurry up, Liam. If one of my subordinates is missing an ear, what will people think of me?" Liam immediately followed with a grin, saying, Yes, understood, Zeke." Later, seated at a private dining table, Zeke and Liam sat face to face. Liam touched his left ear, which had been torn off but was now completely regenerated, and asked, "Can I really use such a high-quality potion?" Zeke picked up a teacup and replied, "I'm investing in your value, so don't worry about it." After taking a sip, he placed the cup back on the saucer, crossed his arms on the table and asked, "So what is it exactly? Not your right arm? What's more important than your life?" Liam's expression darkened again. He clenched his right wrist and replied, "It's my mother. A few days after Jaken abandoned me, I received news that my mother had collapsed with a high fever. Luckily, the fever passed quickly, but her body is covered in red spots that look like roses, and she's getting weaker by the day. The village healers don't even know the name of the disease." Liam lowered his head and rested it against the table, looking dejected. Zeke observed him and responded, "So you're aiming for Valhalla? That makes sense. The medical benefits provided to Valhalla students and their families are the best on the continent." Zeke picked up a fountain pen and began writing something on a piece of paper as he spoke. "Red spots that look like roses." Liam watched him write, not understanding what was happening. Meanwhile, Zeke continued jotting down notes, thinking, periodic high fevers and rose-shaped red spots all over the body. This is the symptom of the red flower disease, which will spread across the central continent in 5 years. With its high infection and mortality rates, it claimed countless lives until a dramatic cure was developed, ending the epidemic. Finally, Zeke finished writing, folded the paper, and handed it to Liam. "This is the recipe for your mother's cure. It's not too difficult, so even a village healer should be able to make it." Liam quickly took the paper and stammered, "Thank you. How do you know about a disease the healers don't even have a name for?" The genius alchemist brothers, Al and Jeff, they developed the cure to save the devastated central continent, but the money-hungry alchemist guild exploited desperate people to make outrageous profits. When the brothers learned of this, they publicly released the recipe. The formula spread so widely that even mercenaries like Zeke knew about it. Our protagonist couldn't reveal the truth, so he simply gave a slight smile and replied, "Let's just say I know an alchemist. Now that you have the cure, there's no reason for you to go to Valhalla or remain as my subordinate." Liam immediately stood up upon hearing that and declared with unwavering determination, "There is absolutely no chance of that happening. I've already given my life to you, Zeke. I swear to serve you with loyalty for the rest of my life." Liam dropped to one knee before Zeke, bowing his head in a gesture of submission and readiness. Zeke smirked maliciously and thought, "A vow of loyalty. Having the mercenary king as my subordinate is quite reassuring." Our protagonist then declared, "If you fall behind, I'll leave you behind, so keep up." Liam immediately responded in a loud and clear voice, "Yes, understood, my lord." By evening, the sky above the academy was painted in shades of orange. Inside the director's office, the man spoke. "So, what is it, Cadet Owen?" Owen bowed and, keeping his head lowered, replied, "Yes, Director. I have a suggestion. How about increasing the difficulty of this semester's evaluation?" The director was surprised and asked why. Owen quickly answered, "You may find this presumptuous, but this year's first-year students are highly skilled. They include members of prominent families and even 2 pure-blooded awakened. If the exam is as easy as last year's, it won't properly distinguish their abilities." The director pondered for a few moments before responding, That makes sense. As expected of a Zeman descendant, I'll consider it positively." Owen thanked him, bowed once more, and left the room. Now alone, the director turned his chair and sighed, thinking, "Blood truly doesn't lie. To think you would have thoughts so similar to his. Considering the potential threats ahead, it would be best to cut him down at the root." At that moment, the face of our protagonist surfaced in his mind. On the day of the semester evaluation dungeon exploration, the sun shone brightly in the blue sky while trees adorned the area around the school. The dungeon exploration exam was a unique assessment at Draker Academy, where teams of 2 had to escape the dungeon within a set time limit. The difficulty of the dungeons, randomly assigned to each team, varied greatly and was a key feature of the test. Our protagonist's partner was his personal vassal, Liam Stone. Zeke looked at him and asked if he was nervous. Liam, with an expression that clearly betrayed his nervousness, admitted that he was, just a little. Zeke gave him an approving smile and replied, "That's natural. Too much nervousness causes mistakes, too little leads to arrogance, but just the right amount prevents both." Raina took a deep breath as she waited at the entrance alongside 2 other students. The examiner announced that Zeke Draker and Liam Stone were next. Zeke quickly began walking toward the dungeon entrance and called for Liam, who promptly followed. The examiner signaled for them to stop, preventing them from passing and asking them to wait. Liam and Zeke turned their gazes toward him, and the examiner pointed in another direction, stating that they should go that way instead. The indicated dungeon entrance emitted eerie sounds, as if it were a void inhabited by hostile life. Zeke looked at the examiner suspiciously but said nothing. The examiner tilted his head and asked, "Why are you just standing there? Enter, cadets." Zeke sighed. He had no choice but to comply, so he responded, Yeah, whatever you say." The 2 of them then walked toward the designated entrance. Zeke led the way, descending the stairs while carrying a lantern, with Liam following close behind. Each carried a backpack and their respective swords. They continued deeper into the dungeon, following the only available path. The test's difficulty varied depending on the dungeon, but since these were controlled test dungeons overseen by the Drakers, there wasn't any significant danger. The objective was to escape within the time limit. Each team received a timer that started at the entrance. Everyone had exactly 96 hours. Basic combat skills were also part of the evaluation. Bringing back the heads of defeated monsters would grant them bonus points. However, the most important task was escaping the dungeon. Failure to escape within the time limit meant automatic failure. After some time traveling, the two reached a certain point where they set up camp. After eating, Zeke suggested that Liam rest. Liam protested, saying that since Zeke had set up camp and prepared the meal alone, it was only fair that he rested first. Zeke replied that he was fine going without sleep for 4 days, so Liam didn't need to worry. Liam accepted and said that if his master didn't mind, he would lie down first. Zeke agreed and assured him that if anything happened, he would wake him immediately. The light of the campfire illuminated the campsite as Liam slept inside the tent. Zeke, sitting by the fire, watched the timer while thinking, 16 hours since we entered the dungeon. I stayed up training for 3 days before the exam, so I've been awake for about 90 hours. Infinite energy only restores physical fatigue, but not mental fatigue. In a dungeon where you never know what might happen, it's best to minimize risks as much as possible. When Liam wakes up, I'll switch shifts. A faint, sharp ringing sound echoed through the area. Zeke felt his eyes grow heavy from exhaustion and couldn't hold on any longer. Our protagonist found himself in the middle of a blizzard, a bell hanging from a passage column swaying and emitting a piercing sound that cut through the snow. The Draker flag fluttered in the snowstorm, a mountain towering nearby as the bell's chime flooded the surroundings. A pale woman's hand rested on the ground, her seemingly lifeless body lying in a pool of blood. Her blonde hair spread across the snow as flames emerged. The heat from the flames invaded Zeke's face, jolting him back to consciousness. He rubbed his face, trying to stay alert, and thought, "Damn it, that dream again! Wait, I definitely heard a bell." Zeke looked up again, sharpening his perception, and realized that something was approaching the entrance of the hall where they were. Our protagonist quickly threw water over the campfire to extinguish it, drew his sword, and turned toward the tent, shouting, "Wake up, Liam! We have enemies! I'll check the situation first. Don't light any lamps." Liam immediately appeared, pulling back the tent's curtain and responding, "Understood, my lord." Zeke hid beside the hall's entrance and observed, thinking, using Dragon's Eye during a 4-day exam is risky. It's better to let my eyes adjust to the darkness. A scent reached his nose, and he immediately recognized it. Sulfur. For a moment he hesitated. It couldn't be. A creature that smells of sulfur and hunts in packs. A level 3 danger class monster. Hellhounds. In his previous life, Reyna had brought orcs back during the evaluation, but he had never imagined that hellhounds would appear in the test dungeons. Zeke gripped his sword tightly and listened carefully to the sounds emitted by the approaching threat. That's when he noticed something was off. Even the leader of a hellhound pack shouldn't weigh more than a few hundred kilograms, but with vibrations like these, whatever was coming had to weigh at least several dozen tons. He stretched the tip of his sword past the wall and observed the reflection on the blade. Could it be a mutant? He waited for the creature's appearance to reveal itself, and when it did, he couldn't help but curse. A strike landed close enough to shatter the wall and send him flying. Liam was already waiting with his sword in hand. Zeke stabbed his sword into the ground to slow himself down, and Liam ran toward his master, shielding him with his body and asking, "Are you all right, my lord?" Zeke used his sword as support to stand up and watched as the smoke dissipated. His face darkened with rage as he thought, "Damn those Zeman's bastards! I knew they were plotting something behind the scenes, but they're fully willing to kill me." The creature that revealed itself before them was a being with the face of a wolf and a flaming lion's mane. However, the wolf's head wasn't connected to a body. It was being held in a massive hand. A gigantic figure with gray skin and a club roared, tossing the head aside and slamming its weapon into the ground. They were up against a troll. Liam and Zeke stared in disbelief at the massive creature before them. A troll was a level 1 danger class monster that could easily devour hellhounds or orcs. Troll blood was a key ingredient in healing potions, and its regeneration ability was absurd. Liam stepped in front of Zeke, and our protagonist looked on with doubt, trying to understand what he intended. Liam didn't take long to reveal his intentions, positioning himself with his sword in hand, saying, "I'll be the bait. My lord, please escape while you can." Zeke gave a satisfied smile and touched Liam, giving a gentle tap on his chest. He then stood up, positioning himself with his back against Liam's, and declared, "Don't say something so discouraging. What kind of lord abandons his subordinates? This isn't about me. I trust your effort, Liam. You're not weak. I'll support you, so do what you need to do. Liam listened and then gave an enthusiastic smile, saying, "Thank you, my lord." Liam charged toward the creature, and Zeke followed to cover him. Liam and Zeke passed through the troll, landing a series of cuts that pierced the creature. Zeke spun in the air, observing Liam's strike and thinking, "Not bad. It's impressive that you managed to hurt the troll's tough skin. You targeted the joints precisely. Did you also take time to study monsters?" The troll dropped to its knees, supporting itself, but it hadn't been defeated yet. The creature swung its club toward Liam, and Zeke leaped from his position, rushing to Liam's back where he was about to be struck. He swung his sword, forcing the troll's club away. The troll released its weapon, and it flew off into the distance. Liam turned and said, "I'm sorry, my lord." Zeke kept his gaze on the creature, sword in hand, and replied, "It's all right. For your first real battle, this isn't bad. Hitting the relatively soft joint areas was a good choice, but you underestimated the troll's regeneration. Remember, small scratches on a troll heal instantly. Honest attacks can't keep up with its regeneration." The creature raised its hand, preparing for another strike. Zeke observed and declared, "It seems this is still too much for you. I'll finish it." He looked at the creature with a threatening expression. After our protagonist's strike, the troll's head rolled across the ground, covered in blood. The system notified him that he had defeated the creature and earned 30 karma points. Zeke touched the troll's head and declared, "This should give a decent bonus." "Collect it, Liam." Liam approached, carrying a brown bag and saying, "Yes, my lord." Liam knelt down, opening the bag next to the creature's head, while Zeke observed his system window, where the following notification appeared. "Sudden mission. 2 birds, 1 stone. Hunt 100 monsters of 10 types in the dungeon. Time limit 72 hours. Mission reward, karma points earned during the mission will be doubled, plus 2 random boxes." Zeke smiled excitedly and thought, "What? Double karma points?" He checked the mission progress tab and saw that he had already collected 2 types and a total of 14 monsters, excluding non-aggressive ones. There were 71 hours and 59 seconds remaining. Zeke glanced at the evaluation timer and thought, 79 hours until the test ends. The 100 monsters condition isn't a problem, but completing 10 types is tricky. Even though the test dungeon is large, it usually has only 3 or 4 types at most. But since this is a trap prepared by those bastard Zimmons, if we search carefully, there should be 10 types. Completing the mission and escaping, it'll be tight. He put the timer away in his pocket and looked around. Liam announced that he had finished the task and had already packed up everything for departure. The head collecting bag was provided alongside the timer. It was far inferior to a subspace bag, but it was enough to carry the loot. Zeke then started walking, saying, "All right, let's move out immediately. Don't fall behind, Liam." The vassal, carrying several bags, replied that he understood and followed him. In the following hours, they faced several challenges. Hellhounds surrounded them, but they were able to handle them easily. Zeke signaled, and Liam stored the loot from the monsters amid pools of blood on the ground. Other creatures appeared, and giant bats attacked them. The two overcame this challenge without difficulty, stored the loot, and continued. After one of the battles, Liam was putting the loot in the head collecting bag when Zeke asked, "So, Liam, we've hunted some monsters. Are you getting used to real combat?" Liam turned and replied that he wasn't sure yet. Zeke nodded and commented, "It's fine. It's normal for the adjustment to take some time." Zeke fell silent and turned his worried gaze to the mission timer. There it showed that 50 minutes remained. The progress indicated that 9 types and 99 creatures had been collected, with only 1 remaining. Zeke looked at the projected map of the dungeon in front of him, labyrinth-sized, and thought, even after picking bloodsuckers the size of a finger, there are still only 9 types. There's no more place to search now. These bastard Zimmons aren't helping. Couldn't they have prepared just 1 more type? Zeke sighed and swiped his hand across the projection as if trying to make it disappear. An urgent feeling hit our protagonist. He looked down and noticed that a vibration was causing small stones to bounce. Before he could warn his companion, a crack appeared across the floor, heading straight for Liam. Zeke drew his sword and charged forward, shouting for Liam to drop the bags. Liam didn't understand immediately, and before he could react, the crack in the ground reached him and opened up. A long body emerged from the floor. Zeke managed to reach him in time and cut the bag from Liam's hand, sending it flying away. Blood splattered, staining the ground. Liam looked on in terror and saw Zeke standing in front of him, his sleeve torn and his arm covered in blood. Liam nervously and fearfully questioned if Zeke was okay, but our protagonist assured him that there was no need to worry. The blood was actually from the monster heads that had flown out of the bag. Liam lowered his gaze and Zeke declared, "Just watch this time, Liam. I don't think I can keep protecting you." The creature in front of them roared, its long, cylindrical body with thousands of sharp teeth in the open mouth. That was a dungeon worm, a high-risk monster that required a dozen skilled purple knights to dominate. Zeke stared at the creature, mentally cursing the Zimmons family. The worm pointed its mouth at him, roaring fiercely, hungry for his flesh. The Zimmons truly went all out with this plan. The creature charged forward, raising a trail of dust, and Liam screamed for Zeke, thinking he had been obliterated. Liam's face darkened with worry and nervousness. He began to sweat, but he couldn't just stand there. Liam turned and pulled something. Meanwhile, inside the worm's mouth, Zeke held his sword, keeping it open. Liam charged forward and struck the worm. The creature swung its body, breaking the ground and moving, throwing stones into the air. Zeke glanced sideways at the entrance of the hall they were in and thought, even the Blue Knights would avoid encountering a dungeon worm in a place like this. Due to its tendency to dig and move through the ground, if subjugation takes too long, you'll be buried alive. Zeke turned his gaze back to the creature, urgency written across his face, and saw it emerge behind him with its tooth-filled mouth wide open. However, it didn't devour him. It passed straight through him and sped away. Zeke raised his sword again as the smoke dissipated around him. He continued striking, tearing into the creature that was spewing purple liquid like blood, slicing it from end to end, his face twisted with rage and determination as he shouted, "I'll cut you in half!" Zeke landed on the ground and saw, from one end of the creature, a smaller orange tail with spines emerge. He kept tearing into the creature, cursing it in his mind as he struck, and it writhed in pain. Zeke managed to drive his blade into the worm's body and tore it open, creating a huge gash. But before he could pull away, the creature's tail wrapped around him. Zeke spat blood as the worm squeezed him with all its strength, and its orange tail drew nearer. The worm tightened its grip, and our protagonist coughed up a large amount of blood. It seemed like the end, but Liam appeared, driving his sword into the worm's flesh. He began climbing, driving the sword deep and tearing through the creature's body. Zeke noticed the pressure around his body easing. Liam kept striking, cutting through the creature's body, until Zeke freed himself and descended from the worm, tearing through its body and stopping next to Liam. The boy asked if Zeke was okay, and he questioned what Liam had done. Liam showed a small pouch and replied that he had coated his sword with an anesthetic. Zeke looked at him, somewhat surprised, and thought, I see. The main ingredient of the anesthetic is belladonna. For humans, it only mildly numbs the senses, but for the worm, it acts like a lethal poison. The creature began to thrash around as blood was spat from its mouth. Zeke watched this, thinking, in this critical situation, he remembered that belladonna is the worm's weakness and improvised using the anesthetic as a substitute. That's judgment and adaptability worthy of your reputation, Liam. Our protagonist smiled and declared, Liam, when I give the signal, strike it with the sword again. Zeke was sure. Taking in Liam had been the right choice. Zeke moved forward, tearing through the creature with a long slash. Purple blood gushed everywhere, and it thrashed again, roaring. Zeke shouted Liam's name, giving the signal, and the vassal immediately reacted, burying the sword deep into the worm's body. The creature roared again, opening its mouth wide. Its blood turned white, losing color, making it realize the danger. Zeke advanced with a sharp gaze and sword in hand, activating the ability Soul Body Technique. His aura flared in purple flames that burned intensely, and he then pierced the worm, cutting it in half from top to bottom. The worm split into two and fell to the ground with a huge impact. Dust rose and Zeke landed with his sword at the opposite point. In front of him, our protagonist could see the mission notifications rising, informing, you have completed the sudden mission. The karma points earned in the mission are doubled. 2 random boxes are granted as a mission reward. Current karma points, 780. Outside the dungeon, the students were gathered, chatting and lining up in pairs in front of side-by-side tables. At the tables, the instructors announced loudly, cadets who escaped, come here to score. Those who are finished can leave. The instructor announced that the evaluation would begin. Reina was ready to receive her score. He started calculating and said, base score for escaping, 30 points, 20 goblins, 2 hobgoblins, 1 orc, total score, 180. The students began commenting among themselves. This almost reached Abel's record score of 200. As expected, the purebloods are on another level. The instructor smiled at Reina and declared, of course it's the Terren, exceeding the passing score by 130 points. Reina bowed with her partner and replied, thank you for the compliment. The next person in line arrived, Owen Zimmons, and stopped in front of the instructor, who said, then, I'll start the evaluation. The instructor performed the count and declared, total score, 120. You exceeded the passing score by 70 points. Good job. Owen's partner smiled enthusiastically and thanked him excitedly, but Owen himself did not show a positive reaction. Owen's eyes were fixed on Reina, who was sitting with her house servants and chatting with a smile on her face, receiving congratulations for her performance. Owen looked at her with a sharp, concealed gaze and thought, Reina Terren, you won't be arrogant forever. Well, if things go wrong, we can deal with her like we did with Zeke. However, a sound brought him back from his thoughts. A voice echoed through the area saying, wow, how long has it been since I've seen sunlight? He recognized the voice but didn't want to believe it. He turned around, still hesitating, and saw Zeke and Liam approaching. Liam, in turn, was carrying the giant head of the dungeon worm on his back, dragging it on the ground as they walked, making Owen wonder how they could be there. The students watched as the worm was dragged, leaving a trail of purple blood, and began commenting frantically among themselves. Is that a dungeon worm? Wasn't the orc the highest scoring monster? Why is this here? Did they take down a dungeon worm together? Liam threw the worm's head to the ground, and just the impact was enough to cause a loud thud. Zeke stopped beside Owen, hands in his pockets and a relaxed posture, saying, "You look really surprised, Owen. Are you happy to see me?" Owen bit his lips in anger, cursing Zeke in his thoughts. Our protagonist leaned toward him with a mocking smile on his face and commented, "Where's that poker face you always have? Well, you look much better this way." Zeke then straightened up, and darkness took over Owen's face, burning with deep hatred inside. Owen turned away without saying a word, and still with a mocking tone, Zeke asked, "Leaving already?" Owen left his group and walked away with a face full of pure rage, cursing the purebloods in his thoughts, promising to make them regret looking down on him. Zeke watched Owen and his group walk away, and commented in a mocking tone, "How scary." The instructor at the table held his clipboard and asked, "Has your little power struggle finished, cadet?" Zeke turned to him and replied, "Oh yes, it's been a while. Instructor Andre." Andre then announced that the evaluation would begin. Zeke remained calm and asked, "He doesn't have anything else, so is there a need for a separate score?" Andre put on gloves and answered, "As long as I'm the evaluator, I won't let anything slip through." "Didn't you lose your head collecting bag?" Zeke confirmed, and Andre began his work. The cadets went into a frenzy. Some started running in fear while others watched without taking their eyes off the scene. Zeke gave a satisfied smile, thinking, "We got lucky, huh? That dungeon worm ambushed me and I lost all the heads I'd collected in 3 days. I couldn't afford to fail, so I hastily grabbed the worm's head. Who else, other than Andre, would meticulously inspect the remnants of flesh and leather stuck in those teeth?" Andre calmly observed and analyzed each trace on the creature's teeth, searching for evidence of what the collection bag contained before it was torn. Finally, he removed his gloves, placed them on the table, and said, "The monsters identified so far are gremlins, goblins, and hobgoblins, hellhounds, orcs, and finally trolls." The students were shocked and began commenting, "Trolls? There were trolls too?" Andre cleaned his hands of the worm's remnants and declared, "Judging by the amount of blood, it seems there were dozens of them, but acknowledging that wouldn't be fair. So we'll assume only one of each identified monster was defeated. Furthermore, trolls and dungeon worms are not part of the scoring criteria, but based on records, which are equivalent to 3 or 6 orcs, respectively, we'll calculate them as 90 points and 180 points. Total score, 368, passed." The commotion was evident, with even the instructors being shocked and beginning to comment among themselves. "What was our score when we were cadets? Back then, not even the hellhounds were on the list." The students began to speak frantically. 368 points? Is that even possible? A student from the Zimmons house grew furious and shouted, "This is a scam! The only corpse here is the dungeon worm." But one of the instructors quickly rebutted, "Hey, the dungeon worm alone is worth 180 points. And what does that mean now? Think carefully, everyone. If one of you encountered a dungeon worm or a troll, could you have survived?" Zeke smiled, gesturing casually to Liam beside him, while the others wondered if he was really all that. Zeke then looked around discreetly while thinking, "They're making quite a fuss. It's different from when they used to mock me. Not bad, but I've done something remarkable again. Zimmons even manipulated the test dungeon just to get rid of me. Was Owen acting alone? No, even he wouldn't dare tamper with the Academy's test. Maybe it's Zimmons himself. I'm being watched more closely than I thought. Hiding my power too much will obviously backfire. For now, I should play along and observe." Zeke made his way out of the testing area, but while walking, he heard a voice call his name. He immediately stopped and turned around, seeing Reyna approaching with her 2 vassals. She stopped in front of him without hesitation, and with a serious look, she said, "This time you won." Zeke watched her leave with a group of people, still observing with his hands in his pockets, thinking, "I won. What do you mean by that?" Later in his training room, standing in the middle of the arena, he said, "Here, this is what you wanted, right?" He opened his system window and saw the following description. Dragonkin skill level 1, Gluttony, can eat and digest a lot. Unlocking requires 50 points. Current karma points, 780. Zeke sat on the floor and began talking to himself. "I ignored this because it seemed useless, but now spending 50 points is nothing." Zeke activated the Gluttony skill, and as soon as he did, something caught his attention. The description of the skill had changed. It now read, Dragonkin skill level 1, Gluttony. In the Gluttony mode, everything can be digested and converted into energy. Additionally, consuming a monster with a bloodline ability allows the absorption of its power. Zeke gave a mischievous smile and thought, "Absorb a monster's skill. I should have activated this before the test. I'll have to try the energy conversion to understand it." Zeke pulled out a piece of monster meat from his inventory and activated the skill. As soon as he bit into it, the meat flew from his hand, leaving a trail of black liquid. Zeke looked on, intrigued, and saw that his shadow had transformed into black liquid, extending to where the meat had fallen. He wondered what that was, and then saw the piece of meat sink into the black liquid, which emitted dark flames. He approached it and thought, it's sinking like in a swamp. The meat disappeared into the shadows. The system then displayed a notification saying, replenishing lost energy with absorbed energy. A golden aura shone around him. Zeke touched his head as the aura enveloped him and thought, my headache is gone, like I had taken a short nap. It relieves some mental fatigue. It's not just that. My entire body feels revitalized. Mental fatigue, physical fatigue, even my ether core. It's small, but I've definitely recovered. Zeke activated the skill again and pulled out several pieces of monster meat, eating them and throwing them directly into the shadow, thinking, definitely worth the 50 points. With just this skill, I can reduce the risks of all my abilities. Mental fatigue can be relieved with gluttony, and I don't even feel physical fatigue thanks to the infinite energy. I can train 24 hours a day without eating or sleeping. Zeke raised his eyes with an insane look as he realized the countless possibilities of a body without fatigue and decided to start immediately. However, something changed. He felt a presence around him and knocks echoed on the door. He sighed, saying, Decker, didn't I tell you last time? Don't bother me when I'm training. Decker replied, my apologies, young master. It's an important message, so I had to deliver it quickly. Zeke asked what the important message was, and Decker revealed, your sword is ready. Zeke smiled with satisfaction. He would finally have the weapon he needed most. Our protagonist headed to Galleon's workshop and asked if his sword was ready. The blacksmith confirmed and asked him to wait a moment. In his past life, the sword received from Galleon was forged from mithril and pure iron, the legendary sword Graham, a long sword that emanated a golden glow, with details resembling gold and the sun. Anyone could tell it was an extraordinary sword. Even though Zeke had provided a dragon's fang as material this time, he assumed it would be similar to Graham. However, in front of him was a sword with a black blade that exuded a dark aura. Upon seeing the sword brought by Galleon in that box with red fabric, he couldn't help but wonder, what the hell is this? Zeke closed his fist around the hilt of the sword and raised the blade in front of him. He observed it thoughtfully, seeing the blade extend far above his body, and thought that it actually seemed quite simple on the outside. Zeke asked Galleon if he hadn't purposely dulled the blade, and the blacksmith replied that originally, this was the shape of the sword. Zeke looked at him intrigued, then returned the sword to its velvet box, saying, so this is the shape you think best suits me. Galleon stammered that yes and smiled at the boy in front of him, thinking, most people would be confused by this, but you understood exactly my intention. If it's him, Zeke continued to look at the sword, intrigued, trying to understand it, until Galleon gestured toward the blade and spoke. My lord, actually, this sword doesn't have a name yet. I tried to name it, but nothing came to mind. Could you give it a name, my lord? Zeke pointed to himself, confused, asking, me personally? Zeke looked at the blade, thinking, Solar Point Graham was a name given by Galleon himself, but now he says he can't name this sword? I thought it was just Graham with a new look, made with a dragon's fang, but this is a completely different sword. Zeke pulled a dagger from his clothing and said, a name, huh? Galleon's eyes widened when he saw what he was doing and shouted, wait, what are you doing, my lord? Zeke had cut his arm above the wrist, and the blade of the dagger dripped blood as Galleon desperately shouted, quick, stop the bleeding! Zeke looked at his hand, which was already glowing with green energy, and thought, even though the healing factor is always active, this is still a skill I use. I should be able to control it. Zeke's system displayed 2 messages. Administrator request confirmed. Class skill, healing factor, will be temporarily deactivated. He watched the energy surround his arm and thought, alright, it worked. Now then. Zeke turned the cut toward the sword, and his blood began to drip onto the blade. Galleon looked at him intrigued, wondering, is this some kind of sword-naming ritual? The sword-naming ritual was a traditional ceremony among dwarves that reveals the weapon's name. The user concentrates their aura or mana in their blood, and the ritual begins when the blood touches the sword. Once the ritual starts, the summoner falls into a deep unconsciousness. They wander through endless time until they find the sword's name. Zeke kept his eyes closed as Galleon observed his own reflection in the blood-stained sword, thinking, it's so dangerous that it's practically forgotten, but you know this ancient dwarf ritual. How is this possible? Zeke sank into the sea of consciousness, where his existence drifted among the names of the sword that appeared written in blood. Sinking deeper and deeper among the countless rising names, he had to find the one name he would follow. His consciousness was surrounded by the existence of the sword and its names, drops of blood forming the characters of the names as they surrounded him, while the sea of consciousness pulled him deeper and deeper, a new name for a new path. He opened opened his eyes and saw something rising from the depths of the sea, a black substance that revealed something written in blood among the waves, a name for his new sword, what he had been searching for. His feet touched the waves of consciousness forming beneath him, and the shadow of a black dragon was cast over him. That was the name of his new combat companion, the Black Sword, Bahamut. The system recorded the equipment's name as Black Sword Bahamut. Zeke slowly opened his eyes, regaining consciousness, and saw the sword floating before him, the black blade surrounded by crimson shadows of itself. Zeke gave a slight smile and adjusted his gloves, thinking, out of all the names, I chose the name of that evil dragon. Is my subconscious really okay? Realizing that he had regained consciousness, Galleon brought a first aid kit and shouted enthusiastically, as expected, you're incredible, my lord. Even the dwarves hardly know about the sword naming ritual. Zeke smiled and replied, I happened to learn about it while studying dwarf history. He looked at his bandaged arm, wondering how long it had been since he used bandages. His new sword rested beside him, and more blood-stained bandages piled up on the table. Galleon stopped in front of him and bowed, smiling as he said, My lord, would you like to rest for a moment? There's something I really want to give you. Zeke was surprised by the blacksmith's words, but agreed, telling him he could take as long as needed to find what he was looking for. Galleon thanked him enthusiastically and began searching. Zeke looked again at his bandaged arm and recalled the moment of the cut, where the system had responded to his request and temporarily deactivated his healing factor ability. He then began to think, being able to control a passive ability has great implications. This means I can prevent my abilities from being exposed, like with the Duke. There's no need to reveal all my cards. Sorry, Galleon, but I'll remove the bandages later. He cast a mischievous look at the wall and said, but now the most important thing. I need to check this first. He glanced at the black-bladed sword resting and opened his system information window to read the equipment description. Black Sword Bahamut, a sword forged by a master craftsman with mystical vision, using the strongest fang of the cursed light dragon Bahamut, refined with blue flame mana. Unique abilities, indestructible, aura conversion, sealed special resource, unlocks as the user grows. Zeke read it with a smile on his face and thought, the seal unlocks as the user grows? I've never heard of a weapon like this before, and it even has an indestructible feature. It was made with a dragon's fang, but this is ridiculous. Well, still, the most important part is aura conversion. Zeke saw his reflection in the sword's blade, and memories began to surface in his mind as he thought, I went through a lot for Galleon to create a magical circuit and forge the sword, not only because of his exceptional skills, but because of Graham's main ability, aura conversion, a unique skill that converts mana, ether, or any energy into aura. Zeke closed his eyes and held the sword in his hands, black flames burning around him as the sword emitted energy and converted his ether energy into a cayenne blue aura. Aura bonds surrounded the boy, coming from the sword's tip and wrapping around his body. Zeke had been born unable to use aura, but that was what had allowed him to reach the rank of Red Knight. Galleon reappeared, walking through the door while scratching his head and smiling shyly, holding something in his hands and saying, Phew! Finally found it. My apologies, my lord. You must have been waiting for a long time, huh? Galleon immediately stopped when he noticed what was in the room, his expression showing surprise and intrigue. Zeke rested his aura-infused sword on his shoulders and smiled, saying, Ah, you're here. Galleon grinned and exclaimed, Ah, aura, as he watched, thinking, a clear aura around the sword. My lord, you've already surpassed the level of a purple knight. Zeke smiled at the blacksmith and said, This sword is really ridiculous. You worked hard, Galleon. The blacksmith walked up to him saying, Compared to the forge, this is nothing. More importantly, could you take a look at this? Zeke turned his gaze to the blacksmith's hands and saw that he was offering him a sword sheath. Galleon was holding it with both hands. It was black with golden details. The blacksmith revealed that the person who made it was his master. Zeke became intrigued, looked more closely at the sheath, searching for a signature, and thought, even in my past life I never heard of Galleon's master, Gol Rinyo Bur. Upon seeing the inscription on the sheath, his expression changed, becoming clearly incredulous as he thought, What? Golrin Yober? The Golrin Yober known as the pinnacle of blacksmithing? The greatest blacksmith on the continent, with incomparable skills among the dwarves. Golrin's creations are almost perfect and possess special abilities, making them worth tens of thousands of gold among collectors. Zeke turned his gaze back to Galleon and commented, So you were Golrin's apprentice? Galleon smiled satisfied and excitedly replied, As expected, you can read the dwarven language. Zeke looked at him with a hint of malice and declared, If it's from Golrin, this isn't just a simple sheath. Galleon returned a wide smile and said, Of course. If you turn the button near the opening of the sheath, it turns into a shield like this. The sheath opened, transforming into a shield with a black center and golden details at the tips. Galleon pressed the same button again, making the item return to its original shape, and said, Made from mithril and wyvern bones, it can withstand most attacks. If you lower the button on the shield's handle, it turns back into a sheath. It's not enough to repay your kindness, my lord, but please accept this. This is my gift to you. This is Galleon extended the sheath towards Zeke with both hands. Our protagonist looked at him without reacting, then took the sheath from his hands and commented, "You could have sold this and made a forge." Galleon nodded and smiled, replying, "I can't just sell my master's work to anyone." Zeke argued that it was worth tens of thousands of gold, and Galleon gave him a surprised and incredulous expression, asking if that was really true. Zeke, however, stated that he would accept it with gratitude and walked to the center of the room. He then held the sheath and the sword side by side and thought, "The sheath is smaller compared to the sword, but if it's Golrin Yober's work, then for sure." Zeke placed the sword's tip into the sheath's opening, and it quickly transformed. The sheath wrapped around the blade, taking its form and covering the entire sword, adjusting itself to its model and size. Zeke lifted it with a smile and thought, "Just as I thought, this exceeds all expectations." Zeke then turned to the blacksmith and said, "I've received a truly precious gift. Thank you, Galleon." The blacksmith smiled brightly and said he was happy that Zeke liked it. Back in his personal arena in the kingdom, Zeke examined the items he had acquired. With 2 black gauntlets fitted onto his hands, he commented, "Meteoric iron? This is an incredibly rare material." He then read the item description that appeared in his system window and saw, "Gauntlet information. A gauntlet made of durable and lightweight meteoric iron. Unique ability, none. Special feature. The unique ability is activated when the full meteoric iron set is equipped." This was the item from one of the random boxes he had received as a reward from a sudden quest. He had considered it like a treasure chest, but what was inside was actually much more valuable. Zeke turned his gaze to the second box, a small wooden chest with golden details, and decided to open it. The contents prompted a reaction of confusion from him. Our protagonist looked inside the box and exclaimed, "But what is this?" Zeke pulled the contents from the chest and extended in his hands a torn brown piece of paper with several lines drawn on it, a map. Zeke's eyes widened, a blue glow reflected in them, and he saw a notification appear before him saying, "You have discovered a map containing traces of the Great Master Kaiser." Zeke read that and thought, "Kaiser? Could this mean Hero King Kaiser? The Hero King Kaiser and the Knights of the Clock Tower?" Kaiser's biography and his knights founding the brilliant kingdom of Kronos is the most popular book on the continent. However, because the story is so absurd, and there are no historical records that can prove it, it is considered nothing more than a work of fiction. Hero King Kaiser really existed. Zeke clenched the map in his hands and saw another series of notifications appear. Starting restoration and analysis of the damaged parts of the relevant item. Analysis completed. The final location has been marked on the mini-map. His eyes fixed on the map in front of him, which had been translated into a projection and now showed 2 red points with coordinates, revealing it to be a specific area, the giant mountains in Middle-earth. Zeke looked carefully and thought, "These are the giant mountains? This is the territory of the barbarians. Looks like this will be solved in a much more basic way than I imagined." Our protagonist observed the sequence of windows shown before him and noticed a new one, which read, "Due to the user's ability, the tutorial will be completed." Those words echoed in his mind, leaving him in doubt until 2 more windows appeared saying, "You have discovered a potential quest item. Conquest quest. Hero King Kaiser's secret technique. Acquire Kaiser's secret technique in the ruins containing traces of Kaiser. Time limit? None. Quest reward, elevation of system authority from elemental system administrator to intermediate system administrator." Zeke read everything and, with a mischievous and excited smile, thought, "I get it. The tutorial is a system designed to elevate me to a certain skill level. No more baby steps then. I think the real game is starting. The reward is also on another level compared to the tutorial. Alright, I got it. I'll make sure to redeem everything." Zeke had a clear plan in mind. First, he would use all the points he had saved up. He used 50 points to unlock level 2 draconic abilities. Once available, he looked at the descriptions. Level 2 draconic ability, Dragon Scale Armor. The dragon scales have grown and hardened. Provides incredibly effective magical resistance. 80 points to unlock. Level 2 draconic ability, Dragon Claw. Summons a powerful dragon claw to strike down your enemies with a single blow. 80 points to unlock. Zeke considered for a moment, thinking, right now, I have a lot of points left, but I don't know when I'll be able to accumulate so many points at once again. It's a shame, but I'll invest my points in a few things and level 2 draconic abilities and save 400 points. He clicked on the windows in front of him and activated the 2 available level 2 draconic abilities. First, he decided to test the so-called Dragon Claw. His hand began to burn with flames that extended above it, forming a massive energy claw. He took a combat stance and then struck, tearing up the ground around him with the claw. Craters were created along the path where the claw's nails passed, and Zeke laughed at the result of the burning energy. It was better than he expected. Now it was time to try the dragon scale armor. Zeke raised his Bahamut sword to the other hand and placed his arm forward, already with the armor activated. Our protagonist swung the sword down with all his strength, trying to strike his arm, but as soon as the blade hit the scale bracer, it was repelled and flew off. Zeke looked intrigued at his arm covered in golden scales and thought, I didn't use aura and tried to cut through it, but my sword simply clashed and bounced off. This is no different from having full armor even when I'm completely unarmed. Zeke started walking while rotating his shoulder to stretch and said, Dragon Claw for attack and Dragon Scale armor for defense. It's great how intuitive it is. I'm warmed up now, so let's keep going. On another day in the central training room of the Draker Academy, the students were lined up, listening to the instructor say, before the midterm and the practical aura exams begin, we'll give a basic explanation of the rules. Behind me, you can see basic training mannequins. These mannequins have been specially made so that it will be difficult to even scratch them with basic physical strength. However, if you concentrate your aura like this, it will be easy to destroy. However, if you can't destroy it or at least scratch it, you will fail. All subsequent exams will be considered null, and you will be forced to start over from the basics. The students went into a frenzy with the news and started talking among themselves. Start over from the basics? Does this mean we won't be able to advance? The instructor noticed the commotion and shouted, Silence! Come up when your name is called. Next, Aaron. The students fell silent, and Aaron immediately ran up to the stage. Owen watched everything with an evil look on his face, thinking, those who are called first can't help but be confused. However, this is similar to the aura training I became familiar with at home. The Academy's aura education is something we, the Zimmons, established. Even if you're a pureblood awakened, you won't be able to match me in aura control. Owen glanced sideways and saw his two main opponents, Reina and Zeke. The instructor called Owen next, and he stepped up to the arena. The instructor gave him permission to start when he was ready, and Owen unsheathed his sword with a malicious smile on his face. He made his move and swung his sword, assuming a combat stance. His aura began to flow throughout his body, starting from his hand, and a wave of wind erupted from him. Those watching were astonished as they realized what he was doing, using a skill called sword resonance. One of the instructors turned to the other and said, he's using sword resonance at just 13 years old. He's incredible. The other instructor remained serious and replied, yes, but that's expected from someone from a family like his. Owen advanced, leaving a trail of energy, and struck the training mannequin directed at him. The boy made 2 slashes that left marks, but he didn't stop. He kept attacking, marking every mannequin around him with cuts. The students watched in awe, unable to believe what they were seeing. Owen finally stopped and stood, holding his sword in the center of the circle of mannequins, all marked, showing that he had cut them. The instructor examined the mannequins and approached him, smiling, saying, this is incredible, as expected from a Zimmons. At this rate, it's just a matter of time before you surpass Sir Abel. The instructor patted Owen's shoulder to congratulate him, but his reaction wasn't positive. Owen angrily pushed the instructor's hand away and walked off with a furious look. The 2 instructors watched him walk away, commenting to each other, how rude. Why is he acting like this? The instructors continued calling the next students, each one stepping up and performing their skills, cutting the mannequins assigned to them. Finally, during the mannequin change, as the last student descended, the instructors commented to each other, why does everyone seem to be struggling so much? It looks like they've been intimidated by Owen's performance. One of the instructors looked around sideways, thinking, even so, there hasn't been a single student who failed. Seeing how each student was able to concentrate their aura without fail, no matter how small the amount, the special class really is different. However, even in this place full of geniuses, there are still some who are superior even among them. Reina had stepped up to the arena and bowed, thanking them in advance. She then raised her gaze again, now positioned in the middle of the mannequins scattered across the arena, and revealed to the instructors that she had a request. One of them asked what it was, and she replied that she wanted to be ranked according to dragon-slaying techniques. The instructor argued that this was the ranking criterion for cadets of higher rank, and Reina stated that she was aware of that. Owen closed his eyes upon hearing that and thought, your arrogance knows no bounds now that you've become a pure-blooded awakened. Concentrating aura in your sword and being able to use dragon-slaying techniques are 2 completely different things. Simply maintaining the aura in your sword already requires an incredibly high degree of concentration. But with dragon-slaying techniques, you need to be able to make precise adjustments to the amount of aura needed for each move. At best, she'll be able to make 1 or 2 strikes before her aura dissipates. You're going to screw up because of your competitiveness with me, Reina Tarun. Owen gave a satisfied, malicious smile, and the instructor crossed his arms in front of Reina, asking, the condition for failure is also much harder. Are you absolutely sure? Reina answered yes, and the instructor authorized it, saying it should be done as she wished. Reyna bowed and thanked him for the permission. Reyna Tarun unsheathed her sword and raised it. Her blade shone intensely. The pressure in the environment changed significantly, and everyone noticed and saw Reyna's movements. The girl held the sword with both hands, and the aura ran through her body, covering the blade and pulsating around and through it. She struck the first mannequin with a brilliant cut that shattered the structure easily. She then began to advance, tearing apart each unit one after another, breaking them completely with deep slashes. When she finished her strikes, she pierced the last one, and the test units exploded behind her from the hole made by her blade, which burned with blue flames. She stood still, lowering her sword, while the area around her was filled with wreckage, with pieces of the mannequins scattered across the arena and dust covering the entire environment. Owen remained silent as the dust settled over the students, and he listened to them comment, "Wow, I can't even feel any sense of rivalry with her. I thought Owen would be the best when it came to aura control, but he doesn't even compare." Owen bit his lip in anger, hatred written all over his face as he cursed Reyna in his thoughts. Reyna Tarun pointed her sword toward the area where the students were gathered, and Owen realized she was aiming at someone, issuing a clear and silent challenge. For a moment, he wondered what that was, if she was mocking him. But soon, the reality hit the boy. It was worse than that. She didn't even recognize him. He turned around in terror and looked in the direction she was pointing. Reyna remained at the top of the arena, sword in hand, following the direction of her gaze. Owen finally understood. From the very beginning, she had never had any interest in him. It was our protagonist, Zeke, that she considered her rival and was challenging. And Zeke, in turn, returned her a mischievous and eager smile, a silent acceptance of the challenge. It was Zeke's turn. Our protagonist positioned himself at the center of the arena, surrounded by the test mannequins, while sighing and scratching his head with a shy smile, thinking, "What a mess. I can't just ignore him when he's staring at me like that. Well then, how about I try to meet some of the expectations?" He then raised his hand and with a smile on his face requested, "Instructor, I would like to be classified according to the dragon-slaying art as well." The instructor's gaze darkened, and he approached our protagonist, saying, "Zeke, right? Are you belittling the dragon-slaying art because Cadet Reyna executed it so easily? Cadet Reyna is a pure blood?" The other instructor interrupted and said, "The conditions are the same as for Cadet Reyna, is that all right?" Zeke smiled, his gaze burning with determination, and replied, "Of course." Zeke took his position, and the instructor who had protested approached the other, saying, "Why did you allow this, instructor? All the presence was processed, but I didn't see him attending any classes." The one who had allowed it responded, "That's because this cadet won a bet with Instructor Andre. You've been assigned here recently, so it makes sense that you don't know about it. He's an unprecedented pure-blood awakener of golden light. He also broke Sir Abel's record in the dungeon escape exam. That's him, Zeke Draker." Zeke narrowed his eyes and focused the ether in his chest. A vortex of energy appeared, glowing intensely through the sword. The Bahamut blade detected the ether, and its inherent aura conversion feature was initialized. The blade began to burn intensely, with an aura emanating from it, and Zeke opened his eyes thinking, "Damn, it's hard to control my strength. Alright, this should be enough." He adjusted the desired amount, and the aura pulsed around him. Zeke raised the black blade and blue flames emanated from it. Reyna watched everything, astonished, unable to believe what she was seeing but recognizing the technique. It was the dragon-slaying art. Chapter 1, First Verse, the posture for cutting through the heavens. Zeke kept the blade raised. The aura flowed through his body, surrounding him and extending through the blade as blue flames. Reyna continued watching him while thinking, "He's perfected it to a degree comparable to mine. No, it's comparable to Instructor Andre's." Zeke moved forward and began striking each test mannequin with precise cuts that left a trail of energy, while thinking, "I practiced the dragon-slaying art so thoroughly during the 2 years before my return, to the point where I could do this in my sleep. My sword and movements, my positioning and footwork, and even the flow of the aura. They're so ingrained in my body that they don't even require conscious thought." After cutting through all of them, he stopped, holding his sword amid the spreading dust, and observed it, thinking, "I got tired of the dragon-slaying arts, but starting with the basics isn't so bad. This should be enough to stir Reyna up too, right?" He sheathed his sword on his back and only then noticed the frenzy of whispers and comments around him. He just wrapped his sword in aura, right? Right, I saw it. That sword is huge too. Does this mean Zeke is at the level of a purple knight?" He turned around, intrigued, thinking, "Did I get carried away too much? Looks like my aura leaked out unconsciously." Behind him, along the path he had taken, there was a trail of mannequins sliced in half with just a single clean cut each. Zeke sighed and cleared his ear, thinking, "I wanted to do this at a level similar to Reyna's. Damn, looks like I'm going to end up standing out again." The younger instructor looked at him incredulously, declaring, A first-year cadet is a purple knight?" The students kept commenting among themselves, while Owen clenched his fists in anger and remained silent. Finally, reality hit him, the weight so heavy that it crushed him. The boy held his arm as if trying to comfort himself and started trembling, holding back tears. Reyna, on the other hand, clenched her fists but gave an excited smile. She finally finally had a worthy rival. Sometime later, Zeke was called to the director's office where they both sat down to have tea. The director took his cup and commented, "I've heard about your participation in the semester exams. You achieved some truly surprising results." Sitting in an armchair, he placed the cup back on the saucer, while Zeke, sitting on the sofa beside him, responded that he had simply been lucky. The director laughed at the boy's answer and asked, "Reaching the level of a purple knight at 13 is a matter of luck?" Zeke remained silent, looking at him, until the man took the cup again and, with a serious and probing gaze, said, "Then tell me, young Zeke, what do you think of taking the class advancement exam?" Zeke asked, "Class advancement exam. Does that mean I would skip a year?" The director replied, "It could be one or more, depending on your performance. It's a system designed for notable cadets like you." Zeke looked at the tea with milk in front of him and thought, he took the bait faster than I expected. It makes sense, since I've stood out more than I planned. Our protagonist then returned a malicious and determined look to the man and said he would accept the exam. After the conversation ended, Zeke left, closing the door behind him, walking through the corridors with his hands in his pockets and energy burning inside him, thinking, looks like he has something planned. I'll go with the flow. Meanwhile, seated in his chair by the window, the director watched the sunny landscape outside. He took a blue stone from inside his shirt and said, "Raina Draker and Zeke Draker, both pure blood awakened, decided to take the exam." He paused for a few moments and then spoke, "Yes, I understand. I will definitely take these steps." The director put the stone away again, and with a distant look said, "Things are getting interesting now." The next day, in the Advanced Aura class training hall at Draker Academy, Raina stood with a tired and bored look. Zeke stood beside her, averting his gaze with an awkward smile, thinking, "At least pretend you're not looking at me." Raina, on the other hand, maintained intense eye contact, until a voice came from the door, drawing both of their attention and saying, "It seems I've made you both wait. This is the examiner for the class advancement exam, the high-class knight of the main family, Mr. Owl Draker." The man introduced to them had short platinum blonde hair, wore a royal guard uniform with the Draker emblem on his chest, and carried a katana at his waist, clearly indicating he was much stronger than the average person. Zeke's eyes widened when he saw him and thought, this man isn't the Blade of Decline? The platinum-haired man with a scar on his face remained silent, observing them. Zeke recalled memories from his past life. Owl walked through a desolate desert, carrying an unconscious person in his arms. The person, clearly lifeless, hung limply. Zeke spotted him from a distance and noticed that Owl knelt down. He recognized the distinctive Draker attire and his features hardened. Expecting a threat, he reached for the sword on his back and asked, "What the hell is a damn imperial dog doing here?" Suddenly, something caught his attention. He looked closer and saw the person stretched out in front of him, gently placed on the ground by Owl, who was now digging with his bare hands, opening a hole the size of the person. Zeke turned his gaze sideways and saw that he was digging in front of a series of crosses stuck in the ground, surrounded by stones, an old graveyard. Owl turned, his arm gathering energy, ready to defend himself, startled when he noticed a shovel being driven into the ground behind him. He dissipated the energy as he lifted his eyes to see Zeke in front of him, holding two shovels and saying, "Can I help you? Even if you say no, I'll do it anyway." Owl remained silent, and Zeke began digging in the hole that Owl was making. He continued removing dirt, saying, "I'm Zeke Murray, a member of the Northern Allied Forces. You're a Draker, right?" Owl lowered his gaze sadly and replied, No, I left." Zeke commented, "Just like me then. How should I call you?" Owl continued digging with his hands and responded, "Just call me Blade of Decline." Back to the present, Zeke watched him intrigued, thinking, so his name is Owl? It suits Blade of Decline perfectly. Well, that's enough. Raina and Zeke bowed and together greeted Owl Draker. Our protagonist did so while still thinking, so we have a high-class knight for the first-year class advancement exam? In reality, the pillars supporting Draker are the high-class knights. You need power, fame, and experience all equally high to be granted this title. It's a top-ranking position. Owl stood in front of the two students at a certain distance, while the instructor positioned himself beside them, saying, "The exam method is familiar to former daycare students. A swordsman battle. You may continue as long as you haven't lost consciousness or given up. So I expect you to show everything you've got." Raina touched her sword and said, "I'll go first." But before she could make her move, Owl interrupted her, saying, "No, there's no need to come separately. Come at me together." The two remained silent, and Owl looked at them with eyes burning with challenge. Raina grew furious at Owl's words and made a move to go at him. Zeke stopped her by placing a hand on her shoulder and saying, "Don't lose your temper. I'm sure you're aware of the difference in our abilities. Besides, the test has already started." He gave her a smile, and the girl calmed down a bit, though she still glared at him angrily. Zeke then turned his back to the evaluator and said, "You probably would have lost points if you'd failed to control your emotions and charged in recklessly." Raina followed him, still suspicious, then took a deep breath, composed herself, and looked at our protagonist, saying, "What should I do, Zeke Draker?" Zeke smiled. That was just what he expected from the brilliant Raina. Quick judgment followed by adaptation. He looked at her with a smile and replied, there's a perfect strategy we can use in this situation. Let's land a clean, precise strike on him. The two positioned themselves, one on each side of Owl, keeping some distance with swords drawn. Owl realized the fight was about to begin and drew his sword. Zeke observed him, thinking, a peculiar single-edged sword from the Eastern Empire, a Huando, so he's been using this sword for a long time. He then looked over at Reina on the other side and thought, it seems Reina's pride was wounded. But what use is honor or pride to the weak? Don't take it personally, just focus on the strategy. The two exchanged serious glances, and with a small nod, they knew it was time to begin. They charged swiftly at the evaluator. The three swords began to clash, releasing a flurry of sparks. Owl kept them at a safe distance without needing to make any large movements. Reina leapt and struck while Zeke attacked from behind, but Owl's sword blocked from all angles. He handled them both without much effort. Then with a quick spinning move, he forced them to retreat. Reina moved again, thinking, so this is a high-ranking knight. Just as Zeke said, I've been focusing my attacks on his blind spots, but not only have I failed to land any effective hits, I haven't even managed to scratch him. I need to attack with the intent to kill. Reina leapt at Owl while Zeke attacked from the front, and she used a move meant to be fatal. Dragon Slayer Arts Chapter 3 Verse 1, Crescent Slash. She delivered a blow that created an arc in front of her. Owl dodged the blade by moving to the side and, in response to the girl's serious attack, landed a kick to her neck. Reina was hit, coughed up blood, and was thrown violently across the room. Her body flew through the hall and crashed into the wall, raising a cloud of smoke. The assistants rushed in and looked through the hole in the wall where she had crashed through. With worried expressions, they asked if Miss Reina Draker was all right. She reappeared, bracing herself against the edges of the wall, and replied, I'm fine. It's dangerous, so stay back. Reina knelt down, wiped the blood from her mouth, and observed the intense battle unfolding before her, thinking, I blacked out, even if only for a moment. Create an opening? There's no way I can do that with my skills. Are you saying you can, Zeke Draker? Our protagonist continued clashing swords with Owl, a smile on his face. At that moment, Reina remembered the conversation she had with Zeke before they had taken their positions. After hearing the boy's plan, Reina had protested, I can't be part of such a shameful strategy. Are you really going to stay in an honorable duel, Zeke Draker? Our protagonist placed a hand on her shoulder with a serious expression and said, Ha, since when does honor put food on the table? This isn't a knight's duel, it's an exam. They're testing our ability to kill. Reina closed her eyes and sighed, saying, I see. I was the one who asked for your help after all. But do you really think this tactic will work? He's a high-class knight. Zeke chuckled and replied, we just have to create a situation where it will. When you fought me at the academy, why do you think you couldn't dodge that stone? Reina remembered the incident and answered, I didn't expect you to use that method. Zeke then said, exactly. The same goes for him. Just wait for my signal. It'll work for sure. A small opening is more than enough. Back in the present, Zeke infused the Dragon Slayer art with the Gale technique, shadow steps. He began to move, leaving only shadows of himself behind, zipping across the battlefield and circling the opponent, who immediately recognized the movement pattern. It was Duke's technique. Owl sensed his approach and blocked the attack, twisting his sword backward. Their blades clashed, throwing off sparks, and Zeke grinned excitedly, saying, you'll have to start taking this seriously now. Suddenly, with a movement like a flash of lightning, something struck the lamps. Owl quickly noticed, and while holding off Zeke's sword, thought, the lights? I see. They used the mana interference signature of a pure blood awakened. It had been Reina's doing. He shoved Zeke back with his sword and began leaping around, using the sparks from his blade to illuminate his surroundings as he moved, thinking, what a childish plan. You thought that simply obstructing my vision would give you a chance against a high-class knight? However, while he was in midair, surrounded by the sparks generated by his sword, a sensation struck him. He hadn't realized it yet, but Zeke was rapidly approaching with a blazing look in his eyes. Owl knew it was him and thought, but what is this bad feeling? How is he able, in this total darkness where even I can barely make out any shapes, to move as if his vision isn't obstructed at all? Our protagonist had activated the dragon eyes. He landed on the ground with golden flames running across his body, thinking, I wanted to test a new draconic skill. So this turned out to be a good opportunity. Owl isn't the type to go around talking about this anyway. Zeke then activated his draconic skill, Dragon's Claw. A strike of shadowy energy and flames hit Owl. He blocked the surge of condensed power with his sword, but soon his thoughts started racing. This is the sword strike of a first-year cadet? No, this is nothing like a sword strike. Owl knew, even without being able to see, that there was a dragon standing before him, attacking. And regardless of how Zeke was doing it, the truth was that Zeke Draker had long since surpassed the level of a cadet. Looking around, Owl began to better assess the situation. It seemed Reina Draker couldn't move in the dark the way Zeke Draker could. He wondered if the boy had ignored all unnecessary restraints. That was possible, but it was something that would only work against someone of similar level. The two clashed swords once more. Their blades collided, throwing off sparks that created brief flashes of light in the darkness. Their strikes left only trails of glowing lines across the hall where the battle took place. Zeke smiled, thrilled by the duel, his left eye still burning with the golden energy of the dragon as he thought, his movements are starting to resemble what they were before the lights went out. Has he already adapted to the darkness? Suddenly, Zeke noticed a quick, sharp movement near him. Owl slashed his sword through where our protagonist had been, but only managed to cut through his shadow. The evaluator looked puzzled, thinking, he disappeared. I can only see a vague silhouette. It's like fighting a shadow. Another shadow of Zeke appeared behind him, and Owl quickly turned and slashed again, cutting through a streak of darkness left by Zeke's presence. Then he noticed something, mana lights. Zeke had leapt up and was running across every lamp in the room, slicing through them with precise strikes. Soon, a shower of chandeliers fell onto the evaluator. The metal crashed to the ground, creating a cascade of sounds that filled Owl's ears. He didn't know what they were, but those strange noises masked any trace of Zeke, making it impossible to rely on hearing. Suddenly, a strike came at Owl from the front, and he quickly reacted. He raised his sword and blocked Zeke's blade, who now stood before him, smiling through the flying sparks. In that split second, he had achieved what he wanted, and he raised his voice and shouted, "Now, Reina!" Immediately, an object was launched toward the ceiling of the hall, directly above Owl. Zeke hadn't come to the test unprepared. When visiting his magic theory mentor, Fanon, he had handed him a blueprint. Fanon examined the paper and said, "I see. The structure and ingredients are simple. However, as it is, this would be single use. What kind of spell do you intend to store in it?" Upon hearing the answer, he shouted, "No way! Explosion magic?" Zeke smiled at him and replied, "No way. Just a flash and the sound of an explosion are more than enough." The object Reina had launched exploded above them. A massive flash engulfed the entire room, flooding it with intense, blinding light. The timing had been perfect. Our protagonist hid behind the sheath of his sword and covered his ears. Owl fell to his knees, trying to block his own ears as well. But the blast was powerful and the noise deafening. The light overwhelmed everything around him, and he gritted his teeth, thinking, "They got me." Disregarding her as unnecessary was a misjudgment on my part. As the light faded, Reina came charging across the hall at full speed toward the evaluator. Zeke did the same, both of them with their swords raised, ready to strike a fatal blow. They were just about to land their attacks when Owl's hand moved instinctively. He used Dragon Slayer Arts, Chapter 4, Verse 1, Full Moon Slash. He spun around, striking both of them with his sword. They were flung backward, crashing to the ground and causing a massive explosion on impact. Owl raised his gaze, annoyed at having been forced to use it. But honoring his title as a high-class knight, he had not been defeated. The academy's staff arrived and began the cleanup. Doctors and nurses carried the two students away on stretchers while Owl remained standing in the hall, now littered with shards of broken light fixtures. One of the academy's professors approached him and congratulated him on a job well done. However, his attention was soon drawn elsewhere. Duke appeared, walking toward him and waving as he said, "Damn, Owl, you really beat up someone else's disciple." Owl bowed and replied, "Greetings to the Knight of the Gale." Duke remarked that he was still as stiff as ever, and slung an arm around Owl's shoulders with a mischievous grin, asking, "All right, so how was my disciple?" Owl took a deep breath, bothered by Duke's attitude, but soon his gaze fell to the floor as he thought, "Zeke Draker. In that moment when his strike hit me, he intentionally dropped his sword to raise his defense. He could have counterattacked, so why didn't he? Was it because his goal wasn't to win, but to advance? Did he only reveal his abilities up to the point he thought was necessary?" Zeke remained silent, feigning unconsciousness with just one eye open to observe. Owl then said, "Zeke Draker is far beyond my ability to assess," while looking at his calloused hand, still bearing the marks of battle. In the Academy's meeting room, the Draker Academy advancement meeting was underway. Seated at the head of the table, the headmaster asked, "Then I'll assume we're all in agreement with these decisions." As papers were passed around, the evaluators and professors present responded, "Yes, headmaster, no objections." Zeke and Reina were promoted to the 3rd and 5th years, respectively. From then on, he lived as discreetly as possible. After learning all the wind techniques from the Duke, his place was handed over to Andre. He maintained a good relationship with Professor Fanon, but they eventually parted ways when the professor was recruited by a royal magic lab in Delphoa and left the academy. Zeke no longer involved himself with the heirs of noble families. However, something that always piqued his interest continued to happen. Owl would appear every semester to request a duel. Over time, as if struck by sudden revelation, Owl requested a leave of absence and isolated himself in a closed training hall. Thus, 2 years passed, and Zeke graduated from the academy. On a sunny day at the top floor of the Platinum Building, our protagonist, Zeke Draker, now a 15-year-old young man, was seated in an armchair reading through some papers, while Decker said, Congratulations, young master. You're the youngest ever to be admitted into Valhalla. I'm sure the patriarch is proud of you. I never expected the headmaster to write you a personal letter of recommendation. Zeke rolled his eyes and replied, Yes, I'm grateful for that. The truth, however, was that the title of youngest ever admitted had rendered his 2 years of peaceful life null and void. He then turned to Decker and declared, I have about 3 months until the entrance ceremony, right? Head to Atlas first, Decker. The butler was caught off guard and said, Pardon, young master, you... Zeke sat with his back to him, casting a shadowed glance over his shoulder as he said, I intend to rest peacefully, alone. I don't want to be disturbed by anyone. You understand, right? Decker adjusted his lens and replied, Yes, young master, then fell silent. Our protagonist looked at a map in front of him, thinking, the great mountains where Kaiser's remains lie. Using my vacation as an excuse, I plan to explore them through the Adventurers Guild, under the Kingdom of Argos. I don't need to disclose my destination to any suspicious individuals. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door. Zeke gave permission to enter, and Liam presented himself, dropping to one knee with a formal salute. I offer my respects to my lord, Zeke Draker. Our protagonist turned to him with a smile and replied, Liam, I told you to relax a bit, didn't I? It's okay to greet me informally. Decker announced to the young master that he would be taking his leave, and Zeke replied, All right, don't forget to settle the issue with Valhalla using the black card. Liam stood up and asked, May I ask why you summoned me to the Platinum Mansion? That's when our protagonist surprised him, revealing himself as a class-conscious millionaire. He turned and handed Liam a notebook saying, I heard you were transferred to the special class this time. As your lord, I can't just stand by and do nothing. I've organized everything you'll need during your time at the academy, from semester exams, expected questions, training manuals to essential items. If you go to Papnia's Breath and show this to them, they'll provide you with the necessary supplies. Then turning his back again with a smile, he added, Oh, and you'll need your own personal sword by your 4th year, but you can also order that at Papnia's Breath. I've already paid for everything, so don't worry about the cost. I have faith that you'll follow in my footsteps, Liam. Liam bit his lip, holding back tears as they welled up in his eyes. Doing what suited him best, he knelt again and shouted, I'll do absolutely everything to live up to your expectations, my lord. Zeke sighed and stood up, saying, It's only been a minute since I asked you to relax. Liam apologized and said he would correct his behavior. The Kingdom of Argos is located at the northernmost edge of the central continent. It is one of the 4 central kingdoms, along with Delphoa, Thebea, and Alencia. Large and small dungeons are scattered throughout the massive mountains that separate the monster lands from the continent, attracting adventurers hoping to strike it rich quickly. The first king of Argos saw this potential and decided to make the kingdom's central trade revolve around connecting adventurers and dungeons. With the royal family's support, the colossal mountain range was divided into hundreds of regions, with navigational routes and bases built and managed by the Adventurers Guild of Argos, which has since spread across the entire continent. At the base of the guild in question, the registrar was shouting, Next, 546, 546, not here, next, 547. As the call reached him, the man handed over a set of paperwork with a stamp, saying, Congratulations on becoming an adventurer, Zeke Murray. Please deliver your documents to the issuance counter to receive your registration certificate. Our protagonist, now wearing a brown wig and plain clothes, replied, Thank you. He glanced down at the registration in his hands through the magical lenses he was wearing to change his eye color, thinking with a smile, If I want to operate in peace, it's best to get registered as an adventurer. Roaming around as a draker would draw too much attention. He left the base and faced the open area bustling with pedestrians, saying, All right then, let's go treasure hunting. Several wagons were departing from the stables. In one of them, traveling along the dirt road, our protagonist kept his head down, silent, thinking, I'm relieved I managed to join a caravan during this busy season. Suddenly, someone called out to him, making him raise his head with a serious expression as they asked, Hey bro, you an adventurer too? You look nervous. Is it your first time entering a dungeon? In front of him was a group of adventurers. A blonde-haired boy approached Zeke and said, Yo man, wanna come with us? We may not look like it, but we're veterans, you know. The same guy from before waved, smiling at him, while the girl in the group stayed quiet. The blonde continued, The dungeon's been dangerous lately. One mistake and you're monster food. Zeke didn't say anything, but thought, Trash like this exists everywhere, huh? The blonde guy smiled, unaware that Zeke could see through his fake friendliness and sinister intent as he added, They say the first group to enter a dungeon usually consumes half the resources meant for adventurers. You've heard about that, right, bro? Zeke knew the type. Those guys used rookie adventurers as bait for monsters or sold them off to slave traders. Our protagonist remained silent. The group kept staring at him, waiting for a reaction as the gray sky drifted above them. But the response they got was unexpected. Zeke simply stood up and said, Shut up. The blonde was taken aback. What? What's wrong, man? Did I offend you or something? Without giving any answer, Zeke walked over to the small window leading to the coachman and said, "There are monsters 500 meters behind us to the left. Looks like a group of orcs. Is this area infested with monsters or something?" He turned back, and the blonde stammered, What? What are you? This road is supposed to be safe." The group in the carriage burst out laughing. "Look at this newbie freaking out." The blonde stepped in front of him and said, "Dude, don't you know the roots of the Adventurers Guild's main branch are directly managed by the kingdom? Forget monsters. Not even wild animals make it into this safe zone." Zeke turned around with a mocking tone and said, "Then, what's that behind you?" The blonde's eyes widened in horror as he realized it. There was a creature standing right behind him, with red skin and sharp teeth. It struck, turning the carriage into flying debris. The orcs grouped together and charged toward the commotion. The horses collapsed, caught in the chaos and dust. The orcs advanced, swinging their clubs as they rushed toward the blonde, who was trapped beneath the carriage, shouting, "What? What's going on?" He saw the shadow of the creature loom over him, his eyes filling with terror as he screamed for help. The creature's club came down, reducing him to a bloody smear on the ground. Zeke, on the other hand, had already taken cover behind a tree while the carriage was destroyed. He thought, the fact that orcs are wandering into a safe zone means the base isn't operating properly. He walked to the nearest outpost, only to find it in ruins. Bloodstains scattered across the floor along with bodies marked the path he followed. Just as I thought, they definitely made a mess here. He stopped and looked around, thinking, could even the Argos soldiers have been defeated? But with that much manpower, most monsters wouldn't stand a chance. Then, as he took a closer look, a grim truth revealed itself. The gash in the fallen soldier's chest showed him something that hadn't been made by a monster. That, he concluded with a furious expression, had been done by a human. Zeke touched the body, inspecting the open wounds as he thought, they deliberately left massive damage on the corpse to make it look like a monster attack. However, if this really had been done by a monster, the cut wouldn't be this clean. Also, there's almost no sign of resistance. All the men were clearly killed with a single blow. This could only have been done by, at the very least, a purple knight. It's a shame, but if I stay here any longer, it might cause unnecessary misunderstandings. Right now, finding traces of Kaiser is my top priority. He turned and continued walking. Passing through the forest, he reached a point where a net was tied to a tree holding dozens of skulls. He recognized it instantly, a symbol marking barbarian territory. He opened his mini-map and saw he was nearing the ruins of Kaiser. However, he knew he wasn't alone, and a single question haunted his mind. What were the Empire's hunting dogs doing here? His thoughts continued. Hunting dogs, recruited from among the most talented. Even among the Empire's cadets, they're a unit under the Emperor's direct command, trained in tracking and assassination techniques. Right now, they're so well hidden that only those in the highest ranks of the Empire even know they exist. But they'll make a grand appearance in the public eye as the Empire's main combat force during the Continental War. I've been watching their movements on my way here. I could never forget those unique tracking methods. The reason is that Emperor is obsessed with immortality. He's turning the entire continent upside down to find it, and Duke made that very clear. That's right. Even before my regression, the Emperor was obsessed with rare artifacts. He didn't just dream of unifying the continent, he dreamed of something as intangible as immortality. So, could it be the Empire already discovered Kaiser's ruins? I'll have to confirm it myself. He stood still for a few more moments, eyes on the minimap, and then leapt forward, vanishing from the path. Those pursuing him, men in black cloaks, quickly realized that something strange was going on. One of them tried to draw a weapon, but before he could fire, Zeke appeared, swiftly disarmed him, and fired the weapon himself. He then turned and threw it to the ground, revealing it wasn't exactly a weapon, but a flare gun with a golden cord tied around it. He walked up to one of the ones still standing and said, "A golden flare means emergency," and since he was the team leader, seeing as there are only 3 of you, you must be the perimeter guard team? Normally, there should be 12 men in a unit. One of the men flinched and shouted, "Who are you? Who sent you here?" Zeke stepped forward and with a quick and precise slash, decapitated him with his sword. The others watched in stunned silence as Zeke turned toward them with a threatening gaze and said, "You still don't get the situation? I'm the one asking questions here." The 2 remaining men exchanged terrified glances and Zeke continued, "Think carefully. I see 2 mouths that can speak. If one of you dies, would the other really stay silent? Think hard and make a wise choice." Sometime later, our protagonist observed from a distance the location known as their temporary base. Checking his minimap, he saw it was full of people, an entire facility built into what seemed to be just a mountain. He pulled up a mask to cover part of his face and thought, those responsible for the state of that base must have been these guys too. If they even injured royal knights, could it be they really did find the ruins? Well, I'll have to check for myself. As he leapt toward the site, he left behind the corpses of the 2 men, carefully posed, each holding his own severed head. On the tree they were leaning against, a symbol could be seen, Am and a C fused together, above an inscription that read, "Those who raise their sword against McCain will be laid to rest." A man walked patiently up the stairs at the mountain's entrance. On one of the steps, a guard yawned in boredom before complaining with a smirk. Come on, what kind of madman would care about entering barbarian territory? Why even bother keeping watch? Surprisingly, his rhetorical complaint was answered by a youthful voice from beneath the stairs. That's what I'm saying. He was struck by something too fast to be seen. Another guard patrolling nearby noticed movement, but before he could react, he too was hit by the same force. Both dropped, eliminated, while a purple flash streaked across the area. The next guard noticed something outside and stopped walking with his partner, who asked why he had paused. The first one asked if the other hadn't heard something coming from the entrance. The second began to reply that he hadn't heard a thing, but was interrupted by a purple flash as our protagonist appeared, driving a dagger into his neck. As the other realized what had happened, he too was struck. His throat slit cleanly. A third guard tried to shout to alert the others of the intruder's presence, but Zeke silenced him first, slashing his throat. He then swung his sword to clean off the blood and thought, this takes me back. When my boss, tired of a 5-year power struggle, ordered me to take down the Pabella cartel, this is exactly how I felt. Standing amidst the bodies he had taken down, Zeke was soon surrounded by several hooded men. One of them, clearly a leader, stood out as he appeared on a nearby rocky ledge and spoke. That's the knife skill of a southern assassin. McCain, Pabella, whatever the case, we can't let you leave here alive. If you surrender now, I'll grant you a quick death. Zeke turned his gaze to him, thinking, is he the one in charge here? At most, he's scraping the ceiling of the Blue Cavalry. They're far weaker than the hunting dogs I had to face in my past life. Then he replied, grant me a quick death? That's something you say to the man who just slaughtered your comrades? Do you care so little about your own men that you wouldn't hesitate to tear me to pieces and massacre 3 generations of my bloodline? So, you losers really are from the central continent, huh? The men's faces hardened with rage. Their leader narrowed his eyes, hate coursing through his veins, and charged at Zeke, shouting, so be it, I'll rip you apart while you're still breathing. Blades clashed as more of them charged in, all with the intent to kill Zeke. But our protagonist handled them with little difficulty, clashing his sword against theirs with minimal movement, thinking, this is strange. Were the hunting dogs always this weak? Either they're too soft now, or I've grown too strong. Well, at this point, it doesn't even matter. He activated his mana reflection ability, and the energy in the area dropped instantly. The leader looked around, alarmed, thinking, a power outage? Now, of all times? No way. Mana interference from a dragon slayer, no. He was unarmed at the beginning, and he didn't use aura either. His swordplay is southern knife technique. He's definitely an assassin. Then this must be just a malfunction. After coming to that conclusion, he raised his voice and shouted to his subordinates, don't panic. The power will be restored soon, so until then, focus on defense. He didn't even get to finish his sentence. The lights indeed came back on, but what they revealed was a floor covered with the corpses of his men. He looked around in terror, stammering as he asked what was happening. Zeke stood behind him and said, the Emperor is truly bold. I can't believe he was after the hero King Kaiser's ruins. The leader reached for his sword and stuttered, Kaiser's ruins? What are you talking about? He drew his blade, ready to fight, but Zeke vanished, saying, don't worry, you don't have to tell me. I'll find it myself. Zeke reappeared, grabbing the man's face and exposing his throat while pointing a dagger at it. The man began screaming, begging Zeke to wait, insisting that they truly didn't know anything, but it was useless. Zeke killed the man, spilling his blood. Our protagonist then walked toward the exit, heading toward the light, and tossed aside the dagger, letting it fall to the ground as he thought, everything that happened here will be pinned on McCain, the McCain cartel, the group I poured blood, sweat, and tears into during my past life, a southern crime syndicate that would do anything for money. After the kingdom of Cuzco in the south fell due to civil war, the McCain cartel divided the resulting lawless land into 2. Sure, I could have hidden my tracks using draconic techniques too, but I deliberately used southern knife skills and left behind McCain's signature warning. In fact, it's better this way. The Empire will definitely assume this was the work of the Southern Cartel, and even if they take action because of what happened here, it'll just mean the fall of McCain. Either way, I win. As he exited the mountain and walked down the steps, he paused for one last glance back and thought, anyway, according to the letter I found in there, the Emperor is far more advanced in his plans than I ever imagined. His only standing order was to find ancient ruins. But what shocked me was the map of Operation Enclosure. The central continent was expected, but even the eastern regions under ceasefire and the unexplored Shadow Seas. He had dispatched hunting dogs to every place with even a faint suspicion of ancient ruins. That means the dogs are already operating on the same scale as they were before my regression, but it seems they haven't found Kaiser's ruins yet. I'd better hurry. As he walked away from the mountain, he suddenly stopped, his attention caught by a sound cutting through the air. A red glow streaked across the sky, rising toward the clouds. Turning to look at it, he removed his mask and smiled, saying, "A red flare! No way. That's a disaster signal." Zeke began to run, pushing his way through the forest as birds took flight, startled by his presence. He pulled his mask back into place and kept running at full speed. Several men in black cloaks were chasing him, keeping close behind. As he reached the highest point of his path, the flare he had seen earlier exploded, splitting into 5 smaller orbs. He kept running, thinking, "They've caught up to me." A red flare that splits into 5 parts means absolute trap. Eliminate the threat at all costs. Using the flare as the center, they'll search for and lock onto their target, then capture it. Until the target is found, all hunting dogs in the area will keep searching. This is their textbook method of assassination. It's the same as a death sentence. Even when I stole the artifact the Emperor of the Northern Continent was after, I died to an absolute trap. However, now that I have the system, his minimap revealed the position of his pursuers. One of them appeared ahead, swinging his sword in a wide arc, but Zeke stopped just before the blade could hit him. More of them arrived, surrounding him as a cloud of dust and smoke rose into the air. They paused, staring at him, then began spinning their swords and attacking, but with the help of the system, Zeke knew he could face them. He leapt, skillfully dodging every strike aimed at him. The blades danced through the air, trying to reach him. He managed to jump away and escape the cage of blades that had formed around him. After gaining some distance, he stared at his opponents carefully, thinking, "I knew it. They're on a whole different level from the ones in the cave." With a dagger in hand, he watched as more enemies closed in. He was surrounded again from all directions. Zeke scratched his head, thinking, "This has really become a pain." He then opened his mini-map, which showed the number of enemies. He was surrounded by 2 rings of opponents, with more still approaching. Observing this, he thought, based on the skills they've shown, I should be able to escape them. But I'd be ruining all the efforts I made to blame McCain. No choice. I didn't want to use this here, but Zeke grabbed a small item that hung from his pendant and placed it in his mouth. The opponents began advancing, confused by his actions. A sound echoed through the forest, bypassing all barriers and invading the ears of anyone who could hear it. The hooded men began to question what it was, perhaps something from their own side, but they quickly realized something more. With worried expressions, they turned and saw that Zeke was holding 3 orbs in his hand. They understood instantly. "It's a smoke bomb! The sound was just a distraction! Get him now!" They resumed their advance, but Zeke detonated the bomb beneath him, releasing a thick cloud of smoke that engulfed the area. The entire space was shrouded in dust, the smoke spreading to cover everything. One of the hooded men shouted, "Don't panic! As long as the absolute trap is still in effect, he can't escape. Everyone hold your positions, and if you see any suspicious movement, look for his shadow." The smoke continued to blanket the area, and the cloaked men remained alert, watching everything around them. However, at a certain point, one of them started to think, "I can't sense any trace of him. Did he think we'd fall back just because he blocked our vision? Or maybe that horn sound earlier had some other purpose." Before the thought could finish forming in his mind, one of his allies was launched into the air behind him, blood spraying from his body. He turned around, alarmed, asking what was going on, and saw that his comrades were being slaughtered by another group that had arrived. He quickly recognized them and thought, "This is insane. Barbarians. What's going on here? I'm certain we haven't done anything to provoke the barbarians. I'm sure we could handle 1 or 2 of them, but why are they attacking in full force?" One of his comrades stepped forward, drawing his sword and shouting, "How dare you uncivilized brutes invade this place!" He struck one of the barbarians before him, but to his surprise, his sword didn't cause any damage at all. The barbarian punched through his head, making it explode. The leader of the cloaked ones witnessed everything and thought, "I have no choice. This is the first time I've seen them this enraged. We're in danger with our current forces." He then pulled out the signal flare from his clothes and fired it into the sky, shouting, "We're aborting the absolute trap!" The same type of flare lit up the sky. The barbarians grew even more furious at the sound and roared as they charged forward. The leader began running while yelling out the retreat, unknowingly stepping over a freshly concealed hole in the ground. From inside it, our protagonist emerged, covered in dirt, breathing deeply as he dusted off his clothes with a smile, saying, "That worked even better than expected." He looked at the item from his pendant, the one responsible for the earlier sound, and thought, "Barbarian horn, made for efficient communication amid the chaos of battle. It's a barbarian war tool. In my past life, I somehow managed to develop a friendly relationship with the Mohawken tribe, and they taught me not only how to make the horn, but how to use it. The signal I just sent with the horn meant that outsiders were invading their sacred land. They're considered simplistic and uncivilized savages, but they have clear cultures and traditions, and they live within their indigenous civilizations." He then pulled the cord from around his neck and said, "Looks like this low-quality replica can only be used once." He tossed it behind him and continued walking through the forest, saying, "All right then, Time to find the real ruins. Zeke kept going until he finally found the true entrance to the place he had been searching for. Hiding behind a wall of rocks, he observed the site, thinking, it's always one thing after another. Inside the site was something the system identified as a fallen dragonborn corrupted by tainted energy. It was a multi-headed creature with glowing green eyes. Taking cover behind some ruins, our protagonist thought, what exactly is a fallen dragonborn? According to the minimap, it's that door up there, but system, can I open that door? The system confirmed the request, connected to the control system, and opened what was called Home of the Hero King Kaiser. The stone door began to rise, and the creature's eyes widened in fury. It then lunged forward, striking with all of its heads and swinging its tails. Zeke remained hidden, peeking out as he thought, I guess I can't just walk through this anymore. He then activated the dragon hunting arts and dashed forward at high speed, leaving a trail of energy behind him. The creature glared at him, clearly agitated. But Zeke activated the technique he had learned from Duke, the windstorm art, shadow steps, and swiftly maneuvered around the creature, circling it while advancing to the other side. He rushed toward the door, which was already open wide enough for him to pass through, thinking, distort its vision with shadow steps and slip through the entrance, just a little further. Suddenly, one of the creature's mouths appeared near him, lunging forward with razor-sharp teeth. The creature bit down hard, striking the area in front of it. When it pulled back, a thick, viscous liquid dripped from its mouth, mingled with shattered stones. Zeke, still inside the creature's mouth, gripped his sword, igniting it with energy, and unleashed a strike using the dragon-slaying art. Chapter 7, Verse 1, Dragon Head Rupture. He slashed in a rapid series of blows, and the creature's head exploded. He crashed to the ground, drenched in the monster's blood, but immediately felt his skin begin to burn as the stones around him sizzled. He was startled to realize that the creature's blood was acidic. Still, it wasn't a real problem. The healing effect would take care of it. Then he recognized the creature. Staring seriously at the beast still facing him with wild fury, he thought, a monster with acidic blood and 9 heads. Even my master in my past life barely managed to subdue it. The 9-headed dragon, Hydra. All right, let's do this. Zeke charged forward. His sword sank between the creature's teeth like it was nothing more than a toothpick. He jumped back as it slammed its tail against the ground, hitting him. He drove his sword into the stone and wiped the sweat from his brow, thinking, damn, how is this dragon slaying? In this era, where dragons are extinct, monsters born of dragons are considered the closest thing to actual dragons. My attacks aren't working on it at all. No matter how much I cut it, it regenerates immediately. How frustrating. I knew it. Taking this thing down with my current skills is too much. It's about 30 meters to the door. The creature rose, all its heads turning toward him. Smoke drifted around as Zeke drew his sword and commanded the system to shut the door. The system confirmed the request, and the door began to close. Zeke drove his sword into the ground, opening cracks that radiated powerful energy and activated the skill. Dragon-slaying art, windstorm technique, 5th form, wind divider. His sword spun through the air, releasing a slicing wave of energy. The creature lowered itself as one of its heads was hit, and Zeke thought, nice, I'll take this chance. Forget fighting it. I'm going through that door. He dashed across the chamber in a burst of speed. The creature turned its eyes toward him, thrashing violently. One head shot up and gave chase, then 2 more joined, pursuing Zeke as he rushed toward the door. Zeke celebrated having made it, but the moment he turned to check on the Hydra, his eyes reflected its jaws closing in. Unable to dodge in time, the Hydra bit down on Zeke's arm and tore off a chunk. He was hurled backward, flying through the smoke-filled air as the creature tried to snap at him again. He cursed, watching one of the heads toss his severed arm into the air, blood dripping from its jaws. He hadn't expected it to follow him into the chamber. Then he raised his sword and shouted, "If you want my arm so badly, then take it!" With a precise strike, he sliced off the rest of the arm himself, leaving behind nothing but a trail of purple flames. His healing factor quickly began to rebuild the muscles, even though the pain felt just as real as if his arm had been torn off without replacement. The creature opened its mouth and released a blast of purple air in his direction. As he moved through the purple mist, he thought, poison fog. It really has a lot of tricks up its sleeve. The venom started to course through his body. He activated Soul Manifestation Rend and dashed through the creature with a long slash that ended in a series of cuts across its body. The creature crashed to the ground, releasing a wave of blood and kicking up a cloud of dust. One of its heads turned to look at him, and Zeke emerged from the haze, panting, holding his sword with both arms now fully functional. The remaining head lunged forward, roaring with razor-sharp teeth, ready to finish him off. Zeke knew this was the final moment. If he could just get past this, it would all be over. He activated the draconian ability Dragon's Dignity, and a terrifying presence surged from him. A dragon made of purple flames projected outward as Zeke's body, enveloped in the same energy, spoke. "Back off, unless you want me to crush you, that is." Terror gripped the creature. It began to tremble, then slithered backward in retreat. Zeke was left alone in the chamber, surrounded only by the remains he had torn from the creature, staining the floor with blood. He collapsed to the ground, breathing heavily, and muttered, "I didn't think dragon's dignity would actually work on a dragonborn. Damn, I should have used it earlier." He opened his system window, thinking, "Still, why am I so exhausted if endless stamina is always active? Is it because of the poison?" 2 notifications popped up in front of him. "You have instilled fear and corrupted dragonborn fall into tainted energy. Would you like to activate the authority, draconic control, and subjugate the target dragonborn?" Zeke thought, "I instilled fear in it? Was it because I used dragon's dignity? Whatever the reason, does this mean I could subjugate this absolute monster? Yeah, let's try it." But just as he attempted it, the system denied him with the following message. "You do not possess the required administrator authority to subjugate the target dragonborn. You have failed to subjugate the fallen dragonborn." Zeke leaned back on the ground and muttered, "I don't have admin authority? Man, I was really looking forward to that. Oh well, I guess it was a little too suspicious to have a cheat-level skill with no restrictions." Suddenly, a painful sensation coursed through his body. The system notified him. "Warning, 9-headed hydra poison has exceeded dangerous levels." He collapsed to the ground, feeling the effects as he thought, "Damn the poison! The healing factor isn't working on it. There's gotta be a way." Then he remembered. Ah, right. Gluttony can consume bloodline abilities. Considering how strong this poison is, it must have a bloodline ability related to poison resistance. He then activated his skill Gluttony, and the shadow stretched out around him, consuming the last remaining Hydra head, which sank into the darkness as notifications appeared. "You consume the severed head of the Dragonborn Fallen, corrupted by tainted energy. Your skill, Gluttony, has leveled up after absorbing the life of an elimination target lifeform, beginner to specialist. You recovered missing energy by absorbing power. You absorbed the bloodline ability of the lifeform consumed. By consuming only a part, you have acquired the incomplete constitution, poison resistance." Zeke fell back to the ground, trembling and already losing strength, until the system announced, "9-headed hydra poison detected. Due to the effects of the constitution poison resistance, the detected poison has been neutralized." He smiled. This was exactly what he needed. His status window opened in front of him and he read the details, thinking, "The word incomplete bothers me a little, but just having this one skill means I no longer need to worry about poison. And on top of that, Gluttony, which hadn't leveled up until now, finally did. Is it because I absorbed a life form marked for elimination? I got some pretty useful info. Well, I guess it's time to start moving again, now that the Hydra's no longer holding me back." He then stood up and resumed walking through the corridors. The Hero King, Kaiser. He was a legendary figure, half human, half fae, born from a sage and the monarch of the fairies. Like any other hero, Kaiser's life had been difficult from the very beginning. Separated from his parents due to the schemes of an evil sorcerer, he was abandoned in a forest where a sacred wolf took in the young, lonely, and crying Kaiser, left deep in the woods, and raised him. Thanks to that, Kaiser was able to grow up safely. He saved oppressed humans and founded a kingdom in the central continent exclusively for humans, Kronos. Every person in the central continent knows how Kaiser's legend began. Today, however, there are almost no records about it, reducing it to little more than a legend. And yet the proof that Hero King Kaiser and the Kingdom of Kronos truly existed was right in front of our protagonist, a towering structure stretching into the sky, surrounded by rows of pillars. He walked until he reached the great door, thinking, "It's much smaller in scale than what I saw in the books. But I never imagined that Kaiser's ruins would be the Kingdom of Kronos itself. Now that I think about it, the Dragon Slayer's home was kind of like this too." The system opened the area titled Home of Hero King Kaiser, and the door opened before him, revealing a massive hall with a single blue gem floating at the center above a small pillar. He extended his hand toward the glowing stone, wondering if that was the Hero King Kaiser's secret technique. But before he could touch it, a notification appeared in front of him. "Conquest mission. A mission tied to the secret technique of Hero King Kaiser has begun. Warning, you cannot leave this area until the linked mission is completed." Zeke grew irritated and shouted, "Hey you! Who do you think you are?" The system ignored him and automatically shut the door behind him. Next, it displayed the mission description, Linked Mission, Wisdom of Hero King Kaiser. Acquire the wisdom of Hero King Kaiser from the traces of his presence left in the ruins. Time limit, none. Mission reward, Tears of the Fairy Monarch. Zeke's eyes widened in shock and he thought, Linked Mission Wisdom of Hero King Kaiser. The reward is the Tears of the Fairy Monarch, the mother of Hero King Kaiser, a being said to grant the wishes of men. The reward is the actual Tears of the Fairy Monarch? Discovering the reward was the Fairy King's tear from Hero King Kaiser's mother left Zeke surprised, as this being could grant all human wishes. He knew there could only be one Fairy King's tear with that reward description. Even without knowing its purpose, it had to be an invaluable treasure. Calling the system, Zeke asked if he could obtain such an advancement. The administrator's request was quickly confirmed by the system, as was the data extraction from the magical video recording device. Almost 550 magical video records of Hero King Kaiser were found from that sky blue gem. Of those nearly 550, 12 matched Zeke's request, and these records were quickly displayed by the system. Soon, the first of the recorded videos began. The ancient language of Kronos was detected in the video, and a translation to the common language of the central continent was automatically made. From the crystal, a video of an elf with a sword on his shoulders was displayed. He seemed to be giving a lecture on swords. Such a man was none other than someone from Legends, Hero King Kaiser. With an expression that showed wisdom, he gave his lecture. What is a sword? It's just a sword, what else would it be? But a bunch of old men who don't even know how to wield a sword keep spouting nonsense. Suddenly, Kaiser looked in the direction of the recorder. Hey, Shaitan, lift your head, the screen is shaking. Shaitan was known as a loyal knight to Kaiser. This showed Zeke that both had been real people. Kaiser continued his lecture in the video. So, how do you become skilled with a sword? It's nothing complicated. Just keep swinging it hard and persistently. You must be wondering how much, right? So I'll give you a hint. With a provocative look, Kaiser swung his sword for an attack. Such an attack had been so perfect that it seemed to emerge from the magical recording screen and rush towards the protagonist. Zeke felt as if he had truly been hit and staggered. He fell to the ground, sitting while breathing heavily. The aura of that attack had been so overwhelming that even through the video he could feel it. That attack showed how powerful the Hero King's advancement was. Zeke couldn't help but smile, satisfied with the attack. Immediately, he asked the system to play the video from the beginning. After that moment, Zeke spent 4 days confined in that room while training. Besides the crystal in the center of the room, there were 3 doors on the wall opposite the entrance. The first door was actually a storage room filled with supplies that could last for several months. In the second door was a bedroom and resting area, along with amenities to maintain physical and mental conditions. In the last door was a stock of all kinds of books and training equipment. This showed that the place was, in fact, a training ground prepared for Kaiser's successor. Thanks to this, Zeke was able to focus entirely on training, swinging his sword tens of thousands of times. Now Zeke could slightly imitate that attack, but the feeling he had felt before still hadn't been captured. After some time, Zeke received a notification from the system that surprised him. You have acquired Hero King Kaiser's advancement, Elemental Sword, Basic Form. The basic stage had been completed upon obtaining such a skill, and now he was proceeding to the advanced application phase. Faced with the notifications, the protagonist became confused. It was then that a summoning began to emerge. The spirit of Hero King Kaiser. The powerful man was evoked from the crystal, and his translucent body, little by little, became increasingly vivid. In an instant, Hero King Kaiser, sovereign of the ancient kingdom of Kronos, appeared. Zeke stared in surprise at the important man who had appeared before him. However, before he could react, Kaiser placed his hand on the hilt of his sword. Zeke quickly raised his sword as Kaiser attacked him. Their swords met, and sparks scattered with the clash. Zeke had to hold his sword with both his trained arms just to block Kaiser's sudden attack, which demonstrated the king's power. Applying a little more force to his swing, Kaiser threw Zeke away, making him hit the wall and raise a curtain of dust. Kaiser didn't like Zeke's weak display. Come on, get up! The protagonist, facing such arrogance, felt he was looking at a master from past lives. Kaiser put the sword on his shoulders while looking at Zeke arrogantly. You think you can learn my swordsmanship with such skills? The old knights would writhe in their graves if they saw something so mediocre. Zeke didn't understand why Kaiser was attacking him. The only possibility was that the Hero King was testing him. Before Zeke could realize, Kaiser charged towards him. Kaiser quickly swung his sword, creating an arc of dust as he hit the ground with the breeze of his attack. Defending against the attack, Zeke quickly retreated as he felt the king was attacking for real. Frowning, Zeke wondered, can I really face him? Amused by pressuring a young man without skills, Kaiser smiled like a maniac. Zeke inhaled slowly, telling himself not to overthink it. Dropping the sword he was holding on the ground, he decided to give it his all. When a large draconic sword appeared in his hands with an overflowing aura, Zeke's expression changed. Here I come, Hero King. Realizing that Zeke was a student of Shaitan, the Hero King tried to remember something. What was this power called again? Aurora? Taking advantage of the Hero King's distraction, the protagonist swung the heavy greatsword, however. With a simple flick of his sword, Kaiser blocked the attack, pushing Zeke away. While the Hero King continued to think as if it weren't a problem to be distracted, Zeke felt his arms tremble. Before Zeke could attack again, Kaiser appeared before him, having set his thoughts aside. His sword was swung with precision towards Zeke, who managed to block it with his own sword. Facing the young man, Kaiser stated, "Who cares about names? As long as it's fun, that's good enough." Seeking his amusement, Kaiser continued his attacks, which upon multiple collisions with the great draconic sword, glinted like steel against steel. Quickly, the hall became the stage for an intense combat. After several clashes, Zeke retreated. At that moment, he was completely drenched in sweat. He had expected Kaiser to be strong, but not to the point where he himself seemed like an ant compared to the Hero King. Zeke learned in battle what it meant to be the Hero King. Despite the difficulty, that combat made him overcome an internal struggle. In an instant, Zeke decided to activate all his damage and speed boosting abilities. Lastly, he activated the Dragon's Claws skill, causing a flaming claw to appear. With a swing of his sword, the attack surged towards Kaiser with a speed that tore through the ground. Kaiser, after destroying that attack, showed he was impressed. Oh, using dragon powers without even being a dragon? Zeke didn't answer the question, and instead used his increased speed to appear behind the Hero King. However, Kaiser had already found him and turned around. "You're even using elemental power?" Seeing he had been discovered, the protagonist gritted his teeth. However, his attack didn't stop. Using full force, his dark-toned sword turned golden as it struck Kaiser's sword, which easily blocked the blow. Even with the block, Zeke exerted all his strength to push his sword forward. But before him, Kaiser merely smiled faintly. After the confrontation, Zeke found himself lying on the stone floor looking at the ceiling, not understanding what had happened. Sitting before Zeke, Kaiser greeted him. "Weakling, you finally woke up. Still, you have several tricks, Shatten's abilities, draconian power, and elemental strength too." Floating with the power of wind, Kaiser unintentionally showed how powerful he was. The Hero King's blue eyes observed something in Zeke, and with a hand on his chin, he approached the protagonist with a curious look. "You, part of your soul, is overlapping with the spiritual realm." The protagonist raised an eyebrow, not understanding what Kaiser was talking about. Kaiser spoke as if he understood the protagonist's timeline. "It seems you've crossed the boundary of life multiple times in a human body, haven't you? That would explain why you're able to use elemental power." As he had no idea what the abilities Kaiser mentioned earlier, like Shatten's abilities, were, the protagonist lowered his head and asked for an explanation he could understand. The Hero King looked away, wondering how to explain, but he soon dismissed those thoughts and went straight to the point. "Isn't the goal more important than the trivial means?" Seeing Zeke continue to pretend he didn't understand, Kaiser pointed at him, annoyed. "Don't play dumb, clueless boy. I know what you're trying to get." Raising his hand, Kaiser created a 4-element magic, that which Zeke sought. Kaiser's true advanced art, the elemental sword. Elemental power is the pure force of nature that creates all things. Water, fire, earth, and also air. All 4 elements were present in Kaiser's swordsmanship. Elemental sword was based on them, and an expansion of them. The elemental sword, using a wind energy field, created a storm of swords like a cutting hurricane with devastating power. Demonstrating the skill to Zeke, the Hero King rested his sword on his shoulders, explaining, "The source of the elemental power used for the elemental sword is what you call ether." Zeke could still feel the wind energy hitting his face, even though the skill had already ended. From Kaiser's explanation, that swordsmanship seemed more like magic than swordsmanship itself. After creating a large, straight crater with the power of wind, Kaiser instructed Zeke to try the skill. Remembering that Kaiser had said the elemental sword was used with ether, Zeke was confused, as he didn't feel any ether in the Hero King. This made him wonder if there was some secret to converting ether into elemental power. Immediately, he asked the Hero King what that method was. Hearing the question, Kaiser held his sword, which immediately ignited with golden flames. Looking away, Kaiser replied without truly answering, "With me, it happens naturally. How am I supposed to explain?" Zeke almost fainted, wondering why all his teachers were like that. The protagonist began to observe Kaiser's elemental sword. It wasn't as if the ether wasn't there. Zeke just couldn't feel it. He needed to focus every one of his senses to barely detect such power. Seeing Kaiser easily switch fire for water on his sword, Zeke wondered how he couldn't even minimally imitate that skill. The flow of ether in the sword was extremely restricted. Since he couldn't demonstrate the sword technique without trying, Zeke picked up his sword, determined to figure out how to use it on his own. While listening to Kaiser tell him he was being too arrogant, Zeke closed his eyes. He was trying not to cling to what was visible, but to what he had felt. He tried to remember his attack, the one Kaiser himself had called elemental power. Believing his full force attack must have had some touch of elemental power, Zeke raised his energy to its maximum. With crossed legs, Kaiser watched, surprised, as Zeke began channeling energy into his blade. Little by little, Zeke began to gather wind around the sword. However, before he launched an attack, the Hero King hit him on the head. Annoyed, Kaiser told Zeke to use elemental power, and not an imitation technique like Dragon's Tongue. Confused, Zeke rubbed his head, wondering what Dragon's Tongue was. Seeing that the boy once again didn't understand what he was talking about, Kaiser explained, "Dragon's Tongue is exclusive to dragons. Perhaps a half-dragon can use it, but a common human definitely cannot. Every time you use this power, it demands a lot from you, doesn't it?" Remembering how exhausted he became after using the skill, Zeke frowned, agreeing with the king. Humans and dragons fundamentally had souls of different sizes. Zeke might be able to imitate a dragon, but he would never achieve the same efficiency a dragon could demonstrate. The Hero King's repulsive gaze was visible, reinforced by his words. "I don't know who created this, but it's pathetic. A technique that cruelly imitates the dragon's tongue?" Having instructed Zeke not to use this power, the Hero King told him to try again. Zeke had actually seen Dragon's Tongue before, when he absorbed Bahamut's heart in the Dragon Hunter's sanctuary. However, he had also seen a message saying that although he had learned Draconic Tongue, he couldn't use it. Draconic Tongue, which imbued words with power, was blocked because of his insufficient level. Hearing the Hero King's explanation, Zeke began to believe that if his full-force attack was based on Draconic Tongue, he could use such power freely once he grew enough to unlock it. Seeing the boy lost in thought, the Hero King stood up to punish him. "Do you want to get beaten again? Get up." Naturally, advanced training took longer than basic training. Thanks to his celestial bone body, Kaiser's demonstrations, and countless training sessions, Zeke was able to grasp the principles of the elemental sword. Like a magic activated by channeling mana through an incantation formula, the elemental sword worked by using ether as a medium to draw the elemental force of spirit power. Once he understood the principles and the method for it, using the elemental sword itself wasn't that difficult. Soon, wind tornadoes began to be created, tearing through the air with the swing of Zeke's sword. When Zeke began to use the elemental sword, the Hero King commented, "Finally, you're worth watching. The next stage will be even more difficult, so rest for today." Zeke obeyed the Hero King, who had become his master. Before they parted ways, Zeke, however, stopped him, asking if he could ask some questions while they rested. The Hero King didn't mind. He created a bed of wind that comforted him and told Zeke to begin. After seeing the master relax, Zeke asked seriously, "When we met, you saw me using aura and called me Shatten's disciple, right? What did you mean by that?" Discovering that they called that power aura, the Hero King explained a little better. "Shaitan said humans couldn't use elemental swords, so he created his own technique, and you're using it." The Hero King gritted his teeth. "He only passed on his technique and ignored mine. Damn Shaitan Draker." Zeke, hearing about Shattan, remembered that he was the Hero King's closest ally, a noble knight and the creator of aura cultivation techniques. However, discovering that he was the Draker was quite unexpected. He couldn't believe that the founder Draker hadn't been Terrakin, but rather the ancestral figure, Shattan. He didn't understand how this wasn't known. Having heard and reflected on the story, Zeke asked another question. "So what exactly is the spiritual realm, where spirits reside? I can feel the power of spirits after learning the elemental sword, but I still don't fully understand the concept." Upon hearing the question, the Hero King lightly waved his hand. However, the result of the movement created a tremendous wave of wind that cut through the entire hall, splitting it in half. From that wind, a barrier was created. Zeke touched that magic and mentally murmured, "Elemental sword, wind power field." So that's how it's used. On the other side of the barrier, the Hero King explained, "Technically it's different, but you can think of the spiritual realm as an afterlife, and the material realm as the world of the living. If the physical body leaves the material world and enters the spiritual realm, there will be no return. It's like you now, blocked by a barrier, unable to cross it." Zeke tried to push the wind barrier, remembering that Kaiser had said part of his soul was connected to the spiritual realm, and Kaiser himself had even appeared in a spiritual form. Listening to the boy's statements, the Hero King snapped his fingers. Immediately, a hole appeared in the barrier, and he explained, "I've never seen anyone like you either, but there are a few tricks that can be used to cross the barrier. In my case, a dragon helped me." Passing through the wall of wind, Zeke was extremely shocked to hear about dragons. Kaiser was confused to see his surprise. "Any problem?" The protagonist reminded his master that dragons didn't help humans. This left Kaiser even more confused. "What do you mean? There's no animal that likes humans more than dragons." This time it was Zeke who was confused. His shocked expression clearly displayed his thought. "What kind of nonsense is this? Dragons care about humans? Those monsters like the evil dragon Bahamut who tried to destroy the world?" Zeke scratched his head, as his master's words seemed more like a joke. It was hard to believe that in ancient times, the relationship between humans and dragons was different. Descending from his wind bed, Kaiser reminded Zeke that he himself was living proof of the relationship between humans and dragons. The master touched Zeke's chest, causing a magic circle with the image of a dragon to appear, and said, "Your heart and the fang your sword is made from. Didn't Bahamut himself give them to you?" Kaiser smiled excitedly, remembering the dragon. He might have a nasty temper, but he still has a gentle side. He can't refuse a sincere request. Zeke frowned, realizing that Kaiser and the evil dragon Bahamut must have had a friendly relationship. He decided he would keep the whole hunting matter a secret. Zeke scratched his head, agreeing with his master. Yes, he said our family was admirable for serving Lord Bahamut for generations, and he gave me a gift. I guess I misunderstood things. The hero king laughed animatedly as they resolved the misunderstanding. Ha ha ha, still fiercely loyal to your own, I get it. It must have been hard to clean up that grumpy bastard's mess. He fought a lot with Kronos because of that explosive temper. Zeke frowned, wondering if Kronos was the name of another dragon, and asked, "You mean like the Kronos Empire? I heard a lot about Lord Bahamut, so was the kingdom named after Lord Kronos?" The hero king smiled, confirming the doubt. "Yes, I hired him. While I was having trouble naming the kingdom, he annoyed me by drinking his tea. That's why I used his name to name the kingdom." Zeke tried to imagine a cross-legged dragon drinking tea. Hard to believe such a thing. He wondered if Kronos at least used some kind of polymorphy to change his body shape. The hero king remembered that day as if it had happened recently. Kronos didn't seem as surprised as I expected. Honestly, I just wanted to make his name remembered for generations. Learning history from the hero king was impressive. Thousands of years ago, in the era Kaiser lived, dragons and humans lived together in harmony. But if a powerful dragon unrestrictedly helped humans, it would cause the world's balance to collapse. This must have caused the material realm to go through a major crisis. For this reason, dragons suppressed their powers and helped humanity by using polymorphy and forming contracts. Humans who had made contracts with dragons, like Kaiser himself, were called contractors. Zeke came to understand that the reason ancient relics had such high performance was because they were made with the help of dragons. However, one doubt still remained: the reason dragons and humans drifted apart. With so much to discover, Zeke made a mental note to check the chronicles in the future. Kaiser, who was waiting for Zeke to change clothes, stretched as he complained, "I almost fell asleep waiting for you." His master's comment wasn't ignored by Zeke. "You've already waited 2,000 years for a successor. Waiting a few minutes shouldn't be a problem." Dissipating his air mattress, the hero king snorted. "Seriously, this arrogant little disciple. Let's see how long you can keep that attitude." Once again, lines of wind appeared, gathering around Kaiser as he walked towards Zeke. With an overwhelming aura, Kaiser grabbed his sword. "Your final advanced training will be a sparring session with me, but this time, it won't be like before." Zeke immediately felt the atmosphere change. Kaiser was much more serious. The hero king suddenly attacked his surroundings. "I'm going to add a rule. From now on, you won't be able to sleep or eat. Our battle will continue until I'm satisfied. Furthermore, you can only use the same elemental sword as me." Picking up his sword, Zeke asked what would happen if he broke the rules. Hearing the challenge, Kaiser made the flames of the elemental sword ignite. With the firepower field, he danced, spinning his sword and creating a whirlwind of flames. Pushing his sword towards Zeke, who barely managed to defend himself, he asked, "You want to break the rules? If you have a few lives left, you're allowed to try." The elemental sword was divided into 4 chapters, each corresponding to an element. The first chapter was based on the fire element, the same one Kaiser had used to attack Zeke. This was the so-called Chapter of Flame. Kaiser soon showed Zeke what the chapter taught, unleashing an immense amount of heat and fire, displaying an overwhelming destructive power. Faced with the flames that practically filled the entire training hall, Zeke spread his arms, blocking the attack head-on. However, he soon saw the opening of the next chapter. The Chapter of Earth was based on the element of soil. Before Zeke could realize it, the flames had been extinguished, and the ground beneath his feet began to exert a much greater gravitational force than normal, pulling his body down. Kaiser advanced quickly, closing the distance between him and his disciple. The Hero King's sword pressed Zeke further into the ground, making him sink deeper into the crater. Such an attack was only possible because the earth element specialized in suppressing and restricting through the control of density and weight. Faced with the overwhelming power, Zeke gritted his teeth, trying to bear the weight of his master's sword. Successfully resisting, he made Kaiser retreat. However, before Zeke realized it, his cheek was struck. Kaiser had opened the third chapter, the Chapter of Wind, and launched dozens of attacks from impossible angles, creating a labyrinth of slashes. Zeke swung his sword fiercely, also using the wind element, blocking the attacks that were possible. Kaiser, however, didn't cease his attacks. Although those were weaker than the power of flames in terms of brute force, wind was extremely versatile, useful for rapid attacks, high-speed movements, and air slashes. Lastly, but not least important, the chapter based on the water element. This time, performed by Kaiser, the chapter of water demonstrated its versatility with offensive and defensive powers. It could even be used for suppression and support. The chapter of water showed a balance of power that flowed and adapted like water itself. After Zeke displayed the power of water, Kaiser swung his sword, destroying the giant wave and striking the disciple. With the deep cut, Zeke gritted his teeth to keep himself from fainting. Even though he was ahead in power and scale, he couldn't surpass his master. After training for several days, Zeke still saw that there was a great distance between him and Kaiser. A few days ago, Zeke had performed a great water storm. He was extremely excited, but his master still punished him. Kaiser mercilessly reprimanded him. "You stubborn fool! That's the power of the waterfall, not the power of water." Zeke didn't understand if it wasn't enough to just manifest the water element, but Kaiser wanted him to go further. The other chapters work when you release the element, and just swinging your sword hard makes the power follow it. However, I've told you 1,000 times, the chapter of water is about gentleness. Gentleness overcomes strength. Haven't you understood yet? Now try again. Zeke gritted his teeth every time his master told him to restart training. He didn't understand what kind of nonsense Kaiser was talking about with gentleness overcoming strength. Amidst the chaos, Zeke had only submitted because he lacked the strength to resist. He had lost because he didn't have the strength to protect, to survive, to uphold his beliefs, to protect what he valued. He had pursued strength his entire life. Hearing that gentleness defeated strength was not the kind of path he sought to tread. Those words couldn't even reach him. The moment Zeke became lost in thought, a sword surrounded by the water element struck his own. Water splashed on his face, waking him from his daydream. Zeke held his sword firmly, still unable to believe he had been distracted in the middle of a fight. Because of the distraction, he couldn't successfully block, and the band of water created by Kaiser's attack threw him backward. Despite the attack he suffered, being pushed by the waves, Zeke managed to recover. After 15 days had passed, Zeke stopped counting the days. However, he was sure he had been training with Kaiser for at least a month, without eating or resting, facing endless battles. However, thanks to this, Zeke managed to discover something. Infinite stamina wasn't so powerful against a monster that crushed even such an ability. Kaiser exuded an overwhelming aura. His intimidating gaze became even deeper in his ultimate advancements. His water sword continued to attack fluidly, pressuring Zeke. Faced with so many attacks, the protagonist felt his arm lose strength, making movement more difficult. All the water created by the attacks had flooded the room, making the floor slippery. Thus, Zeke ended up slipping while defending, falling into the water. Zeke had to recover quickly, and on his knees still managed to block another water attack. Against Kaiser's terrifying smile, the protagonist forced a smile. Throughout all these days, he kept in mind the statement that gentleness overcame strength, and now he was beginning to understand. The strength he needed to hold his sword, the strength he needed to stay on his feet. The moment he began to ignore that, he finally started to understand what Kaiser meant, and to perform the water element swordsmanship, approaching perfection. The method Zeke used to train, controlling the sword's path and form, restricted his freedom of movement. He needed to destroy those unnecessary restraints from top to bottom like a flow of water, letting his attack find its own path. When Zeke's attacks finally became fluid, he managed to match Kaiser. In a way, he remembered feeling something extremely similar in his past life. When the line between him and the sword blurred, the sense of unity between him and the blade increased. Sometimes, this feeling became fierce, and other times it became graceful, flowing between styles. Showing what he had learned, Zeke faced the somber Kaiser, and the hitherto master, who exerted an overwhelming pressure, actually smiled, beginning to approve of the teaching Zeke had absorbed. With a swing of his sword, Kaiser once again pushed Zeke away, making it rain on him. The water that flooded the entire training hall served as a flow for the attacks, and kneeling, Zeke firmly held his sword, letting the water flow gently overflow from it. Spinning his sword above his body, Kaiser created several whirlpools that rotated in sync. With battle-hungry eyes, master and disciple used the elemental sword against each other. Performing the chapter of water, both used the horizon strike in sync, facing each other like the sea faces the starry sky. With the energy of the attacks that clashed, the entire tower trembled violently. As a result of the confrontation, a shimmer of rain fell over the training ground, revealing the victorious master and his disciple, who had learned a new lesson. Satisfied, Kaiser placed his hand on his hip and commented, "Excellent. Heir to my ancient battle, Zeke Draker. When Zeke opened his eyes, he saw a flash of light and wondered if he had passed out. He put a hand to his aching head, reminding himself that this was the second time he had lost consciousness. The first time had been when he fought against Duke. Due to excessive use of skills, he had reached the limit of fatigue and was forced to shut down consciousness for his own safety. This, however, was the first time since his regression that Zeke had passed out purely because of his physical limits. Looking around, Zeke searched for Kaiser. However, he only found the trail of destruction caused by the training. Seeing that there was nothing left but that, Zeke imagined that his master had returned to the spiritual realm. Sitting on the ground, Zeke wondered what had happened to the quest. Before he stopped thinking about it, Zeke received a notification from the system. After the first one, several windows opened in front of him, surprising him. The quest had been completed, and a bonus time had been added to the reward. Through the Fairy Queen's Tears quest, 500 karma points were added, along with 3 random skill cards. A conquest quest was successfully completed, and a bonus time was also granted. The administrator system rank had evolved, providing 500 karma points and 3 random boxes. With the authority system evolving to intermediate administration, new system functions were unlocked. The beginner quest book evolved to intermediate quest book. Item shortcut slots were activated. The administrator's soul grew and partially unlocked Bahamut's seal. Now, the seal level was at 90%. The intermediate administrator status window was opened, showing the new functions, as well as the class skills and general skills Zeke had unlocked throughout his journey, as well as the stage of the draconic skills. Zeke was faced with so much information that he became confused. Just checking all of it was a job in itself. Of the notifications, the one that caught his attention the most was Bahamut's seal being unlocked. Zeke remembered that the seal was at 95% when he absorbed the heart. At that time, he tried to unlock the seal, but was prevented by the system due to the risks. Over time, Zeke himself discovered the impact of pushing his capacity beyond the limit. At least, having the remaining 10% unlocked now seemed interesting. Although Draconic Tongue could not be unlocked with karma points, just like Dragon-type domination, both seemed to be related to the seal level. Deciding to keep his focus on these skills and the seal, Zeke moved on to the random reward boxes. As soon as he opened them, he obtained the rewards within. The first item was a boot made from a meteor-extracted ore, strong yet light. The pants obtained next were also made from the same ore and had the same effect, plus an equipment set bonus. Lastly, Zeke obtained a pair of delicate crystal earrings. They had the effect of increasing mana recovery speed by 15%. Holding the earrings, Zeke smiled, knowing he could sell them to mages for a large sum. Now that he had obtained the boots and pants of the armor and already possessed the gauntlets, the protagonist found himself close to completing the set. Moving on to the next rewards, he selected the random skill cards. As the name suggested, there were skills inside them. Opening the cards like in a gacha, Zeke obtained the most random skills possible. The first was Static Electricity, a rank C skill. It generated electricity to shock touch targets. Light Bomb, another rank C skill, fired condensed energy, causing an explosion that emitted a dazzling light, obstructing vision. Lastly, Zeke obtained Dissonance, also rank C, a skill that emitted an irritating noise, disorienting the target's hearing. Receiving 3 rank C skills, Zeke was disappointed. But if he only received high-level skills for free, he would feel that his suffering would lose its meaning. Zeke decided to test his new skills, starting with Static Electricity, which he channeled into a dagger. Immediately, electricity ran through his arm, launching a ball of energy into the sky. The power displayed by the skill was strong enough not to seem like rank C, which left Zeke satisfied. It was such a versatile power that he already imagined several creative ways to use it. Thinking of combining Static Electricity with Light Bomb and Dissonance, Zeke realized that he could achieve an even more effective result than with the artifact he had used in the exam. Setting the skills aside, the protagonist looked for the new system functions that had been unlocked. 3 slots were displayed for Zeke. According to the system, he could use the items stored in them as if they were skills. Thoughtfully, Zeke imagined that this would be useful in some way. Since he already had infinite stamina and a healing factor, he considered storing something other than potions. However, he suddenly thought of something. Even skills considered perfect still had weaknesses. There was no guarantee that Zeke wouldn't encounter someone as strong as Kaiser again, someone he wouldn't be able to handle, even with his infinite stamina. He himself had not yet managed to discover the limits of the healing factor. There would always be a scenario where the unexpected could happen. Therefore, Zeke decided to buy the high-grade healing potion, Salvation, and place it in the quick-use inventory. The potion called Salvation was a true work of art. It instantly recovered fatal wounds, in addition to restoring stamina. However, if used consecutively by the same individual, unknown effects could occur. Despite being expensive, it was worth it for its level. It was enough to replace stamina or the healing factor if necessary. After allocating the first potion, Zeke moved on to the most important reward obtained with the completion of the quest, the vial containing the Fairy Queen's tears. The item's description was clear. It said that the tears had been shed when Hero King Kaiser disappeared due to the schemes of an evil sorcerer. With them, it was possible to summon the Fairy Queen from the spiritual realm. Zeke was incredulous upon discovering the effect of the liquid he held. According to legends, the Fairy Queen granted wishes to humans. If all the stories about Kaiser were true, Zeke imagined he could actually summon the queen to have a wish granted. However, since it only had one use, he couldn't casually test it. He tried to carefully analyze the vial but discovered nothing, so he put it back in his inventory. Knowing he could use the tears someday, he left the training tower. Outside, the forest breeze stirred dry leaves. A magic circle appeared on the ground and unexpectedly, Zeke emerged from it. The protagonist looked around to find out where he had appeared. Upon realizing he was in an adventurer's outpost, he was surprised to have actually been teleported. The new travel portal system proved useful. Previously, Zeke had tested this system, selecting the 8th adventurer's outpost in the Kingdom of Argos as the final location. Choosing the destination on the map, he was teleported without problems. He would only need to pay the necessary points according to the distance. Returning to Kaiser's sanctuary, for example, would cost him 150 points. Zeke, looking at the map, imagined that if he had enough points, he could even travel between continents. It wasn't just convenient, it could also avoid those who tried to track him. While thinking about what he should do next, Zeke felt the breeze in the air. It was then that he began to notice the trees around him. He was confused to see the scenery. Flowers in winter? Upon realizing that across all the plains there were only flowers and no snow, he refused to believe what he was thinking. In Valhalla, the best night training academy on the central continent, students walked peacefully, enjoying the cool weather. In a room, a man tended to his bonsai while answering a student. Heavens, in 10 years as dean, I've never seen a case like yours. I've never seen a student appear a month after the entrance ceremony. Zeke could do nothing but lament upon discovering that he had been stuck for 4 months in Kaiser's sanctuary. The entrance guide that appeared with the letter of recommendation had said that not attending the ceremony could result in refusal of admission at the dean's discretion. Zeke gritted his teeth. It was already too late to wait for next year. He needed to access Terrakin's secret files at any cost, and to do so, he needed to convince the dean somehow. Bowing, the protagonist improvised an excuse. Dean, actually, I fell into a trance while training alone, trying to compensate for my deficiencies and the long loss of consciousness. Hearing the student's excuse, the dean showed interest. Flaubert Borges, the powerful dean of Valhalla, turned around, facing Zeke with a menacing look. A state of trance? Is that the excuse you'll give for missing the entrance ceremony? Flaubert Borges was none other than a former captain of the Royal Guard of the Kingdom of Tibia, a respected knight throughout the continent. He was as famous as Arthur Draker, the current director, who had visited him 3 times to offer him the position of dean. Zeke knew very well that emotionally appealing to a man who honored values and principles would be useless. Bowing his body 90 degrees, Zeke declared, I have no excuses for missing the entrance ceremony, not even if I had 100 mouths. But it's true, Dean. Flaubert frowned, pondering, and then commented, achieving a trance is not easy. If it were any other student, I would accuse him of insolence for talking nonsense. But you were personally recommended by the head of the academy. I will find a place for you. Zeke was surprised to be accepted into the academy, but Flaubert imposed a condition. If I judge that your training was worth more than a month in Valhalla, I will guarantee your admission. Even hating the fact that the damned Howard had paved his way into the academy, Zeke couldn't be picky about his entry at that moment. Flaubert touched a small bell on his desk, and soon his secretary entered the room. The dean ordered him to immediately provide an empty training room and gather the entire faculty department for an additional entrance evaluation. A few minutes later, Zeke found himself in the center of an arena, in a gigantic private training room for Valhalla cadets. The protagonist frowned, impressed. Each of the professors present was a renowned knight he had seen at least once in continental newspapers. Flaubert silenced everyone when he began to speak. Now that everyone is here, show us the result of the training you claim to have done. With a somber look, he challenged. Just like the dean, the professor stared at the student with somber looks. Zeke walked into the arena, and drawing his sword, wondered what he should show them. It's not like he could display the elemental sword. Looking at the professor's bench, Zeke felt intense pressure. Everyone there trained the best knights on the continent, so they wouldn't even bat an eye at an old technique. Knowing this, Zeke smirked, intending to show part of what he was truly capable of. Immediately, an energy exploded from Zeke's body, making the professor stand up at the sight of it. That translucent yet powerful energy flowed around Zeke's body like a gentle, overwhelming breeze. One of the professors was speechless at the sight of that energy, only managing to comment incredulously. This is sword aura, isn't it? The blue aura Zeke displayed ignited his entire body, filling the full extent of his sword. Soon, the professors began to converse, impressed with the boy who had reached the level of a blue knight at 15. They remembered that the last record was precisely Sir Abel at the age of 19. A murmur took over the impressed professors. Don't tell me he's a golden awakened. Zeke realized from the professor's shock that he had shown too much. When Zeke trained with Kaiser, his master scratched his ear in mockery. How can you like aura? That's just a little trick used by the weak. After facing Kaiser for several months, Zeke had simply forgotten how to hold his aura. Still, it was a relief to see the professor's reaction, as they only believed he was at the Blue Knight level. Before meeting Kaiser, Zeke's aura was already at the Blue Knight level. However, by learning the elemental sword, including the water field, Zeke's aura also rose to a new level, reaching the Red Knight stage. Sword aura was a technique that enveloped the sword with a thin, sharp layer of aura to optimize its sharpness. A Blue Knight might only be able to manifest and maintain the aura. However, a Red Knight would be able to freely change the aura's shape while maintaining its lethality. Zeke was relieved to just use the sword aura. Things could have gotten even more intense, seeing how agitated the professors already were. Suddenly, Zeke heard an excited shout, "Incredible! You've shown results that are incomparable to a month in Valhalla. For the sake of such a precious awakening, I would allow you to be delayed by several months, even several years." With shining eyes, Flaubert walked towards Zeke. He was acting completely different from before. However, Zeke decided to maintain a humble posture and bowed slightly. "No, Dean, I would like to apologize once again for missing the entrance ceremony due to my incompetence." Flaubert was impressed how, even being so strong at such a young age, Zeke still respected him. He then turned to the professors. "What do you say? Do you oppose Zeke's entry?" Seeing how incredibly lenient the dean was regarding talented students, the professors didn't dare to object. A bearded professor quickly responded, "Of course we're not against it. Such a clear manifestation of sword aura is rare, even among active knights." A bald professor reinforced, "That's right, we can't see such a thing anywhere else." Hearing the professor's words, Dean Flaubert nodded at Zeke. "Congratulations on your enrollment, Zeke Draker." The Middle Lands of Atlas was a large, kingdom-sized city in the center of the Middle Lands. In such a place were the training facilities for the Great Knights, Valhalla, as well as the Draker's Four Seasons Fortress. Since the Four Seasons Fortress was where the Draker Patriarch and several key figures resided, it was known as the true main castle of the Drakers. Arriving at a huge mansion, Zeke was impressed by its grandeur. He had arrived precisely at his personal mansion, Atlas. He was even impressed by the golden door handles of the gigantic door. In the dark hall behind the door, several people were already waiting for Zeke. As soon as he entered the mansion, various confetti were thrown in his direction, and shouts of celebration reached his ears. "Congratulations on entering Valhalla!" Zeke couldn't help but be shocked to see his master and instructor Andre dressed as clowns to celebrate with him. Duke patted his shoulder, repeatedly praising him. "You're truly incredible, disciple. It's my first time seeing someone miss Valhalla's entrance ceremony and still get in." He then asked with a smile, "Since the star has arrived, why don't we start the show?" After arriving at the mansion in Atlas, Zeke discovered that Duke and Andre had prepared a surprise party to celebrate his enrollment. Forced to wear a cone hat, Zeke couldn't believe he was having a children's party, with cake, snacks, and sweets. Zeke initially wondered why people who should be at the academy were in Atlas, but discovered that Duke had been called back to the fortress by the Patriarch, and after that decided to be a butler in his mansion. Andre, however, was a different case. The man with clown makeup tried to speak seriously despite his appearance. "I entered Valhalla as an assistant professor. I'm sorry, but I'll be bothering you." Seeing how the duo laughed animatedly, the protagonist forced a smile, annoyed at being pursued by them. He couldn't believe they had decided to use his mansion without even discussing it with him. Hours later, all the dishes had been consumed and the bottles emptied. Duke and Andre lay on the table to rest from the impending hangover. When night fell, Zeke left the mansion and went to a luxurious bar. He placed a coin on the counter and ordered, "A glass, and I'd also like to find Kay." The bartender was surprised to hear the request. Soon, everyone in the bar also began to react. They stood up, grabbed their weapons, and walked towards Zeke. From beneath the cloak he wore, the protagonist smiled at everyone's reaction. However, he immediately showed the crest on his glove and glared at them menacingly. "Do you really want to try?" Upon seeing the Draker's symbol, those thugs became wary of acting. In a few seconds, everyone returned to their tables, pretending nothing had happened. Even the bartender was scared, to the point where his legs gave out. "I'm sorry, I should have stopped them." The bartender quickly grabbed a bottle of wine. The bottle activated a mechanism on the shelf, and by pushing it, the bartender cleared the way for Zeke to find the manager. Zeke walked down a corridor lit by burning torches. Besides the secret door he passed through, he also found 3 security magic barriers, typical of K. Before Zeke's regression, there were 2 groups that could be called the largest intelligence organizations on the continent: the Draker Black Knights Order and the Roman Empire's Intelligence Office. However, there was an organization that was not as well known to people. This was called the Syndicate. In the beginning, they were simply a group of smugglers, but after Kay joined the organization, she used the smugglers' connections to establish an intelligence network. Before the protagonist's regression around the time he was now, he was being chased out of the academy, ending up with McCain. He did everything he could to survive that opportunity, and paved his way as one of their stealthy attackers. That's when the branch manager of that time, Kay, sought him out with a commission to clear an important transport route. At that time, she wanted to expand the transport routes they secured, with the intention of growing the Syndicate into an intelligence organization that would not fall behind the Order of Knights or the Intelligence Office. Thanks to her talent and tenacity, Kay managed to transform the Syndicate into her own organization. After losing everything to the Empire, Zeke wandered until he received a piece of information: details about the artifact the Emperor was seeking. Kay had actively cooperated with Zeke's revenge plans. She had stated that it was simply her way of repaying the help she received in making the Syndicate what it was. However, without her assistance, Zeke would never have laid hands on the artifact, nor would he be in this timeline. Information was a weapon. Just as Abel had said during the blessing rite, one would never know how the future would change. With her excellent skills, Zeke imagined that if he could maintain a good relationship through an agreement, he would receive a blessing for his plans. Amidst his thoughts, Zeke arrived at the main door of Kay's office. As soon as the door opened, he found himself in a dark room where, besides several piles of boxes, there was only a simple table in the center. Zeke sat in the chair across from the table, watching the woman light a match. It seemed her tastes remained the same as Zeke remembered them. Calmly, she lit her cigarette, preparing herself. With the light of a single lamp illuminating him, Zeke heard the question from the branch manager of the association. Stroking her long red hair, she observed him deeply. "Why does the star of the Draker family want to meet with me?" The syndicate manager didn't want any beating around the bush. She asked Zeke to get straight to the point. The protagonist didn't hold back and revealed his desire. "I want to negotiate with the syndicate." Zeke's interest surprised Kay, to say the least. She wanted to know why the prodigy who reached the Blue Knight level at 15, a high and noble awakened from the Draker family, needed to make deals with a criminal organization like hers. Discovering that Kay already knew what had happened in Valhalla made Zeke frown slightly, impressed by the speed with which she obtained information. Since Kay was still playing games and hadn't refused him, Zeke took something hidden inside his tunic and placed it on the table. "Why don't you make a decision after seeing what I have?" Kay grew curious upon seeing a pair of green earrings. Zeke further fueled her curiosity, piquing her interest. "They're not just earrings, they're artifacts. Try them on. You'll be surprised." The syndicate manager, despite taking the earrings to wear, didn't think they would be a big deal. "Do they have mana reinforcement or recovery or something like that?" "Unfortunately, those are quite common." However, as soon as she put on the earrings, Kay gasped, even letting her cigarette fall. The manager couldn't believe how good the earrings were. Her recovery rate had increased by at least 10%, maybe even 15%. In many years of trade, Kay had only seen artifacts typically possess an average of 1% increase in recovery. The most impressive reached, at most, 3%. But the item she had equipped had at least 5 times that amount. For Kay, not knowing of this item's existence in the market was impossible. If the boy knew of a trade route she was unaware of, or how he had obtained this item, Kay wanted to find out. Faced with the lack of information, Kay stared at the protagonist as if he were a mysterious being. She wanted to know who on earth he was. Feeling her penetrating gaze, Zeke asked, "Aren't you going to speak anymore?" After they started talking, Kay instructed Zeke on what he should do to fulfill their trade agreement. Although Kay already expected it, upon seeing the earring, she discovered that Zeke wanted to work with her for the sale of artifacts on his behalf. The syndicate would receive 10% of the value of each item, plus an additional bonus for every 10,000 in sales. Analyzing the contract suggested by Zeke, Kay realized that it was exactly the limit of the rate she usually worked with. Little by little, she became even more interested in Zeke. The boy seemed to already be aware that she was a mage, which meant he had access to information. After checking all the papers, Kay gathered them and declared, "I agree to the terms. Good luck to both of us, young master." Before Kay left, the protagonist raised a finger with a smile. "Oh, I have a question to ask." With a curious look, Zeke asked, "Is your ghost ship doing well?" Upon hearing the question, a dark aura enveloped Kay. Immediately, several thugs emerged from the shadows of the warehouse, coming from the most improbable places. Staring at Zeke, Kay coldly asked, "Where did you hear about that?" Even under pressure, Zeke laughed. "I'm just asking a question. Why are you so agitated?" Suddenly, Zeke's smile gave way to an extremely terrifying gaze that engulfed Kay in fear. "You can even threaten me, but are you sure you can handle the consequences?" Those yellow eyes consumed Kay's sanity, and she found herself facing a terrifying monster. Without realizing it, the smuggler began to sweat due to fear. Like her thugs sweated and trembled, afraid of that dark aura that emerged in the warehouse. Kay gritted her teeth, cursing herself for lacking information. Zeke Draker was supposed to be just the youngest Blue Knight, but there seemed to be much more to him than that. At the Syndicate branch in Atlas, even if everyone attacked the boy at once, with the energy he emanated, Kay was sure they wouldn't be able to defeat him. At Zeke's request, he and Kay left the warehouse and went to the manager's official office. In Zeke's hands was an oath contract, an item mages commonly used. An oath contract was a way to seal agreements. Commonly used by mages, they guaranteed the integrity of the deal. Using one's own blood as ink, though the method was simple, the effects were undeniable. Once the agreement was signed, a seal would appear on the arm of each party to the contract. If anyone tried to harm the other party, they would lose their own life. Although the seal could disappear if some more unusual methods were used, this would only result in an endless restriction, making things more difficult. Waiting for Zeke to sign the contract, Kay irritably asked, "Quick, sign it then. Doesn't it make sense for me to want a guarantee if something happens? There's no way to know if you'll change your mind and attack me." With a smile, Zeke didn't even think. Picking up the pen that had a blade, he extracted ink from his own body and signed his name on the paper. As the magic circles appeared above them, Zeke commented, "If I can earn your trust, I'm willing to sign as many contracts as you want." After the appearance of the magic circles, the names signed on the contracts appeared on each other's arm, confirming the agreement. After signing the contract, Zeke lay down on a red sofa. "Now that we've officially become partners, why don't we continue our conversation? Is whoever is using your ghost ship using it to distribute Marcan Soma?" Kay sighed deeply, scratching her head upon hearing how much the boy knew about her. The syndicate manager didn't know how Zeke was aware of her ship, but she confirmed what he had asked. "You're right. I'm using the ship to distribute Soma for the Marcan organization." Soma was a type of herb currently banned within the kingdom. With the kingdom's fall after the Civil War, the southeastern continent became fertile ground for its cultivation. Sitting on the sofa, Zeke commented that the transport must be happening because of the message from the Transcendental family. Kay had the same thought. Even Marcan, I'm sure they would avoid conflicts with that family. The only land route connecting the central part and the southern region of the continent was a desert region under the control of the Transcendental Ishtar family. However, a few years ago, Ishtar began to bar any entry of outsiders, and therefore, exchanges with the southern part of the continent were completely restricted. Zeke imagined that with the blockade and most of the maritime routes being controlled by Pabella, Kay was taking advantage of the routes the syndicate used. Lighting a new cigarette, the manager commented that they were just cats because a client paid a good price. Marcan and Pabella were two criminal organizations that currently controlled the southern region. They used the central forest as a demarcation between their areas. The northern part was controlled by Marcan, and the southern part by Pabella. Since Marcan took advantage of the land route to distribute Soma, without access to land routes, Pabella had no choice but to develop maritime routes. However, when that day came, Pabella had already taken full control of the seas. Leaving the topic of organizations aside, Kay began a topic that was of interest to her. "How did you find out about my ghost ship?" "The Syndicate's ghost ship." That was the name given to the ship that received an invisibility spell to avoid unwanted gazes. Since they were able to hide both pirates and ships, the boat became a key part of how the Syndicate made money, and a resource they tried to keep secret at all costs. However, Zeke couldn't say he learned this information by traveling back in time, so he provoked the manager. "An information agent is asking for information? Shouldn't you be focused on Pabella's offer?" Kay was surprised to see that the boy knew much more about her than she imagined. She stammered for a moment, but confirmed that there had been an offer from Pabella. The organization had offered twice what Marcan was paying, all to end the Syndicate's business with Marcan. Hearing that they were still analyzing the offer, Zeke instructed, "Reject the offer. Since the Syndicate could use this to slowly delay both Pabella and Marcan, I'm sure they'll come up with a better offer. Because the moment you cut ties with Marcan, you'll lose an important client." Seeing that Kay was reluctant to heed his advice, the protagonist whispered, "What if I told you that Pabella was formed by pirates defeated by the White Silver Knight?" Shocked, Kay hastily stood up. "No way. Pabella is known for staying true to its principles. They're different from those stupid pirates." Zeke shrugged, stating that their good looks were just an appearance. Pabella has a true purpose, to try to find their hidden treasure, the Syndicate's hidden sea route. Unlike Markin, who wants to keep the golden goose, if they find out about the ghost ship, I'm sure they'll sink it. Zeke's words were too heavy for Kay, who gritted her teeth, realizing he might be right about the intentions of the organization that wanted a new partnership. Still, Kay believed that the Southern Pirates and Pabella were two separate entities. While Kay continued to doubt Zeke's words, the protagonist demanded payment. "Shouldn't you be paying for the information I'm giving you? I want one simple thing. Take me to Don Juan, the head of Marcan. Kay, if you do that, I can make you the head of the syndicate." After leaving the syndicate manager surprised, Zeke left the secret base. Illuminated only by the moonlight, he walked through the streets. Thinking about everything that had happened, he analyzed Kay's information network. In the current reality, it was still not enough, although it was impressive. In the past, the easiest way to gain access to syndicate information was to level the playing field and absorb any organizations along the way. Having ignited a small flame that night, Zeke waited for the syndicate leader to eventually be consumed by it. The Valhalla Night Reception Center was a place where it was common to see young people reading books in the squares, or even having picnics in the fields. Walking through the accommodations, Zeke observed every corner, realizing that the place was very different from the cradle and the academy. The atmosphere there was much more liberating. Zeke had been waiting in that place for some time. He had heard from the dean that a guide would meet him soon. After waiting for a long time, Zeke heard someone call him. "Are you by any chance the Zeke the dean mentioned?" Turning around, the protagonist came face to face with who should be the student who would show him around the school. With an excited smile, the young brunette, who had a black tattoo on his face, extended his hand with a closed fist, trying to greet Zeke with a fist bump. However, seeing that Zeke didn't like that kind of interaction, he became a little embarrassed. Placing his hand on Zeke's shoulder, the young man commented, Hey, it seems you still have a long way to go until you get rid of that academy blood, man." Sighing, Zeke removed his hand from his shoulder, questioning the young man whether he was or wasn't the guide the dean would send him. With a somber expression, the young man tried to imitate Zeke's way of speaking and soon mocked, "Hey, what's with that tone, man? Come on, don't be so prickly and arrogant. Relax a little, partner. But as you said, the guide the dean personally appointed to show Valhalla is me." Zeke found the other students' mannerisms and speech strange, but remained silent. Realizing he had forgotten to introduce himself, the guide did so at that very moment, surprising Zeke with his unusually casual demeanor. "I'm Diego. I'm an evangelist of New Age fusion music with traditional Southern percussion and central melodies. That's me, Diego Villa. We're gonna get along great, partner." Not wanting to interact with a hippie, Zeke turned away. Yeah, we'll get along, Diego." Diego quickly ran after the protagonist, skipping. "Hey, it seems you're starting to like me, aren't you, partner?" Zeke sighed, not in the mood to interact with Diego. Frowning, the protagonist looked out of the corner of his eye at the knight he knew very well. Zeke didn't expect to find Diego so oblivious, the man destined to be known as one of the 5 Divine Knights. The 5 Divine Knights received such a title for playing key roles in the Continental War, starting with Bishop Castay, the Silent Knight, Jeffrick Solma, the Mist Knight, Asta Elidolf, the Illusory Knight, Reyna Draker, the Lightning Knight, and lastly, Diego Villa, the Rhythmic Knight. Thinking a little, Zeke remembered that they said all 5 Divine Knights were students in Valhalla, but he would still have to confirm the veracity of that. Zeke hoped that if all went well, he would be able to strengthen his influence quickly. Feeling a little hungry, Diego called to have a meal with southern dishes. Zeke wasn't interested, but Diego kept talking about great places to eat in Valhalla. Biting into a taco filled with meat, vegetables, and spices, Zeke ended up surprised. "This is really good." Having ordered several different dishes to present, Diego laughed. Ha, of course they're good, partner. This exclusive Valhalla Dragon Shark food is something that even I, a southerner, recognize. Zeke ended up letting slip a comment. "Yes, the food is great. Better than what you can find in the South." Diego, surprised, asked if he had ever been to the South, but Zeke covered up what he had let slip, claiming to have only said what he had heard. After they continued talking while eating, Zeke curiously asked how Diego, someone born in the South, had gotten into Valhalla. Diego was surprised by the question, as the story was quite long. Diego's parents were the rulers of a small kingdom in the south, so they had some influence. Zeke was surprised to discover that Diego came from a royal family. The southern continent was formed by a coalition of small kingdoms, with the Cusco kingdom as its center. The vast majority of residents of the continent had migrated to the central continent when the Cusco kingdom collapsed after the Civil War. Laughing, Diego raised his mug of hot chocolate. In short, I'm a prince. I'm someone important. Do you understand what I'm saying? Despite not believing that someone from royalty would be so undignified, Zeke kept his comment to himself. Diego Villa sighed, remembering his homeland. Anyway, there are some very snobbish old-timers who insist that the royal family's traditional twin sword fencing must be preserved, and because I'm a prodigy with twin swords, I ended up being sent to Valhalla. Diego had no interest in fencing. For him, the real thing was music. It was because he liked music that Diego tried to attract Zeke to his music club, but he was rejected. After leaving the cafeteria, the protagonist followed Diego to a large classroom. Concerned, he asked, "Is it okay to enter advanced classes like this?" But Diego reassured him, "You really still have the academy instinct in you. Valhalla is about freedom. Everything is allowed for the sake of learning. If there's a class you want to attend, then you can go to the room where it's being taught. And today's special lecture isn't just any old class, man. I heard there's something big prepared for today." As he wondered if Diego never got tired of acting so animatedly, Zeke heard some whispers and glances directed at him. The whispers were loud enough for him to hear. "It's Zeke Draker, the youngest to enroll in Valhalla. I heard he's a direct descendant. They say he's a prodigy who even defeated an instructor." Diego, hearing the whispers, turned to Zeke. "Man, are you a Draker?" The protagonist was surprised by the question and showed the crest on his glove with a mocking expression. "What do you think this is then?" Diego, however, had no idea what that symbol was. Zeke almost attacked Diego, overcome with anger. "These are pure-blood gloves, you idiot. They're the symbol of a pure-blood Draker family awakened." Diego's mind practically fried upon hearing Zeke's words. Almost fainting, he tried to defend himself. "What? You didn't even take off those gloves while eating, so I thought you were just a tough guy who stood firm on his principles. I had no idea what those gloves meant." Sitting next to Diego, the protagonist smiled, incredulous that Diego had gone to Valhalla without even knowing about the gloves. Still, the panicked expression Diego showed was quite common when people encountered a pureblood. It was then that Diego replaced his look of confusion and panic with one of excitement. "Oh, that's why I was wondering why you were so tough. Now it all makes sense." Zeke couldn't believe how light-minded Diego could be. Ignoring Zeke's family, Diego hugged him, slinging an arm over his shoulder. "If you're a Draker, you're the one who should have paid for our lunch." Diego hadn't calmed down after learning Zeke's identity. On the contrary, he had become even louder. Seeing the commotion among the students in the auditorium, Flaubert, who was unexpectedly teaching that class, clapped his hands to get everyone's attention. Soon, everyone fell silent, attentive to the dean standing on the auditorium stage. Zeke, who was initially curious why so many people were present in the auditorium, discovered the reason. This must have been a special class, as it was being taught by the dean. While Diego tried to show Zeke some music, the protagonist tried to pay attention to the dean, who had begun to speak. "Seeing how many students are here, I can tell how eager you were for this class. Now then, let's skip the formalities and go straight to the main event. It was quite difficult to bring this person here." As the dean spoke, someone walked onto the stage, none other than the Draker's Black Knight, who had returned from the battlefield. Zeke immediately recognized the person walking onto the stage. The protagonist had already wondered why he had returned to the Four Seasons Fortress. The person who went on stage waved to the students who were there to greet him. He was none other than Zeke's professor, Duke Draker. Whispers began to fill the room as students started talking about Duke. There were rumors that Duke had recently been seen around the Four Seasons Fortress. Many genuinely wondered if this was true. Duke approached the podium, where the microphone was already set up. "To have all of you remember me after I've left the front lines is truly a great honor. I ask you to engrave this lecture in your hearts and souls. I, Duke Draker, became a Black Knight even after being just an ordinary student at the academy." Everyone paid close attention to Duke's words, and Zeke, who was also attentive, was surprised, as the content of Duke's lecture was better than he expected. As time passed, Zeke continued to pay attention. However, the young people who had been attentive earlier began to become disheartened. Soon, many students fell asleep, while others managed to stay awake, despite the fatigue caused by Duke Draker's words. Duke had been speaking enthusiastically without stopping for 2 hours and didn't seem to intend to stop. Realizing how talkative Duke was, to the point where students were starting to fall asleep, the dean pushed him from the podium. "I'm sure this is a shame for all of you students who were listening intently, but we're running out of time." After dismissing Duke, the dean announced that there was another guest, someone everyone should know, so introductions wouldn't be necessary. Despite being incredibly busy as a guardian knight, she made time in her schedule to come to Valhalla. Zeke was surprised to hear the rank of the person who would be lecturing. Within the Draker family, knights were classified as common knights, intermediate knights, advanced knights, and guardian knights. Because of this pyramid system, there weren't even 10 guardian knights. Zeke knew very well that the second person to speak must be a prominent figure. The dean looked down, frowning. He carefully checked his watch, which was approaching 4 o'clock. As 4 o'clock sharp struck, a white-haired woman entered the auditorium. The knightess walked onto the stage wearing her armored suit. In the audience, Zeke, resting his head on his chin, observed her. The knightess had platinum hair and wore full-body armor. Despite this making her stand out, Zeke didn't remember her. However, he soon saw several students excited to see her. They would never have the chance to see her if they hadn't joined Valhalla. They commented excitedly, "I can't believe I'm going to see the Silver Knight in person." Zeke was surprised to hear the comments. From their words, that person must be the first direct descendant of the Drakers, the Silver Knight, Carly Draker. The port city of Asan is an important maritime travel hub on the central continent. Currently, it's a city with excellent geographic value due to its ability to protect trade routes, not only for the commercial city of the Republic of Dolta and the southern continent, but also for the western continent. However, the situation was completely different a few decades ago. At that time, southern pirates occupied Asan, making that land a lawless zone where all kinds of crime were committed. It was there that after officially becoming a knight of the Draker family, Carly Draker began to clear out the pirates. 5 years after embarking on this mission, Carly freed Asan from the pirates. After that, under the protection of the Drakers, Asan became the largest port city, and the surviving pirates hid in the dangerous waters south of the Republic of Dolta. Carly's achievement in securing the trade routes in Asan was extremely recognized, and thus she became the youngest Guardian Knight. It was a feat that not even Abel, before Zeke's regression, who had everything in his hands, managed to achieve. Zeke observed the woman who in front of the podium was preparing for her lecture. Although he expected an important figure to lecture, he never imagined it could be his sister. Not only that, but Carly was currently engaged in the succession battle against Abel Draker. It was natural that Zeke didn't recognize Carly's face, as before his regression, she was no longer among the living. After reaching the podium, Carly sighed, annoyed. She hastily tapped her finger on the wood before furiously shouting, "Silence!" Her voice echoed throughout the auditorium, instilling fear in all the students. Everyone trembled with fear instantly. There was nothing more to do when a Guardian Knight quarreled with them. Carly didn't hold back in reprimanding them. "Your attitude and behavior and not being silent when a speaker presents themselves is very different from the disciplined Valhalla from which I graduated. Our ancestors would click their tongues to see all of you as you are now. Do you think the peace you enjoy today was won without cost? No, it was won through the blood, sweat, and tears of those who came before you. It makes no sense just to know this. It's only when you reflect this in your actions that this knowledge truly has any meaning." Everyone lowered their heads in front of the Guardian Knight's reprimands. Zeke smiled slightly, seeing how authoritarian his sister was. Carly furiously pounded her hand on the podium while scolding, "It is only through rigorous training and strict adherence to rules that one can develop a healthy mindset as a knight and become a true knight." After the reprimands, Carly managed to maintain silence in the auditorium and give her lecture. When the lecture ended and the students left the hall, many were still sweating, afraid of the knightess. Many preferred to go back to listening to sleepy Sir Duke than to listen to the woman who instilled fear in them. Observing how the young people reacted, Zeke realized that Carly's words were in vain. They had no effect on the young cadets. Diego, who was supposed to accompany Zeke for the rest of the tour, had said goodbye to him, intending to compose some music after the 5-hour lecture that served as inspiration. Despite being without a guide, Zeke thought it was better this way. He could be busy hunting for talent and living his life in Valhalla, so looking for Tarakin's secret library during downtime like this would be good. As Zeke intended to look around, a woman in silver armor dug her feet into the ground. "Zeke Draker!" As soon as he looked back, the protagonist saw Carly approaching, asking to talk. For the conversation, the duo unexpectedly headed to a training room. Carly immediately drew her sword, releasing an aura that covered her. The mithril sword that had been gifted by the Holy Kingdom caught Zeke's attention. The Holy Kingdom originally bordered Asan, so pirates were a major problem for them. As proof of their goodwill, due to the benefits obtained from the disappearance of the pirates, the Holy Kingdom gifted Carly with a sword and armor composed entirely of mithril. Thus, she earned the nickname White Silver Knight because of her appearance when wearing the equipment. Carly had a goal in taking Zeke to the training room. "I want you to show me your skills without hiding anything." Zeke then began to stretch. He already imagined what she might want, but was surprised it was just a duel. He understood that Carly must have heard the rumors about him reaching the Blue Knight level after his aura demonstration. After stretching, Zeke dropped his heavy sword onto the wooden floor. He slowly drew it from its sheath, revealing his aura. Carly had told him to show his abilities without hiding anything, however, he couldn't do that. Carly wasn't the only person curious about the extent of Zeke's abilities, so he wouldn't put himself at the disadvantage of revealing them completely. The founding principle of the Draker family was based on the law of the jungle. Reaching the Blue Knight level was already unprecedented, so if any word about Zeke reaching the Red Knight level spread, the Zimmons family, who are in the middle of the succession battle, would use any method to get rid of Zeke as well, just as the Patriarch would try to use any means to control him. Showing all his cards was something Zeke would only do after surpassing the Patriarch. All he needed now was just the support of belonging to a transcendental family. There was no reason to follow his family's wishes. Carly and Zeke disappeared from where they were, crossing swords while facing each other. However, Zeke soon was surprised by the movement Carly demonstrated, pushing his sword aside. Before he could realize it, his sword was already being pointed at the ground. Carly made a second quick movement, raising her sword and hitting Zeke on the nose. Immediately, Zeke paused the use of his healing factor's passive, so that Carly, as a guardian knight, wouldn't discover its existence. Zeke did not intend to make the same mistake he made with Duke. Recovering quickly, Zeke raised his sword, but only managed to brandish it to defend against Carly's attacks while retreating. The mithril sword carried a powerful aura each time Carly approached. With a swing of her sword, Carly created a large band of wind that lifted Zeke into the air. Suffering a blow to the shoulder, Zeke wondered if he really would have to show his red level ability. Limiting himself to the blue level didn't allow him to fight properly. While Zeke thought, Carly initiated a new move, leaping above him. As she plunged towards her brother, Carly held her sword, preparing to brandish it. The sword tore through the air violently, but this time it was blocked by the protagonist. Despite this, he was thrown to the ground, creating a large shockwave. A large curtain of smoke permeated the spot where Zeke had fallen, but he still blocked Carly's sword, who complimented him. Most swords would have already broken in half, but your sword seems to be excellent. Hearing the compliment, Zeke smiled. Then he swung his sword, pushing Carly far away. The two stared at each other from a distance, in the large training room, which was mostly already destroyed. Zeke wiped the sweat from his chin, commenting to himself, "I knew it. A frontal battle against a red knight while limiting my aura to the blue level is too much." While Zeke rested, Carly asked, "Are you really letting your guard down just because you managed to create some distance between us?" The moment Zeke became confused, Carly disappeared. Before he knew it, the gleam of energy had already ignited. He had completely forgotten that before acquiring the title of White Silver Knight, Carly Draker held another famous title. Due to her sword aura, she wielded her blade as if she were brandishing a colossal sword. Because of this, she became known as the Sword of Giants. Carly's aura skill took form, making her sword appear to be over 10 meters long as it was swung towards Zeke. The protagonist gritted his teeth, preparing to endure the massive damage he could no longer block. A large stone pillar fell as Zeke was slammed against it. An entire wall seemed about to collapse due to the strong impact. In the training arena, Zeke's sword remained stuck in the ground without its owner, who had disappeared. The large dust cloud covered much of the room, hiding where Zeke might be. Seeing what she had caused, Carly gritted her teeth, blaming herself for not holding back. However, the concern she showed quickly turned into surprise. The smoke curtain began to clear, and from the large hole that had been opened in the wall, Zeke walked out with light steps. He leaned against the wall, wiped the corner of his mouth, and commented to himself, "I think I managed to create a convincing act with that. Did she like it?" A massive amount of destruction had been caused, but still, Zeke seemed fine. This made Carly put away her sword and praise him. "You're incredible, Zeke. I can't believe you still managed to block my attack. You exceeded my expectations." As Carly spoke, Zeke began to tremble, trying to stay on his feet. Carly didn't notice and changed the subject. "Actually, I have some business to discuss with you." As soon as she said that, she saw her brother sway, like a tree that had been cut down. Before she could run to Zeke, he fell to the ground, out of energy. Concerned, Carly took Zeke into her arms, realizing that his internal injuries were severe, which led her to imagine that he had used too much aura. Quickly, she put her hand in one of her pockets and retrieved a small vial. She poured the liquid into Zeke's mouth, trying to explain what it was. "This is the family's high-grade recovery potion. Drink it slowly." The potion's energy coursed through Zeke's entire body, healing his wounds at a speed noticeable to the naked eye. In reality, the recovery was not due to the potion, but because Zeke had reactivated his healing factor ability. The truth was that everything he had done was just an act, including the reactivation of the healing factor. Zeke was trying to hide his strength as much as possible, pretending to be only at the initial stage of a blue knight. The moment the giant sword approached him, Zeke received the blow with the minimum possible defense, allowing himself to be hit. He didn't know why, but an opening in Carly's attack appeared the instant the giant sword was about to hit him. Thus, everything that happened next proceeded smoothly. Zeke received Carly's aura with his own body. And because of his constitution, which did not allow the use of aura, he ended up resisting it. Since Carly believed that Zeke was capable of using aura, she ended up assuming that his wounds were the result of exaggerated effort. After healing, Zeke sat up, feigning a headache. Carly asked if he was okay, and soon he smiled again. "Yes, thanks to you. Thank you very much, Madam Carly." Carly nodded at his answer and stood up, but extended her hand to help him rise, asking, "Feel free to call me Sister, Zeke." Sometime later, a carriage stopped in an empty alley on the outskirts of Atlas. Inside the carriage, which was the size of a small room, Carly served Zeke tea, something she had bought on the eastern continent. Seeing the tea being served to him, Zeke remembered that the patriarch had done something similar. This made him wonder how much the story about him liking tea had spread. Zeke still couldn't believe he was inside a carriage. Looking from the outside, it didn't seem so large, but Carly soon explained that there was a camouflage magic that prevented people from knowing its true size. First, Carly had called Zeke to a training room, and now she was taking him to the outskirts of the city in a carriage ride. Concerned, he soon asked, "Could there be any problem if the matter you want to talk about were overheard by others?" While Zeke drank the tea, Carly got straight to the point. "The Butcher Knight. I need more power to stop Abel Draker." Hearing Carly's intention, the protagonist asked if she was really talking about the second son of the Draker house. Placing the tea on the table, Carly stated that she was not saying such words lightly. Therefore, she would explain everything from the beginning. Currently, despite one of our family's principles being the oath of neutrality, Abel broke this creed of not getting involved in national disputes. He is currently supporting the Roman Empire against Alencia in their dispute. Zeke drank the exotic tea that had been served, listening to his sister speak. From what she had said, he discovered that Abel was already moving since this time. Curious, he asked if the Four Seasons Fortress was not aware of what was happening. However, Carly revealed that everyone already knew, but they were ignoring Abel's actions. The Four Seasons Fortress is currently divided. This is because supporters of the Empire appeared in the Assembly of Elders, and Abel is receiving support. Carly's words made Zeke ask if she meant that all the elders were in favor of the Empire. She revealed that some still remained neutral, but overall it was as Zeke thought. Zeke sighed upon hearing his sister's words. "I can't believe that arrogant Assembly of Elders is just being neutral, instead of showing any disagreement. It's only a matter of time until they all fall." Carly saw the situation in the same way Zeke commented, and went further. Although she was thinking of a method to stop Abel, she couldn't simply wait for him to be stopped by the elders. She was well aware that if Abel was not stopped, his actions would trigger a major war. Zeke, who knew exactly what would happen in the future, recognized that Carly's prediction was correct. It had been 3 years since Zeke's regression. 7 years from now, the Drakers and the Empire under their command would initiate a continental war. Countless innocent lives would be lost, and many people would be injured. The heavens would turn dark, and the earth would turn red. Picking up her cup, Carly revealed her intentions. "It's because of his actions that I've made a decision. I must gain the power necessary to stop Abel. He is currently controlling the high ranks of the Drakers. I'm sure he naturally believes that those below him are the ones who follow me. However, a true knight does not submit to authority, but rather adheres to justice and righteousness. Therefore, true to my beliefs, I intend to gather the normal knights in the vicinity of the Four Seasons Fortress." Revealing her entire plan, Carly stated she didn't want to force Zeke to help her. "You are still young, and your future is guaranteed as a pure blood awakened." Zeke's eyes showed his coldness as he analyzed Carly's entire plan, as well as her intentions and personality. He perfectly understood what kind of person his sister was. Although she possessed an iron will, if it was for justice, she was willing to act with the necessary flexibility. She was just and pure. The opening Zeke saw in Carly's giant sword attack must have been precisely caused by the concern she had for him. Although Carly seemed as firm and strong as a Draker, she also possessed a gentle soul. Concerned about her brother, Carly asked him to think carefully if he would help her, because in the worst case, he could also be treated as a traitor. Zeke placed his cup on the table, thanking his sister for the advice. The next moment, he pushed his chair back heavily. Unexpectedly, he knelt beside her. "Despite your advice, I have already made a decision. Although I am still inexperienced, I would like to join you on your path as a knight." Carly was surprised by her brother's quick decision. However, she smiled slightly, pleased with the answer, and thanked him. When Zeke said goodbye to his sister and got out of the carriage, it was already getting dark. He didn't go anywhere else but the research facilities area of Valhalla. In his past life, Zeke was able to acquire updated information about his family through Kay's help. However, he had never discovered that the corruption within the Drakers had spread long before the Continental War began. The reason Zeke intended to leave the Draker family earlier was because he wanted to avoid risks regarding Abel's countermeasures in his attempts to gather enough forces to prepare for the Continental War. However, if there was someone who shared the same goals as him, Carly, then there was no need to flee the family as he intended to do. Zeke saw the current situation as ideal. Remaining in the family would make it easier to discover Abel's intentions, and with Carly on the front line, he wouldn't face brutal retaliation directly. For this reason, an important prerequisite would be to officially become a knight and bring public opinion to Carly's side. Even though Carly was the eldest child and a guardian knight, not being a pure-blood awakened or a member of one of the great families, she was repelled by Abel's forces and failed to take control of the Draker family in the past timeline. However, if Zeke, a pure-blood awakened, became an official knight and gave Carly his support, then the balance would be tipped, even if barely. It was because he wanted to be by Carly's side that Zeke imitated a knight, although the role didn't suit him so well. Focusing on what he was doing at that moment, Zeke looked at his map, realizing that he was already close to where he wanted to go. Zeke arrived at the large central library of Valhalla's research facilities, the reason he had entered this institution, the secret library of Terrakin. Inside, as well as outside, the library was enormous, with several floors and reading areas, in addition to sumptuous golden decoration. Heading to the indicated location, Zeke entered a small storage room with few shelves and soon received the notification, "You have reached your destination." He was surprised that that was the library. It was nothing like he expected. A look of disappointment appeared in his eyes. Running his hands over the shelves, Zeke found nothing special or significant. Since this was a place that the system itself had guided him to, Zeke thought there might be something on the level of the heart of Bahamut hidden there. Annoyed, Zeke wondered if he had really gone there in vain. As he walked through the small room, Zeke received a new notification. Data restoration point detected. Zeke stepped back as a bookshelf emerged in front of him from a hologram. To Zeke's shock, that bookshelf became real. Curious, Zeke raised an eyebrow as he read the new notification that appeared before him. The secret library of the other administrator, Terrakin Draker, has been detected. Connecting to the library, upon seeing the system mention another administrator, Zeke wondered if this meant that Terrakin, like him, had also once been a user of the same system. Knowing that that bookshelf only appeared by reacting to the system, Zeke understood that, naturally, it had never been discovered until that moment. Soon, several notifications began to appear. Information within Administrator Terrakin Draker's secret library has been linked and updated to Administrator Zeke Draker's system. From this point forward, you will always be able to access Terrakin Draker's secret library. Book categories have been organized by the administrator to facilitate access to information. The bookshelf was organized into Organizational Management Manual, Dragon Hunting Manual, reference materials, and finally, collections of proverbs for improving growth. Zeke didn't think it would be good to start with the most difficult books. Judging by the titles, there was nothing that seemed so special. Zeke asked the system for help. "Help me find what would most help my growth now." The system confirmed the administrator's request, and a compatible book was located. Soon, a book on the shelf glowed, drawing Zeke's attention. He picked up the book, which looked holographic, and read its title, True Dragon Swordsmanship Secret Technique. Zeke was confused, as he had never heard of this technique, so he decided to see who the author was. He was shocked to discover who had created that book, close advisor to Hero King Kaiser, Sheltern Draker. As Zack opened the book on the true dragon fencing, he contemplated the author's thoughts and the reasons behind writing it. Sheltern Draker began his writing by highlighting the need to develop that skill. The bond between dragons and humans had started with the great king hero. Thanks to him, mere humans could form contracts with those supreme beings. However, dragons wouldn't help humans without a good reason. They simply felt pity for the weak humans and their lack of special traits that other races had. Once this relationship kicked off, the number of contractors skyrocketed, spreading across the continent and building new civilizations. Yet, it was precisely this rapid development that worried Sheltern. He feared that if such transcendent beings helped humans out of pity, they might also feel the opposite and turn against humanity out of the same sentiment. He worried that these thoughts could become a reality, and if they did, humanity, unable to defend itself at all, could be wiped out overnight. As a result, Sheltern dedicated himself to researching how to combat dragons. The first thing that came to mind was magic. However, magic was the very first gift the dragons had given to humans. They had inscribed magical circles in the hearts of humans, enabling beings who were previously incapable of generating mana to harness magic. Trying to fight dragons with magic was, at best, a foolish thought. The second option Sheltern considered was the elemental sword created by the king hero, which even the dragons feared, but that power was solely his, inherited from the bloodline of the fairy monarch. With no solution in sight, Sheltern threw himself into his research to find one. One new power that only humans could wield, whether it was the primal fencing of the north or the mysterious power of the west. There wasn't a single thing that Sheltern didn't try to push the boundaries of humanity. Something surprising and maybe a bit ironic was that the one most eager to help Sheltern in his research was none other than the dragon hired by the hero king Kronos. Kronos claimed he wanted to help Sheltern because he found it entertaining, but Sheltern couldn't shake the feeling that there was a real determination behind the dragon's actions. The intensity of that feeling was so strong that Sheltern just accepted Kronos' words as truth. Sheltern pressed on with his research, and with Kronos' help, they discovered aura. It wasn't an elemental force or anything like mana. It was a power that only humans could harness. After finally uncovering a lead following the Hero King's departure to the spirit world, Sheltern continued his work on aura, and before long, he began to see the first results. He worked on both the theory and application of aura, maybe developing a fencing style that utilized it. He wrote and spread the so-called true dragon fencing. However, in a world where power was easily and quickly gained through artifacts created by dragons, true dragon fencing, which required immense effort for personal growth, was largely overlooked. Sheltern felt relieved as his worries proved unfounded and the dragons didn't turn against humanity, at least while he was writing this text. But he penned this book because he believed that one day, such fencing would eventually become necessary. Placing the book on the shelf, Sheltern made one last request to you who found this book. I hope and ask that you understand my will and strive to learn the techniques. Darren, as soon as Zach finished reading the book, he got a notification. Sheltern's successor. Learn the secret sword fighting technique of Sheltern Draker, the true dragon swordsmanship. Time limit 3 months. Reward, coordinates to the treasure of the Kronos Kingdom. Putting the book aside, Zach thought about the treasure, imagining it must be full of powerful and unmatched artifacts. The 3-month time limit grabbed his attention. He felt that this swordsmanship would be trickier to master than the elemental sword, so he would need to focus exclusively on it. After getting his thoughts in order, Zach sighed. In the end, Sheltern was right. Zach didn't know how long the long reign of the Hero King lasted, but as Sheltern predicted, the dragons turned against humanity, and a devastating war swept across the world. As a result, the protagonist used the system's help to check if there was any more useful information in the secret library about Terracon. Searching through the books, the system found a result that matched his query. Before Zach realized it, a hologram activated in the small room he was in, a magical video recording of Terracon. As the space around him shifted, Zach frowned. It was extremely similar to what had happened in the tutorial. In seconds, Zach found himself in a vast, nighttime desert. He looked around at the scenery created by the system, but soon felt a surge of energy behind him. When he turned around, the protagonist was confronted with a gigantic golden eye that even reflected his own image. He jumped back quickly. As he fled, a massive dragon emerged from the ground, ripping through the desert like a volcano erupting. While Zach trembled, the system activated his mental defense skill. Trying to stay calm, Zach couldn't help but tremble as he realized just how real this was. Here was the creature that had once been called the king of all beasts. Standing before the dragon, Zach felt more like a tiny insect that could be easily crushed. Fixating on the illusory dragon, Zach recognized that he was looking at Baramut. When he glanced in another direction, he saw a man walking toward the dragon. Zach hadn't even sensed his presence until the man opened his mouth to speak to the dragon. This man was also a monster, but in a different way. Compared to Baramut, the man brushed past Zach, scaring him, yet reminding him that this was just a recording. The scene captured in Terracon's journal seemed to be none other than the decisive battle between Baramut and Terracon Draker from the tales of the Dragon Hunter. The dragon, with its golden eyes and horns, raised its paw, kicking off the fight that had become a story, passed down through generations. Zach's eyes widened. He didn't want to miss a single second of this footage. The dragon's paw slammed down in front of Terracan, kicking up a massive cloud of debris and asserting its dominance. The dragon gazed into the empty eyes of the human and sneered, "Why are you hesitating, Terracan?" Despite the taunt, the man stayed silent. Then Baramut said something that even surprised Zach. "You disappoint me, my contractor." A chill ran down Zack's spine as he realized that Tarakan had contracted Baramut, just like Kaiser had done with the dragon Kronos. Disappointment crossed Zack's face as he understood that the legends about the dragon hunter and Tarakan subduing Baramut were exaggerated. Suddenly, Zack felt the ground shake. The recording he was watching began to glitch, and the conversation between the dragon and the human became inaudible. Looking around, Zack tried to figure out what was happening. He tried to decipher what Taraka was saying to Baramut, but the sound was cutting out to the point where he couldn't hear anything. Quickly, Zack asked for help from the system. However, it couldn't confirm his request. Zack clenched his teeth, annoyed to be missing such a crucial part of the story. Soon, he turned to Taraka with a curious gaze. He remembered a conversation he'd had with the hero King Kaiser, who laughed while asking if a hired dragon could attack its contractor. "You really talk nonsense." Kaiser indirectly explained to Zack what had happened between Baramut and Taraka. A dragon could betray a human, but in reality, it was more likely that the betrayal would come from the contractor. Watching what was supposed to be a battle, Zack saw a massive amount of purple blood gush out from Baramut, and slowly but surely, the dragon's body began to turn to ash, disappearing as Baramut evaporated. Taraka approached his body. He picked up two items that Zack recognized all too well. Levitating with Taraka's power were the heart and fang of the dragon he'd acquired at the dragon hunter's home. However, that extraction left Zack curious. He imagined that when a dragon's life came to an end, it turned to dust, leaving nothing behind. Looking at the glove he wore, a pure-blood glove made from dragon hide, Zack wondered if Baramut might have been a special case. Before Zack knew it, the video recording started to fade away. The video just ended, forcing him back to the small library room. Sitting on the floor frustrated, Zack had a lot to think about, not quite sure what was going on. With a mind full of thoughts, he decided to leave the library. After Zack went to the Grand Library of Valhalla, Taraka's secret library connected to his system. This way, he would be able to access the records whenever and wherever he wanted. Zack had immediately tried playing back Tarakan's diary again, but as expected, the glitches he had encountered were still there, so he couldn't hear the final conversation between the dragon and his contractor. Still, Zack managed to gain some insights thanks to his persistence in searching the records in the secret library. He learned something new. The true swordsmanship of the dragon was the foundation for the art of dragon hunting. The Tarakana had simplified his fencing technique and refined it to create an art that became more popular, but as the technique became easier to learn, its strength also diminished. Now, contrary to what its name suggested, it had become a skill incapable of even taking down a half-dragon monster. Even so, by applying the innate traits of the skill, it could deliver a powerful strike. Though it had lost its raw power, Tarakan had improved the ability in practical terms. However, something still bothered Zack: the huge gap between the legendary dragon hunter known worldwide and the content of Tarakan's diary. In the legend passed down through time, it was said that Tarakan defeated the Baramut, ushering in a golden age of prosperity, not too different from any other hero story passed down through the ages. Although the grand scale wasn't much different from what was shown in Tarakan's diary, the fact that the two were contractor and contractee hadn't been documented anywhere. Zack felt this wasn't just left aside out of forgetfulness. Leaving the grand library, Zack held a piece of paper in his hands. It had a handwritten note from Kay. Kay let him know that, although she didn't know the reason for the request, she had looked into all the variations of the dragon hunter legend. Spread across the continent, even the ones that hadn't been translated into the common tongue. Among all the books he found while searching for information about contracts between humans and dragons, or about the dragons with whom Tarakami and Kaiser had made pacts, there wasn't a single one that contained such information. However, after doing some digging, it was curious how Kay kept hearing the same words over and over, almost as if a conspiracy was brewing. Once she dug a little deeper, she unexpectedly received a warning message directly from the powerful Draker family, prompting the syndicate to pull back on its investigation to avoid sparking a conflict with the Drakers. After finishing the letter, Zick furrowed his brow and burned it to keep the information from leaking. With that letter, he became certain of one thing: the Drakers were censoring information about Tarakan, but he couldn't wrap his head around why. It was clear that the Drakers were one of the three transcendent families. Their name came from Tarakan, who was praised everywhere as the first dragon hunter. He didn't understand why the Draker family was restricting information about Tarakan and Baramut. Aside from that unanswered question, Zack realized there was clearly more at stake. Upon arriving at his mansion, Zack thought he might have forgotten something, so he intended to check the secret library once more. As soon as he opened the mansion's door about to call for the system, Zack noticed something off. His eyes scanned the dimly lit, completely empty mansion. This was supposed to be the day when all the staff, including Decker, were out. Duke and Andre must have been running late due to business, which is why Zack started to wonder who the hidden presence was that he felt while pretending. Unaware of a second person in the mansion, Zack asked the system to pull up the mini-map. As he made his way up the stairs, he confirmed the presence of a third person as well. One was in the grand hall he had just passed through, and the other was outside the mansion. Considering his options, Zack thought these people might be the hunting dogs he had encountered on that giant mountain some time ago, but he quickly dismissed that idea. He hadn't used his dragon hunter skills or much of his longsword. Even the hunting dogs wouldn't be able to connect him to his disguise. Pretending not to notice the presence of those two, Zack focused not on uncovering their identities, but rather on who had sent them to his mansion. Thinking about the most likely person who would send someone to attack him, Zack slipped into a room before meeting with the rogue at the end of the hallway he was traversing. Just as the rogue was about to enter the room, Zack popped up from a window behind him. "Abel sent you!" Startled by the boy's voice, the man turned around, incredulous, seeing the kid who had entered through a door on the opposite side of the hall mere seconds earlier, now climbing down from the window. Zack formulated a theory that the agents had been sent by Abel, who had discovered his alliance with Carly. From his vest, Zack pulled out a dagger and warned, "You don't have to answer if you don't want to." Instantly, he jabbed the thug with his dagger, forcing him to defend himself. Looking deep into his eyes, Zack added, "Even if you don't want to talk, I have plenty of ways to pry the truth out of you." Soon, the sound of daggers clashing echoed through the mansion as Zack hunted down the rogue in the wide corridor. Zack utilized the space to strike from various angles, forcing the bandit to defend himself in the most creative and brave ways possible, setting the pace of the battle. Zack made every clash of his dagger against the enemy's blade feel like a shockwave, showcasing the power of his attack. Leaping over the masked man, Zack swung his dagger, forcing him to defend with both hands to avoid getting hit. After being blocked yet again, the protagonist momentarily fell back, sighing after so many clashes. Having crossed blades with the masked man for so long, he started to get a sense of who he was. Even with the mask hiding his features, it was hard to conceal a fighting style in the heat of battle. Zack recognized the knife the man was wielding as coming from the Gorka kingdom, located in the northern part of the continent. The hunters from Gorka, known for being fierce patrols, served as the guardians of the north. They were distinguished by their use of a kukri, a uniquely curved dagger, and due to their remarkable skills, they were highly valued in the central continent, often used as special forces for important missions. Faced with a Gorkan hunter, Zack concluded that this situation didn't seem like the work of a true Gorkan, as they never took on jobs that could breed resentment. Pointing his sword at the hunter, Zack confirmed a theory he had. This guy was being way too defensive for a Gorkan hunter. Even after Zack made several obvious openings during the fight, the man showed no intention of exploiting them. Despite being skilled enough to respond, he didn't seem interested in pressuring the protagonist. This led Zack to consider the true goal of the duo. Their mission likely wasn't to eliminate, but to extract. Suddenly, Zack saw a ball being thrown through the open window. The second hunter had started to move, and Zack guessed it was some kind of sedative. Z smashed the ball, which he really shouldn't have done. Because the ball released a powerful gas, Z coughed heavily, catching a whiff of mandrake root, something commonly used as a sedative. Deciding to play along with the duo to find out who was behind this, Zack dropped his dagger to the ground and collapsed shortly after, pretending to faint. As Zack lay there, the system kicked in, neutralizing the toxin which kept him alert. The man, thinking Zack had passed out, walked over and lifted him up, while Z was tossed onto the man's shoulders. The second hunter climbed through the window. The protagonist eagerly anticipated where he'd be taken, since if the mastermind wasn't able, he couldn't imagine who else might want him out of the picture. However, acting as the other party wanted seemed like the best way to get to the bottom of things and uncover their identity. By the time Zack reached the agricultural lands outside Atlas, it was already dawn. Bound by countless chains, he sighed as he saw who was in front of him. "I didn't think it'd be you who brought me here, Cliff Lionheart." The blonde man, wearing an eye patch sitting across from Zack, was none other than the leader of the merchant group Heinhart. Cliff didn't care that Zack already knew him. That just made things a lot easier. Zack frowned as he faced the man he had encountered many times in his past life. The Heinhart merchant group, represented by the image of a skull with a dagger and a scale, was one of the top 10 trading companies based in the realm of Valencia. Of course, if things continued on their normal paths, the continental war that Abel and the Empire were about to initiate would wipe out both the merchant group and the Alliance Kingdom. When that happened in the past timeline, both Cliff Heinhart and Zack were against the Empire at that time. For some reason, after delivering secret information about the Empire to Zack, Cliff has returned to the Kingdom of Valencia, never to be seen again since, despite all the hardships he went through to escape. For some reason, perhaps because his patriotic side was awakened, Cliff decided to come back. From Zack's perspective, it was a foolish move. Before they spoke, Cliff signaled for his partner to untie Zack and quickly apologized. "I'm sorry for using such methods, but they were unavoidable. I'll make sure an apology for such rudeness is delivered by the merchant group." Once untied, Zack's voice turned cold and sharp. "Get to the point! What do you want?" The young man's piercing gaze sent a chill down Cliff's spine. He swallowed hard. and without realizing it, couldn't help but notice that, despite his youth, the kid in front of him already had the traits of a Draker. In Cliff's eyes, even the most experienced knights would find themselves cautious and anxious in a situation like this, yet the kid didn't even flinch in front of so many enemies. The merchant leader had set everything up perfectly to take control of the discussion, but right before him, the young man had taken charge of the conversation. With a sigh, he agreed. "All right, I'll tell you, but could you take a look at these documents first?" Unexpectedly, Cliff handed Zach an envelope. Inside were records of those infected by the new pandemic that had recently spread through the southern regions of the central continent. Intrigued, Zach asked why Cliff wanted him to check out those records, but he quickly understood as he read the documents. Cliff watched Zach intently, waiting for him to read about the patients. The first victim was named Helena Stone. She was the mother of Zach's first subordinate. She had been suffering from the rose disease, but because of the instructions Zach had given to create the cure, Helena had improved, pretending not to know any of those people. Zach tossed the papers onto the table, and without beating around the bush, Cliff said, "This disease is known as the rose disease, and it's terrible, with a fatality rate of 100%. But Helena Stone was the only one who survived. Not only that, she managed to recover even after the doctors examined her. They still can't explain why she got better." Looking at Zach, Cliff asked, as if he already knew the answer, "Do you know anything about this?" Zeke was taken aback. The man in front of him had picked up on a suspicious scent and was pressing him for answers. It seemed Cliff's merchant instincts had kept him sharp. The protagonist figured Cliff was trying to corner the market on a cure for the rose disease, given its fatality rate. That was an incredibly plausible assumption. The value of such a remedy was undeniable, enough to make the worth of an entire continent seem small in comparison. Knowing Cliff, Zeke understood he was someone who kept an eye beyond his own interests. He wouldn't get caught up in greed or risk kidnapping a descendant from one of the transcendent houses without knowing exactly what he was doing. Unexpectedly, Cliff heard what he wanted to hear. "Of course I know about it. I'm the one who cured her." The chair Cliff was sitting in tipped over as he jumped up and climbed onto the table, overjoyed. "Sell it to me! I'll pay you whatever you want!" The protagonist put up a hand, stopping Cliff with a casual smile. "Why are you so excited? You're not acting like a merchant." The protagonist knew full well that for Cliff to be so desperate, he wasn't just after money. He was trying to save someone's life, and he was ready to take advantage of that. Making a coin gesture with his fingers, Zach smiled slyly. "Let's act like merchants and make a deal." Once he calmed down, Cliff sat back down. When Zach mentioned he had 3 requests in exchange for sharing the method to produce the cure, Cliff, curious, asked the young man what those requests were, but Zach just teased him. "I don't know what I want yet, but I'll let you know when I need a favor. Don't worry, it won't be anything that a trading group can't handle." Cliff frowned, weighing the pros and cons. Sighing, he asked if they could come to an agreement about the limits of those requests. Pleased, Zach grinned mischievously. Before long, he grabbed some papers and wrote down a long recipe, handing it to Cliff. He warned, "You just need to follow these instructions to create the cure." As Cliff was about to grab the paper, Zach pulled his hand back. But before that, he added, "There's something I'm curious about." Holding the paper between his fingers, Zach asked playfully, "Who's the person that needs the medicine?" Cliff flinched at the question, incredulous that the young man had figured out his true intentions. However, Cliff wasn't about to spill something so private easily, so he pretended there was no one. "What do you mean?" he questioned. "I just want to find the cure to produce it with great commercial value." But there was no way Zach would believe the merchant's words. He reminded Cliff of everything he'd done to get the cure. "Not only did you hire northern hunters to kidnap someone from a transcendental family, but you also reacted with such an emotional outburst, losing the composure you should have had. The big boss of the trading group, Heinhart, shouldn't act like that, right?" Each of Zach's words hit the target of truth like a dart. Lowering his head, Cliff thought coldly. Sitting down, he sighed and revealed to Zach, "It's a member of the royal family from the kingdom of Valencia." Zach perked up at the gossip and asked who it was. However, he felt frustrated when Cliff wouldn't tell him the name. "Hey, how many people do you think live in Alliance?" Suddenly, Zach noticed the sad expression on the merchant's face and remembered his past life when Cliff revealed he was going back to the Kingdom of Alliance. Zach tried to warn him that if he went back, it would be the end for him, and that the best thing to do would be to seek refuge up north. But the man, feeling melancholy, just shook his head. "I'm sorry, but I'm too tired. At the end of my days, I want to at least face it in Alliance in this life." Cliff offered the same apologies, but for a different reason. "I can't tell you more than that." The look on Cliff's face was the same wistful one he had back then, which made Zach realize how dearly the sick man was treasured by the merchant. Anyway, the Kingdom of Alliance was rising up against the Empire right now. At least that's what Carly had told Zach when they were having tea in the carriage. Even though Alliance wasn't directly involved, the kingdom must have been in chaos due to the administrative disputes among the various races stuck between their country and the Roman Empire. Plus, with the royal family's power being so fragile, internal conflicts had led the kingdom into a tough spot. With so much time still left before the Continental War began, Zack figured making some connections with Alliance might pay off for him down the line. That's why he accepted Cliff's half-explanation and reached out, handing him the paper. Okay, if you don't want to tell me more, that's fine. Cliff took the paper with the prescription while looking at Zack with a mix of hidden emotions, but the merchant couldn't help but tremble, crumpling the paper slightly in his grip. The relief he was trying to hide was obvious. He was holding back tears. However, the merchant was brought back to reality when Zack spoke up. Sorry to bring this up while you're drowning in your feelings, but do you mind if I place my first order now? And with that, Cliff cleared his throat. Of course I don't mind. You can order whatever you want as long as my merchant group can handle it. Zack smiled and made his unexpected request. All right then. I'd like to ask your merchant group to hire me. Cliff was taken aback by the request. You want a job? Are you planning to start working? The protagonist corrected the merchant, revealing that he actually needed a false identity. The merchant didn't understand why Zeke wanted to do that with them, as he could find other means. However, Zeke revealed a bit more of his intention. He planned to use the identity in the southern continent, a place full of criminals, so a poorly made disguise wouldn't cut it. The protagonist knew how good the Heinhart Merchant Guild was. You guys are so trustworthy that even cartels use your services sometimes, right? Cliff had to confirm, since it was true, even though it wasn't exactly pleasant working with such people. Frowning, Cliff thought about what Zeke wanted, understanding the problems he would face, and soon presented a solution. You can use my nephew's name. Even the kingdoms wouldn't dare suspect that identity. Soon, Zeke started making more expensive requests. So, also arrange transportation for me to the south and a house, a pretty spacious one since I'll be storing a lot of stuff in it. All of this is part of my first order. Oh, and since you brought me here, you'll take me back too, right? Cliff forced a smile, hiding his irritation at having to deal with such an annoying rogue. After they agreed on the business deal, Cliff mentioned he'd be in touch once the preparations were complete. Seeing how Cliff, the great Heinhart, hadn't easily agreed to the deal, Zeke imagined that the person he wanted to heal was quite important. Once they finished the negotiations, Cliff stood up. Followed by his hooded guards, Zack left the area, leaving him alone in the warehouse. He heard some men calling out to him, the same ones who had brought him there, asking him to follow. Zeke was introduced to the horse he would use to ride back to the city. As he walked toward the animal, the protagonist commented, "Oh, what a beautiful horse, right?" Passing by the men, he quickly flicked his hand to swipe their snacks without them noticing and smiled. "I'll make good use of this." As soon as he mounted the horse, one of the men warned him, "Our deal is done. We're not leaving just yet." However, before they could leave, Zeke surprised him by speaking in a language different from the one spoken on the continent. "So can I take it that your contract with Ryan Hart is fulfilled?" Startled, the men turned to look at the boy and one of them said, "I never thought you'd speak Gorko. The Drakers learn stuff like this too." The protagonist smirked slightly, revealing that speaking different languages was just a hobby. Changing the subject, Zeke asked if they would like to be hired. The leader of the duo, a man with a scar over his eye, frowned when he heard the request. Rescuing a key figure held in Mechkin? He glanced at his partner, who shook his head. Curious, Zeke inquired if the amount he offered was less than expected, but the leader corrected him. "Actually, it's the opposite. If the terms were the same as with the Heinhart Merchants Guild, it would be a lucrative deal, but the issue is your identity. Our king is hesitant to make deals with the transcendent families." Crossing his arms, the hunter revealed the real problem. Zack was incredulous. He found it pathetic that they hesitated over something so trivial. The protagonist quickly figured out the solution. "I'll have the fake identity that Heinhart will create for me. I can just forge a request and submit it officially to the Gorko." About this new name, the hunter didn't care about the method Zack suggested. What mattered was that they weren't involved. Just as they were about to leave, Zack said, "Before you go, there are still a few things we need to sort out." Sure enough, the duo was confused, but they were soon startled to see Zack throw something to the ground. The shock on their faces was unmistakable when they saw their daggers, one belonging to a hunter from the Gorka realm. A cooker wasn't just any weapon. They were given only when one was recognized as a warrior. For Gorka hunters, they were spiritual companions, a part of their lives. So, for someone to take their kukers while they were stowed on their bodies, without them even realizing it, meant their lives could easily be taken as well. Darkly, Zack warned, "That's the price for kidnapping me." That pretty much laid bare the difference in their skills. Sweating bullets, the leader of the duo gritted his teeth in a forced smile. A real monster. Bastard. Grinning grimly, Zack returned the compliment. "You're impressively good with the common tongue of the continent too. See you soon, friends." After his encounter with Heinrich, Zack started his quest for companions. His goal was to track down the heroes known as the 5-Star Knights, thanks to their contributions to the Continental War that took place before his regression. The protagonist figured that if he could recruit them early, they'd be great assets. Luckily, with the help of the super-friendly Dean Flaubert, Zack found out that, just as the rumors had said, they had all passed through Valhalla. The only problem was timing. Bishop Castique, the Knight of Silence, had already graduated and was part of the Order of the Knights of the Tebea Kingdom. Suma, the Knight of Mist, was in his last year and was out on a field mission for training. Meanwhile, Asta Eladolf was currently enrolled. He refused to go to class due to severe insomnia, but he wasn't going to enroll until next year. However, since this person was from the same bloodline as the Drakers, Zack knew he'd have plenty of chances to meet him in the future. In the end, there was only one person left for Zack to find, and unfortunately for him, that person was Diego. Right now, Diego was just holding a microphone, jamming out some sweet R.I.P. music with his bandmates. Unexpectedly, while playing drums in Diego's band, the protagonist wondered, "What am I doing here?" A few minutes earlier, Zack had gone to Diego's clubroom to try to recruit him, but before he could say anything, Diego had given him a hug. "Bro, you showed up just in time. The drum seat is wide open." Before he could refuse, Zack found himself sitting in front of the drums as Diego congratulated him. "Congrats on becoming a member of the New Age Music Research Club." Soon, the sounds of the bass, guitar, and drums mixed with Diego's voice, turning into an upbeat song. Even though he didn't want to be there, Zack let loose, throwing caution to the wind and just deciding to enjoy the laid-back moment. However, after a few hours, Zack had turned into a tired mummy. He had simply been swept up by the rhythm of Diego's drumming until he was completely worn out. Leaving the clubroom, he wandered around Valhalla until he finally made his way home. When he stepped into the mansion, this time he found the butler waiting to greet him. To forget about what had happened that day, the protagonist declared, "I'm going to start training immediately, so tell the servants not to bother me." Zack's large sword was planted firmly in the stone floor while he read a book that was circulating through the class for a complete circle, meant to open his veins and elevate him from the lower celestial cycle to the higher celestial cycle. Zack didn't understand a single word of what was written in that book. When it came to the true dragon fencing, none of the terms were familiar to him at all. Z was starting to understand why Taraka had revised the technique of true dragon fencing and created the dragon hunting technique. The reason was that the art of true dragon fencing relied on compressing and releasing an immense amount of aura, which was unlike the dragon hunting technique. This happened because that technique was meant to eliminate dragons, giant beings, and not for fights between people. Aside from that, the power of the technique was extremely comparable to that of an elemental sword. The protagonist lifted his heavy sword, breathing rhythmically, his eyes locked in focus and began to move. The art of true dragon fencing exaggerated the dragon hunting technique, making it capable of taking down a massive being with a single strike. The user needed to compress a vast amount of aura, increasing its density to the absolute limit, and then swing the sword to release it. Upstairs, the butler watched seriously as the young man trained, pushing the compressed aura into his sword. Zack dashed across the training hall, sweeping his weapon in wide arcs that covered the entire space. Due to the strain, Zack's body was feeling the burn, however, his celestial bone structure kept everything in check. This ability allowed him to unleash the maximum potential of his physical skills, learn martial arts quickly, and enhance his body's conductivity. Zack felt like a map was unfolding before his eyes, revealing the paths he needed to take to refine the technique he was practicing. His stance improved with every repetition of the movements he observed. Soon the sword technique ignited within the protagonist as a power began to awaken in his eyes. As Zack swung his sword one last time, he felt something different. It hadn't been long since he broke through the red level barrier and stepped into a new realm. Yet here he was, facing a stone wall. The impossibility of reaching the next level indicated that rushing growth would only make the wall to the next stage even bigger. But the heart of Baramut, located in the Hall of Hatter, throbbed wildly within Zeke's body, as if resonating with the true sword art of the dragon. Zeke kept wielding his sword, determined not to lose that warm feeling. Before he knew it, a magical circle featuring a dragon's head appeared, glowing on his chest. Zeke touched his own face, feeling his veins pulse and his eyes turning pitch black with pupils like golden suns. He received 2 notifications. The heart of Baramut was reacting to Sheltern's true dragon art. Before he could process this, memories of Baramut embedded in the dragon's heart began playing back. Zeke felt his body become ethereal as his surroundings darkened to the point he couldn't see an inch in front of him. While struggling to grasp what was happening, he sensed and heard something approaching. A hooded man seemed to be coming to speak with the Sunset Governor Dragon. "Baramut, I have a favor to ask." In silence, the black dragon with golden eyes awaited the man's request. The man pulled out a book that Zeke recognized all too well and handed it to the dragon. "The true dragon sword art that I created, I'd like you to hold on to it." Exuding a deep voice, the dragon retorted, "I knew you were detestable, but I never thought you were insane, Sheltern Draker." With the dragon's speech, Zeke managed to confirm the identity of the man before him. Shelturn was questioned by the dragon if he knew what it meant to hand over a technique used to hunt his own kind to a dragon. Shelturn seemed unfazed, as Kronos had already agreed with him. But before he could state the reason for handing over the technique, Bahamut stomped heavily on the ground, creating a crater and making the cave tremble. From the cave's ceiling, a dark energy began to emerge. This energy enveloped the enraged dragon's body, who bellowed as he conjured a spear. Kronos has strayed from the path by humans and lost their sense of mediation. Shelturn quickly placed his hand on the sword at his waist, roaring as he conjured dozens of dark spears. The dragon bellowed, "I don't believe in your angry and confusing prophecies." At the dragon's command, the spears shot towards Shelturn like a sharp rain. Shelturn drew his sword and, holding it in front of his body, deflected a large spear, leaving trails of light scratched in the air as one weapon slid against another. However, despite deflecting one of the spears, many more followed in its direction. Wielding his sword, Shelturn dodged or shattered the onslaught of spears and swords one after another. However, they were endless. As he dodged one great sword, another shot towards him, leaving him defenseless. One after another, swords rained down where he stood, burying everything in their path. Even with the barrage of attacks, swords and spears continued to fall, creating a graveyard. In the sky, Zeke watched the scene in silence. He had witnessed the pinnacle of all creations, draconic magic. The sheer force behind the attack was unbelievable. Zeke knew that if he were on the receiving end of such attacks, he would barely be able to block one before being overwhelmed. However, as the dust settled, he found that Shelturn had dealt with all the attacks appropriately. He could be called a monster. The dragon was furious and roared throughout the cave. "Get out of my lair, Shelturn Draker, or the next attack I unleash will be directed at the Kronos realm." Shelturn did not fear the dragon but warned him, "If you were to do that, you would also be subject to karmic retribution." Glaring at the man who dared to challenge him, the dragon sneered, drawing in all the dark energy from the space. Above the dragon's hand, a large sphere of energy was formed as he furiously bellowed, "What does a human like you know other than spewing nonsense? No matter how many of you I eliminate, such sanctions will never be applied to me." Sticking his sword into the ground, Shelturn sighed, as things had unfolded as Kronos had predicted. In the next instant, he produced a magic pendant. That item caught the dragon's attention, its eyes widening. Transforming the dark energy sphere into a condensed sword, the dragon roared, "Do you think you can do anything against me just because you possess Kronos' power?" The single sword shot towards Shelturn, tearing through the air as it advanced. However, the pendant in Shelturn's hand revealed itself to be a magic clock, which conjured a large magical circle of time beneath him. Zeke was shocked to witness the scene, as the clock had stopped Bahamut's attack. Upon closer inspection, however, he realized it was far more than that. Shelturn's magic was, in fact, restraining the dragon itself, creating a magic circle beneath it and encasing it in golden sealing energy. The protagonist frowned. Looking at the wristwatch, he felt the magic was incredible for such a simple-looking item. However, he soon recalled what the dragon had said about Kronos' power upon seeing the watch. Considering such a reaction, he surmised that the watch might be an artifact imbued with Kronos' power. Suddenly, a twist occurred. The dragon raised its head, roaring. Clapping his hands over his ears, Zeke felt a sharp headache, wondering if the spell had broken. As he looked at the dragon, he saw the change that had transpired. Bahamut took a step forward but collapsed to the ground under the power of the restraining magic. He tried to rise but was unsuccessful. Salivating with rage, Bahamut questioned, "Shelturn Draker, what is this vision you have just shown me?" Putting away the watch after releasing the dragon, Shelturn coldly stated that Kronos had made a prophecy. "Now do you understand why I wish to entrust you with the true dragon swordsmanship?" Having always disagreed with dragons forming contracts with humans, Bahamut conceded, "Very well, humans must begin to grow with their own power. Then hand it over to me. Give me the technique for hunting dragons, the true dragon swordsmanship." Before the dragon, a book was hastily flipped open. This was the book of the true dragon technique. Upon reading the book, Bahamut praised, "You have done a fine job with this." Shelturn nodded, stating he had done everything to protect the world. However, the dragon chuckled at the intentions of the man before him. He intended to protect humanity, not the world. The dragon then warned Shelturn, "I will deal with this, but until the prophecy comes to fruition, this technique will never see the light of day." Shelturn, however, was unbothered, knowing that sooner or later, humans would learn to use aura. Watching Shelturn depart, the dragon retorted, "If that happens, then I will personally exterminate all humans. This is not a power that insignificant beings should wield." Hearing the dragon's threat, Shelturn smiled faintly. "I may have created the true dragon swordsmanship out of fear of dragons, but strangely, I believe in you and Kronos." Silently, Bahamut listened as the man said, Kronos always said something, that eventually you would find someone with whom you could open your heart, that you would find a contractor. After Shelturn left the lair, the dragon pondered his words. A contractor with whom I can open my heart? How amusing. Slowly, the dragon closed his eyes, believing such a thing would never happen. After witnessing these memories, the protagonist collapsed to the ground. Even though he didn't fully grasp the conversation between the dragon and Shelturn, Zeke was certain of one thing. Bahamut harbored immense distrust towards humans. However, after receiving their hearts, Zeke found himself able to empathize with him. Still, he wondered what had led Bahamut to form a contract with Terrakan. To satisfy his curiosity after seeing Bahamut's memories, Zeke continued his research. All accounts of Terrakan seemed manipulated, with the prevailing narrative portraying Terrakan's contractor, the dragon Bahamut, as an evil entity. Useful documents were proving elusive. While searching for clues and practicing the true dragon swordsmanship, Zeke received word from Reinhardt that preparations for his first request had been completed. Zeke had requested an identity that would avoid suspicion, but he hadn't anticipated being appointed as the deputy manager of the southern branch of the Reinhardt Trading Group. Gazing at the golden identification card, he wondered if it wasn't a bit much. As he prepared himself after a bath, Zeke heard a noise at his window. A carrier pigeon had arrived. Apparently, Kay had also resolved a matter. In the Grand Secret Garden Hotel lay the jurisdiction of Atlas's syndicate arm. Behind one of the doors adorned with golden symbols, a meeting was underway. There, in the VIP bar of the Secret Garden Hotel, a woman with fiery red hair awaited Zeke. "Welcome, partner." Surprised to be called partner, he felt at ease in her presence. From there, he had a view of the entire night city. Seeing Zeke gaze out the window, Kay watched him, curious. Zeke had lived in Atlas for a long time, but this particular view was entirely different. To be fair, the sights he was accustomed to were those of ruins from the Continental War, fires, and destruction. Sighing, he pushed those memories aside. Serving a drink, Kay inquired if he was captivated by the scenery. Kay then commented, "Quite magnificent, isn't it? This hotel is one of the syndicate's side businesses. We wanted a place where these underworld workers could speak in secret." Accepting the drink Kay offered, Zeke declined, as he didn't drink, which made the woman chuckle. "Huh? Don't tell me you're refusing because you're underage or something? You really have a cute side." Rolling his eyes, the protagonist gritted his teeth. "I just don't drink because I feel nothing from it." After having drunk, enveloped by the atmosphere of a celebration, Zeke had discovered that his poison resistance considered alcohol a poison and detoxified it. Before his regression, he used to drink to forget his troubles, but now he could only drink tea or soda. Believing the boy simply disliked alcohol, Kay dropped the subject, picking up some things she wanted to show him. Kay threw a contract and some photos onto the table. "Just as you said, Pabella's roots are in piracy. After researching this, evidence kept piling up. It's quite shocking that we didn't notice until now." Pointing to the document, Kay stated that the decisive clue was that after disappearing as a result of being eliminated by the White Silver Knight, there was a period of intense growth for Pabella. Furthermore, there was something in the document that caught her eye. In the attached photos was Joaquin Fernandez, who used the alias El Mencho. Although lower in the command chain than McCain, he still had to deal with rivals Pabella. As the entire matter was still shocking, Kay mentioned she hadn't told her superiors, as it would cause chaos within the syndicate. It seems that, as they say, ignorance is bliss. As Zeke picked up the photo attached to the document, Kay gave a tremendous fright, to the point where her face turned grim. The young man smiled maliciously, his eyes glinting and the surroundings darkened. "From now on, I'll explain my plan to make you the head of the syndicate." A few days later, on a rainy day, several trains arrived at the station. Through alleys and back streets, a portal had been opened, and with an umbrella, Zeke appeared, having completed all preparations. Using the Minimap's portal function consumed a significant amount of karma points, but this way, he wouldn't end up a suspect. Even Nirnava, one of the 3 transcendent families in magic, had a limited number of individuals who could teleport, and moving between cities required a large-scale portal from the magic tower. Thus, Zeke would be able to disguise the plan as a simple accident. Zeke couldn't help but laugh at the thought of how the old folks would react. As the rain subsided, he eagerly awaited the nightfall to confront Don Juan. As night arrived, a large fire erupted in a warehouse. Desperate screams pleaded for fire mages to be called. The fear of the fire spreading to other buildings was palpable, and among the onlookers watching the scene engulf itself in flames was Zeke. Lighting another cigarette, Kay huffed. "That brat, I figured he'd be audacious, as befits a Draker, but he's far more than just bold. He had simply set an entire warehouse ablaze as if it were nothing. In Kay's eyes, he was simply insane. When she heard the plan to set fire to McCain's warehouses within the central continent, Kay even stood up in surprise. Impassively, the protagonist confirmed his plan. "That's right. That's why I wanted you to tell me the locations." Kay was against the idea, as this was confidential information that only McCain and the executives knew. She feared he would be discovered immediately if he attacked such places. However, this was Zeke's intention, not to keep anything a secret. I'm planning to pin all the blame on El Mencho. He'll be the perfect suspect. Besides, the syndicate isn't aware that Pabella are pirates, are they? Stating she hadn't revealed this to the syndicate yet, Kay was surprised to realize the conclusion of Zeke's plan. Seeing the look of surprise on her face, the protagonist smiled. You really caught on quickly. Slamming all the glasses on the table, he declared that he wouldn't even need to exert himself. A dark look that unnerved Kay appeared in Zeke's eyes as he smiled and spoke. Let's tie up all the syndicate executives who are praising McCain and Pabella with a little bow and report everything to Don Juan. Zeke's plan terrified Kay to the point where she felt she was in a dark scheme. Trembling, she asked, "Do you know what you're saying? This plan is utterly absurd. You can't say this knowing what happens to traitors of the organization." Furious, Zeke slammed the table, startling Kay, who recoiled as he bellowed, "What does it matter if all the executives are eliminated? Do you plan to be a low-ranking bitch in this organization forever? Didn't you agree to my plan to make you the head of the organization?" Zeke picked up a wine bottle, stating, "You can no longer back out. You can either pay or raise. Choose." Before Zeke's eyes, Kay trembled nervously. However, she knew he was right. She hadn't joined the organization to do others' dirty work. Zeke Draker possessed phenomenal intelligence to uncover Pabella's true identity when no one else could. Furthermore, using this intelligence as a foundation, he discovered undiscovered ancient ruins and skillfully recovered countless high-quality artifacts. What Kay felt upon witnessing these incredible abilities was the determination to live or perish with him. Kay felt no fear after hearing Zeke's plan and snatched the bottle from his hand. Drinking straight from the bottle, Kay drank until she was intoxicated. Zeke was surprised, his jaw dropped, watching her down the entire bottle of wine. Drinking and slamming the bottle on the table, she bellowed, "You think this is enough? I'll be caught if we fail, so I'm betting everything I have." Wiping the corner of her mouth, she categorically stated Zeke's bet. "The pot on the table is unlimited. I'm going all in." Seeing how excited she had become, he agreed. "All right, I'll make sure you don't regret betting everything on your stake." After the day of the explosions, Kay trembled while enjoying a cigarette. She forced herself to stop trembling after learning of everything that had transpired. She had placed all her bets and chances on Zeke Draker. On the bar table lay a newspaper Kay had read earlier. The headline was simple. Last night, several fires broke out simultaneously across the central continent. Investigative agencies from the affected nations stated it would be difficult to consider this planned arson, and with the buildings completely burned without leaving any traces, it was concluded that these fires were simply the result of negligence. In a mansion, the atmosphere was as dark as the misty sky. In his office, the mansion's owner and head of the McCain cartel, Don Juan, after reading the newspaper, wore a grim expression. "I don't know who caused this, but I will ensure they suffer a painful end." In his mansion, the protagonist tapped his finger on the table apprehensively, impatient. The semester was almost over and half a year had already passed since it was revealed that he had reached the Blue Knight level. Now, with the invitation to the celebration banquet before him, Zeke was a little nervous. The promotion celebration banquet was the event where young Drakers, who crossed the barrier from yellow swordsmanship to knight level, were honored. Normally, Drakers only reached the purple or blue knight level around their 20s, thus being known as debutante Drakers. It had been 3 years since the day Zeke met the Patriarch, so he expected things to go peacefully this time. In the city, the central banquet hall, in the Four Seasons Fortress Garden, with its glass ceiling, showed its grandeur. Here, various important people of the Draker family chatted with the Lord, laughing animatedly. Soon, someone interrupted them, greeting the Lord of the Drakers. With a shy smile, Abel greeted the Patriarch with closed eyes. Talking to the Lord in a separate corner, Abel commented that it was the first time they had seen so many important people gathered for a promotion celebration banquet. The Lord revealed he thought the same. Given that Zeke was the youngest to reach the Blue Knight level on the continent, he was sure everyone was paying attention to him. Abel's eyes narrowed upon hearing the Lord say this in front of him, as he himself was the previous youngest to achieve such a feat. Apologizing for not being able to talk further, the Lord stated that Zeke would appear soon, and therefore some preparations needed to be made. Bowing slightly to the Patriarch, Abel asked him not to worry. Thus, the Lord left Abel behind with a smile, asking him to enjoy the banquet. In silence, Abel stared at the Lord's back, and a dark expression appeared in his eyes, the result of his internal fury. In formal wear, Zeke felt his neck suffocating. He had already had difficulties just seeing his master. Accompanying the boy, the master didn't want to hear about trouble, as he had been working so hard that he couldn't even go home. Tired to the point of being hunched over, he blamed Arthur for the bastard. Even more more so for having to play the role of Zeke's escort, as apparently, a master escorting his disciple was the obvious thing to do. While accompanying him, Zeke wondered why he was so grumpy, but he soon found out. Curious, Zeke asked if they were going directly to the Spring Garden, and his master confirmed, "That's the only place in the Four Seasons fortress where outsiders can enter, despite everything." Thinking about the construction, Zeke remembered that the fortress was divided into 4 main areas. As the Duke had said, the only permitted place for visitors was where the ceremonies took place, the Spring Garden. The summer wing housed the office where business involving the Drakers was conducted. The fall and autumn was where internal ceremonies and rites occurred, such as the appointment of knights for family affiliates. Finally, the winter depository stored all kinds of rare artifacts collected over more than 1,000 years. Zeke, however, had only heard of this place, this being his first time visiting the hall in person. In his original timeline, Zeke should have already been expelled from the academy by this time. While pondering his past life, he arrived with the Duke at a large marble and gold door. The master warned that he would have to proceed alone from then on, as only the main character of the banquet could cross those doors. Holding Zeke's shoulder, he revealed that he couldn't participate in the banquet as he needed to attend to other business, but he asked, "Stay strong and do your best." The protagonist nodded with a smile on his face. Having someone who cared about him wasn't so bad. "Wow, master, you're certainly very caring." Laughing and joking with his disciple, the Duke bid farewell. Soon, trumpets with the Draker flag were sounded in the hall, and the announcement for all to hear was made. "The star of the banquet, Sir Zeke Draker, is entering." The various Draker guards lined up in front of the red carpet. At its end, at the top of a staircase, Zeke appeared as he passed through the door. Upon seeing the young man, everyone began to whisper about his accomplishments, reaching the Blue Knight rank at 15 and breaking Abel's record. Some even commented that he had surpassed all records, including those of the Academy. Zeke knelt before the Patriarch, who held a sword. Blessing him, Arthur Draker, leader of all dragon hunters, hereby declares Zeke Draker's first step as a knight. Drawing his sword, he placed it on Zeke's shoulder. "Zeke Draker, continue to be an honorable knight and bring glory to our name." With the ceremony's blessing, everyone present applauded the young man. It was at this moment that he heard the Patriarch, "Furthermore, I formally declare Zeke Draker a Knight of the Drakers and confer upon him the Knight rank." In Zeke's eyes, the shock caused by the appointment was evident. Throughout the hall, people were dumbfounded to see him become a formal knight at only 15 years old. Zeke knew that the only condition for formal knighthood was the accomplishment of real deeds. The Drakers, blessed by Aura, awakened quickly, making it easier to reach the blue or purple knight level. Even so, real achievements carried weight. The youngest blue knight before Zeke, Abel, only obtained the formal rank after 3 months of accomplishments. This proved how important deeds were within the Draker house. However, the Patriarch Arthur's declaration was clearly a break from tradition. He possessed the authority to confer ranks, so there would be no opposition, but Zeke couldn't imagine what was going through the Patriarch's mind. Calling Zeke to his side, Arthur spoke loudly. "I am very happy to have the opportunity to introduce my son to all of you. Not only did Zeke achieve a golden light awakening unlike any other, but he is also the youngest in history to reach the Blue Knight post. I believe he will become a knight who surpasses me." Taking a drink, Arthur joked, "As I don't want to seem like a father who spoils his children too much, I'll stop with the praise." Raising his glass, he announced, "The congratulatory rite has ended. May this talented young man be blessed and grow for the peace and well-being of the continent. All for the Drakers." Raising their glasses, everyone in the hall echoed in unison, "All for the Drakers." The Patriarch drank and everyone else followed suit. Zeke gritted his teeth, watching the scene. In his past life, the Patriarch had shown indifference when he was exiled. But now, by becoming a talent, he acted like a proud father. While making a nauseated expression, the Patriarch called him, waking him up. Quickly, the protagonist bowed slightly, and the Patriarch invited him to another location. "I would like to have a chat as father and son." After the Patriarch left the hall with Zeke, a young man warned Abel, "Hey, be careful with your expressions, hold back a bit." Abel's dark, hateful expression was inconsistent with the demeanor of an older brother congratulating a younger one. Recovering himself, Abel asked when the prince would appear. With the hall emptying, the young man beside him revealed that he would arrive as soon as the rite ended, meaning soon. Given this, Abel called his companion to leave the place. At the same time, Zeke finished his conversation with the Patriarch and left the office. The protagonist had received a token that could be exchanged for a single report from the house. He wondered why the Patriarch had given him something like that. While not bad, he irritably scratched the back of his neck, setting the matter aside. There was something more important to think about. The banquet wouldn't last just one day. It would extend for several days. Zeke wondered how he would endure it. As he walked through the new hall, he reflected on how he would maintain his composure for so many days. He hated being noble because of situations like these. Suddenly, someone approached, calling him. A young woman he was meeting for the first time held her dress to introduce herself. "I am the first princess of the Kingdom of Valencia. My name is Melissa Alencia." Before him stood stood a young woman with long blue hair, wearing a white dress with a black skirt layered over it and a corset that mixed black, red, and gold of royalty. Before Zeke's regression, as tensions with the Empire escalated, the promised princess ceased her international activities before suddenly disappearing. Articles speculated she had been eliminated by the Empire's hands, and Alencia subsequently fell into ruin with the war. In Zeke's current life, news about the princess was scarce, but seeing as she appeared at the banquet, he imagined nothing grave had happened. However, something crossed his mind. When he dealt with the merchant leader Cliff, the only lead about his client was that such a person belonged to the royalty of the Kingdom of Alencia. He couldn't believe Cliff might possibly be linked to the princess. The protagonist slightly bowed, greeting the princess, and approached, commenting, "I've heard much about your fame. It's a great honor to have you at my celebration ceremony." Melissa was surprised to hear he knew her, and Zeke was categorical. "Of course I do. I've long been interested in your people-centric policies." Somewhat surprised, Melissa became attentive, listening to the young knight. He stated that while many said her policies were mere showboating, he knew she genuinely cared, despite financial limitations. Melissa was so impressed by the compliment she was left speechless. She realized that just as she'd heard, he was different from other knights, and let out a stifled laugh. Confused, Zeke asked if he had offended her in any way, but she quickly reassured him. "Not at all. I simply didn't expect anyone to sympathize with my grievances, so I was a bit charmed." Immediately, Melissa turned to leave. "I must be going. If you'll excuse me, it was a pleasure meeting you, Sir Zeke." Surprised, Zeke asked if she was leaving already. The princess needed to depart. Even though she wanted to converse with him longer, she knew she couldn't monopolize him throughout the banquet. Zeke realized her words were fair. It was natural to feel intimidated by the gazes around, but before leaving, the princess asked him not to be disappointed. "I'm sure better opportunities will still present themselves for us." After Melissa's departure, new people greeted Zeke. After a full day of receiving guests, he bid farewell to the last ones, finally able to breathe and stop forcing smiles. Sighing internally, he didn't believe such a place suited him, preferring to be training with Kaiser. As he finished his greetings, Zeke heard footsteps and his gaze sharpened. It was the dull clinking of armor. Frowning, he wondered who would dare enter a banquet hall in armor. Such a person wore a red cloak with the crest of a golden wolf and was looking for Zeke. Dressed in golden armor, he found the banquet's protagonist. With a proud smile, followed by numerous guards, Callus, the Prince of Roma, greeted Zeke, the youngest Blue Knight in history. Surprised, Zeke stared at the man who, before his regression, had joined forces with Abel to initiate the Continental War. Callus extended his hand, introducing himself. "I am the 4th Imperial Prince of the Roman Empire, Callus Nerva Constantius." Ignoring the outstretched hand, Zeke merely gave a slight bow, greeting back. "I offer my first salutations to your highness, Callus. Thank you very much for attending my promotion celebration ceremony." A dark air fell over Callus for his ignored handshake, but he merely smiled. Before Zeke could react, Callus placed his arm over his shoulder. "No need for so many formalities. Let's have a drink." Quickly he shouted, "You there, bring us a drink. I, Callus, the most refined man on the continent, and Zeke, destined to be the best knight on the continent, shall celebrate our historic first meeting with the finest drink." Soon a red wine was served. Animatingly, Callus passed a glass to Zeke. "Here, this is the drink offered to you by the Prince of the Empire, so take a long swig." Nobody could believe Zeke was taking the 4th Prince of the Empire's words seriously. Even being an incredible Blue Knight, he still seemed like a boy. Murmurs spread about the prince's behavior. Considering the Draker's influence, many thought such an action would be ill-advised. As soon as Zeke drank, the prince spoke excitedly. "I like you. Let's drink until we fall." It was at this moment that someone interrupted them. Abel, who approached to greet Callus. "Your Highness, I greet the new rising son of the Empire." Surprised to see Abel, Callus asked if he would also join the drinking, but Abel declined, thanking him and stating he had something important to discuss. Confused, the prince inquired about the matter, but Abel didn't want to speak there. "There are too many listeners. Shall we talk elsewhere?" Thus Zeke watched through the wine bottle's reflection as the two departed. According to Abel, the prince bid farewell. "Sorry, Zeke. I was the one who invited you, but it seems I'll have to withdraw. Next time we can enjoy the moonlight while drinking all night and talking about the great epics of the Dragon Hunter legend." With all his guards accompanying him, Callus followed Zeke, ascending the hall's stairs. When the prince left, many criticisms about his behavior spread. Many couldn't believe someone like that could be a royal heir. However, to Abel, Zeke saw everyone praising him. To those who didn't know who he really was, he would seem like just an older brother paying attention to his younger brother. More importantly, the encounter between the 4th Imperial Prince and Abel showed they had known each other for much longer than Zeke had discovered from Kay's information before his regression. Furthermore, the way the prince and Abel treated each other demonstrated extreme closeness. Just as they were close, Zeke felt that the Continental War might be closer than he imagined. The next day, Zeke walked while observing the token he had received, one that could be exchanged for anything the Drakers possessed. The previous day, upon meeting the Patriarch, Zeke had been asked, "Tell me, how is your plan to become the strongest on the continent going?" Although being the guest of honor at this ceremony, it seems to be going quite well. Zeke nodded, thanking the Patriarch. Arthur was surprised to be called Patriarch, asking him not to be so formal when they were alone. "Feel free and just call me Father, Zeke." Arthur's words brought deep thoughts to Zeke. They were similar to Carly's. "Feel free to call me Sister, Zeke." He finally understood the discomfort he had felt back then. Abel made such obvious moves, like bringing the elders to his side, that Carly noticed. However, claiming the head of the family, Arthur didn't notice would make no sense. This meant that even knowing Abel's schemes, he deliberately ignored them. Zeke wondered, was his reference to my conversation with Carly a method to pressure me or mere coincidence? Regardless, there was no harm in assuming the Patriarch was on Abel's side. Therefore, he went with the flow and stated, "Understood, Father." Arthur said hearing such words was pleasant and decided to reward him to motivate him to continue pursuing his goal. It was then that he placed something on the table. "This is the token that can be exchanged for a treasure kept in the Winter Vault." Upon receiving the token, Zeke was excited. That was a place known throughout the continent for housing the most incredible and rare artifacts. However, Arthur asked him to keep something in mind. While there truly are priceless treasures there, there's also absolute trash that merely shines. That night, Zeke headed to the Grand Winter Vault in the Four Seasons Fortress, the treasure trove of the dragon hunters. He didn't know what Arthur intended by giving him the token, but he was determined to make use of it. As he approached the vault, whose door stood dozens of meters high, he was met by a woman who greeted him. "We've been expecting you, Zeke. Before you enter, I'd like to give you a brief explanation. Would you like to come with me?" The woman explained that the treasury currently held about 17,000 rare artifacts, and he could exchange as many tokens as he possessed for them. While there was no spending limit, once he left the vault, he wouldn't be able to enter again, so he should keep that in mind. Curious, Zeke asked why there were no guards around if so many rare artifacts were kept in this place. The woman explained that guards weren't necessary. The security magic conjured here is equivalent to that conjured in the Patriarch's office. Furthermore, the relics are tracked by magic, so it's impossible to take any of them. Indicating a small slot that could fit a coin, the banker asked him to deposit the token he possessed. Like a vending machine, he inserted the token. Immediately, the building began to tremble. The massive gate, tens of meters high, opened before Zeke's eyes, letting the air in. Zeke looked inside with interest and soon saw immense shelves filled with artifacts. The interior was far more than he could have expected. It was impressive what the Drakers had accomplished. Walking through the corridors, he figured it would take years to discover the function of each relic, so he activated the system. "Are you able to organize the relics according to the criteria I desire?" The system confirmed the administrator's request. The functionality was linked to the dragon's eyes. The system prompted, "Please select a target item and use dragon eyes." Zeke was confused but soon smiled as he understood. Warming his body, he released energy into his own eye. The draconic ability Dragon Eyes allowed the user to see detailed information about an individual after careful observation. It also enabled the display of information about objects as per the administrator's request. The protagonist stomped hard on the ground, dashing through the corridors. Simultaneously, hundreds of notification windows popped up, one in front of each item. With the art of shadowless steps, he shot through the corridors. After observing all the shelves, in a mini-map window where all the shelves appeared, he selected the more than 17,000 items. Given the absurd number of items, he ordered, "Exclude anything that is not an artifact, such as normal items and consumables." Immediately, the selected items dropped to less than 10,000. There were still many, so he also excluded all swords inferior to the Stygian sword. Unexpectedly, all swords were excluded with his request. This meant that the Stygian sword was superior to all those present in the vault. On the remaining list, something caught his attention. There was an item whose information was not displayed. Zeke followed the minimap's information, searching for such an item. Soon he reached the correct coordinate. There lay a small green bracelet. Despite the fact that its information was not displayed, the bracelet looked quite ordinary. Upon picking up the bracelet and attempting to check its information personally, he was startled. The selected item reacted with the title, Heir of Terrakin Draker. Zeke became excited, as this meant the bracelet could have belonged to Terrakin. Observing the bracelet closely, Zeke noticed a small jewel on it. That was the sacred guardian stone. The item's information finally appeared. A bracelet with a guardian stone that can summon a familiar. A familiar compatible with the user's soul will be summoned. The guardian stone bears the blessing of the fairy monarch. The sacred guardian stone came into Zeke's possession. Now he could summon the being that matched his soul. Zeke was surprised, as he hadn't chosen that item to take with him. Desperate, he wondered if he could remove it from his possession. Zeke's request was confirmed by the system, and the notification appeared. The granted item has entered your possession due to its relation to the title Heir of Terrakin Draker, and therefore cannot be removed. Seeing the bracelet appear on his wrist, Zeke cursed it, as he hadn't even seen all the artifacts yet. His plans had been thwarted, but he tried to think positively. If this is a legacy of Terrakin, then it must be better than most artifacts. Thus, he asked the system to activate the bracelet's properties. The Sacred Guardian Stone was activated, and the search for a familiar that matched his soul was conducted. Before Zeke could realize it, he felt as if he were in the space between stars, and below him, a magical circle with moonlight was created. The final notification appeared. Through the blessing of the Fairy Monarch, the highest tier of familiars, sacred beasts, will also be included in the search parameters. A sacred beast compatible with your soul has been found. Summoning Sacred Beast. From the created magic circle, an explosion of energy took shape. Inside the vault, the energy hit the ceiling, illuminating the entire previously dark place. A being began to take form. Its hooves formed into a horse-like shape. That sacred beast, with long manes, sported a pair of stunning horns. Thus, the summoning of the sacred beast draconic steed was completed. Before the sacred beast, seen for the first time, Zeke felt its presence was overwhelming. Looking at the bracelet, he felt fortunate. Bagamut's heart and fang, and now an artifact that can summon a sacred beast. I want to know how many more impressive things Terrakin possessed. The draconic steed, the mount with dragon scales, silently approached Zeke. Lowering its head, it touched its muzzle to its master's forehead. Zeke, touching the steed's muzzle, understood what it meant for something to be compatible with his soul. Despite it being their first meeting, he felt he was in the presence of an old friend. Hugging the draconic steed, the protagonist murmured to it, "Yes, I liked you too." An incredible sense of familiarity could be felt between the two. The steed continued to rub its muzzle against Zeke's cheeks, who soon received a new notification. By assigning a name to the sacred beast, you will be able to summon it using the Guardian Stone at any time. Looking at the magnificent steed, Zeke asked, "How about the name Bucephalus?" Hearing such a name his master would give him, the steed neighed excitedly. Thus, the name Bucephalus was decided for the steed, the same name as the untamed horse of Alexander the Great. This was a draconic steed with a sacred presence. In its properties were the two horns that could summon the power of thunder. Such a high-ranking sacred beast was none other than the king of the draconic steeds. Although the system stated that Bucephalus was the king of the draconic steeds, Zeke did not know what this implied. While looking at the notifications, Zeke noticed that the steed approached him. Unexpectedly, the steed, with a smile on its face, bit Zeke's shirt collar, lifting him up. The protagonist hurriedly shouted, Hey, Bucephalus, what are you doing so suddenly?" Soon, Zeke was released by the steed. Being placed on the steed's back, the protagonist asked doubtfully, "Are you going to give me a ride?" Excitedly, the steed shook its head. Riding Bucephalus, Zeke could perceive the sacred beast's power. The steed had understood his desire to confirm its abilities, and therefore placed him on its back. At Zeke's command, Bucephalus neighed, unleashing its power of thunder, rearing up on its hind legs. Like true thunder, it dashed at speed. Even running at a terrifying speed, Zeke could not hear its hooves hitting the ground. This showed how incredible the steed Zeke had obtained was. Zeke realized, in the midst of the steed's run, its intentions. With a powerful leap, the steed even created a magic circle below its hoof. The steed leaped over the shelves of items, creating magic circles with each step to run in midair. Before the winged steed, Zeke spread his arms, feeling the wind blow through his hair, enjoying the moment. "Bucephalus, you're the best!" The next day, Zeke left the mansion in a carriage. The Vault Guardian was confused to see that Zeke would leave with only a bracelet. Zeke had noticed her reluctance when he chose such an item, as she thought he should choose something of value. It was as the patriarch had said. While there were many treasures of inestimable value in the vault, there was also much garbage that only glittered like fool's gold. The Vault Guardian must have been referring to the bracelet as one of those items Arthur was referring to. This was only fair, as even when responding to the title, the system hadn't shown any information about the bracelet. It was reasonable to think it had no value. Zeke had thought he would only discover Terrakin's legacies through dungeons that the system led him to. He never imagined he would receive such great fortune. Happy with the situation, he relaxed on the carriage seat as he traveled and commented to himself, "Anyway, it's clear I've managed to get my hands on something incredible today. I'm feeling great. Time to head back and relax so I can get rid of that exhausting party." However, as soon as he arrived at his destination and sought to rest, someone who was already waiting for him greeted him. "Congratulations on becoming a Draker Knight, Sir Zeke." The formality of the hooded figure appearing so suddenly in front of him sent shivers down his spine. He didn't want to hear Cliff Reinhardt speaking in such a manner, so alien to his personality. Smiling, the merchant stated that when speaking to a formal Draker Knight, it would only be natural to be more reserved. Sitting down while scratching his head, Zeke commented, "Well, that's a bit much, and I'd like you not to come looking for me out of the blue like this. My future plans could be compromised if my relationship with you is discovered." Apologizing for his presence, Cliff pointed to another person present in the room. "There was someone who asked me to find you. Despite the consequences, I was forced to come." The other person in front of Zeke removed her hood, revealing her deep blue hair and her feminine voice. "We meet again, Sir Zeke Draker. I would like to extend my congratulations once more." With a look of mischief and confidence, the young woman introduced herself. "I am the true owner of the Reinhardt Merchant Group, Melissa Alencia." When Princess Melissa claimed ownership of the merchant group, Zeke didn't seem surprised. Hiding his smile, Melissa commented, "It seems you already knew." Princess Melissa had recently reduced her overseas activities but appeared at the congratulatory banquet for the promotion. Unfortunately, this coincided with the exact date the Rose disease patient was supposed to be completely cured after Cliff received the remedy. Only an idiot wouldn't connect the dots, and Zeke wasn't one. Deciding to skip introductions, Melissa wanted to get straight to the point. At her command, Cliff placed a map on the table, along with some documents and markers. Melissa then revealed her objective, to ask Zeke for help. Looking at the map, he asked what kind of help she was referring to. Before disclosing her request, Melissa asked him to review the documents she was sharing. As he read, Melissa began, "Recently, the appearance of the Rose disease has been found on the borders of the Alencia Kingdom. These are the analysis results from the Transcendent Nirvana family." As Zeke turned the pages, his expression showed his shock at the information. Grimly, he asked Melissa, "Is what's written here true? The Rose disease is a pathogen created with magic?" Recalling that the analysis was done by the Nirvana family, one of the three most proficient families with magic, Melissa affirmed it was true. Gritting his teeth, Zeke wondered who would imagine such a disease was man-made. Seeing how the disease spread faster than in his previous life, the protagonist wondered if his regression had changed anything. Suddenly, Zeke heard the princess state that this wasn't all. Picking up some pins and placing them on the map, she continued, "As you can see on the map, the disease was first discovered in a village on the borders of the Alencia Kingdom and the Roman Empire. However, the direction it's spreading is not towards the Roman Empire." After drawing a line of red pins, she used chalk to connect them, concluding, "The disease is heading solely towards the Alencia Kingdom." The princess's words were harsh and accusatory. "We are in the same boat, Sir Zeke. The Roman Empire created the Rose disease and intentionally spread it towards Alencia." Faced with all the evidence, Zeke realized Melissa's accusations made sense. Before his regression, the reason the Alencia Kingdom was so easily defeated by the Roman Empire was due to this disease. Zeke now understood why the princess needed his help. Taking all the documents, he asked, "So, the reason you need me is for the production and mass distribution rights for the Rose disease treatment, correct?" Nodding, Melissa confirmed he was right. She explained that in the previous contract, the merchant group had only acquired the right to produce, but to distribute throughout the kingdom, an additional contract was necessary. Melissa was also interested in a condition he had established and signed by Cliff. Zeke refused to cancel the contract, but Melissa didn't expect him to. "In your place, I would be doing the same thing. As a businesswoman, I know that those who reveal their motives are at a disadvantage. However, since I was able to create an opportunity to negotiate directly with you, I cannot leave empty-handed, Sir Zeke." Smiling mischievously, Zeke was pleased with Melissa's words, which showed why her merchant group had become one of the largest. Presenting a contract, the princess revealed, "I plan to distribute the medicine as a supply to my citizens. You don't need to worry about production and distribution. Of course, I will compensate you appropriately for it." Zeke was surprised by the offer, 20% of the merchant group's shares. Frowning, he did some calculations. The Reinhardt Merchant Group was currently one of the top 10, and it would grow even further if it didn't fall with Alencia in the Continental War, as in his past life. Converting 20% of the shares, Zeke estimated it would be worth millions of gold, and perhaps if the war was prevented and the merchant group grew even larger, it could reach billions. Though tempted, Zeke feigned indifference. Instead of accepting, he stated he had a few questions before deciding, "I may have sided with the Empire, but the fact is, you sharing this information and offering me 20% of your merchant group is something I don't understand." Understanding his doubt, Melissa decided to answer his questions in order. She stated unequivocally, "I know you did not ally with the Empire. This is one of the advantages of my identity as a princess. I have honed my perception thanks to leading my merchant group." Being honest with him, the princess revealed that after their conversation at the banquet, she had been observing him. Subtly, she noticed his interactions with the Empire's affiliates were cold. She also saw how he had rejected the handshake of Callus, the fourth prince of the Roman Empire. His act of merely bowing in respect rather than shaking hands indicated an instinctive rejection, as if Zeke wanted to avoid him. Seeing that she had already discovered the truth, Zeke rolled his eyes. Moving to the second question, the princess stated there was no need to explain. "If it means being able to save my people with 20% of my merchant group's shares, it will be worth every cent." How far Melissa was willing to go to save her kingdom surprised the protagonist. Aghast, he recalled his past life. Amidst the snow, he yelled, "Alicia, please, we need to retreat. Even if we stop the Empire now, if you, our queen, perish, there will be no point in fighting." Alicia agreed with him. Retreating in their situation was the right thing to do if they wanted to survive and plan for what was to come. Seeing that Alicia was aware of this, he questioned why she would stay. Her face, obscured by wind-blown hair, showed Alicia was resolute. "Because if I can buy time with my life so my people can escape, then it will be worth every cent." Melissa looked confused as the young man suddenly became dejected. Though she didn't want to dwell on such memories, Melissa had already said something similar to Alicia. A small tear rolled down Zeke's cheek, quickly hidden. Dejected, he accepted the princess's offer. Melissa was thrilled to hear him. "Really? You won't regret your decision?" Nevertheless, the protagonist asked her to be careful not to reveal his identity. 2 weeks passed, and the weather above a mansion seemed peaceful. However, in the training room in the property's basement, loud noises could be heard. Zeke swung his sword, overflowing with energy, launching energy strikes into the air with each swing. Moving his body, he unleashed attacks into the air with every advance, undergoing specialized training. The blue aura surrounding the sword was constant. In the training arena, a large amount of dust and mist gathered. With Zeke's spin, it was all drawn in, creating a large wind tornado, which finally dissipated as the young man exhaled, lowering his sword. Finishing his training, Zeke looked at a system notification. "You have successfully learned the S-rank True Dragon Swordsmanship at the beginner stage. The condition for the Sheltern Air Conquest mission has been met. You have completed the mission and will be rewarded with a bonus for the timely completion." As a reward, Zeke obtained the Kronos Kingdom Report Radar, the title of Sword Saint Successor, 500 karma points, and 2 random boxes. Opening the administrator's statistics window, Zeke could see his titles, authority, system functions, and class skills. His numerous extra skills were also listed, such as Draconic skills levels 1, 2, and 3. Having obtained 2 random boxes, Zeke thought he might be able to recover the points he used to destroy McCain's warehouse with them. Sheathing his sword, he decided to check the Kronos Kingdom Report Radar first. The moment he picked up the radar, a notification appeared stating the administrator's request had been confirmed. However, the notification changed from blue to red, indicating failure, and informed him, "Corresponding coordinates cannot be read." The system requested he find the seal that could activate the coordinates. The locations of the seals were not linked or visible on the minimap. Immediately opening the minimap, Zeke discovered 4 locations, 2 in the center of the continent, 1 in the north, and 1 in the south. Given the significant distance between each seal, it would take time to travel from one to another. But then he smiled mischievously as something appeared. A quest, the legendary kingdom's treasure, had emerged. Find the seals of the Kronos Kingdom and restore them to their original state. As a reward for the quest, the title of Kronos Kingdom's successor would be awarded. Upon seeing the mission, the protagonist scratched the back of his neck, annoyed that the reward was merely a title. He wondered if any treasures he found after restoring the seals would be extra rewards. Recalling how his bracelet had responded to his title, Zeke questioned if the new title he would obtain from this mission also possessed a special function. He looked intently at the radar and decided to put it away again, setting it aside for now. Since there was no time limit for the mission, he decided to deal with the matters that pressed him more urgently first and work on the seal issue slowly. As he left the training room and returned to the interior of the mansion, Zeke began to think about Kay and what she had just informed him. With a malicious grin, he told himself, "It's been a while since I've seen those southern bastards." At Golfaport, a port city in the southeastern part of the continent, several wooden ships were docked along the coast of clear waters. There, Zeke smelled the sharp scent of blood mixed with the sea, a typical southern odor. As he disembarked, in his disguise, he saw numerous guards bow and shout, "It's an honor to have you with us, Vice Manager of the southern branch of the Reinhardt Merchant Group." Waving to the men, Zeke told them to work hard. They shouted at the top of their lungs, irritating Zeke by delaying him. "We will await the day we are graced with your presence again." Looking around, Zeke observed the similarities of the current South to that of before his regression. With so many people milling about the lively dock where trade was conducted, he felt that the only similarity wasn't just the smell of the sea. While keeping his eyes sharp, someone called out to Zeke by his false identity, "Murray." Zeke's green eyes, hidden by his disguise, glimpsed the people who had arrived at the right time. They were precisely the pair of northern hunters with whom he had negotiated when Cliff had brought him along. One of them remarked, "Merchant clothes suit you very well." Thanking them, the protagonist asked if they had memorized the plan contained in the request. The mercenary with the scar over his eye confirmed the information. "Of course. On the day of the operation, we will take advantage of the chaos to rescue the girl imprisoned by McCain." Seeing how well he had studied, Zeke patted him on the chest, reminding him, Since the target requires protection and escort as part of the request, you'd best keep your guard up until the very end. Agreeing to the request, the mercenary revealed he was curious about something. They wanted to reduce the risks by knowing what kind of chaos would occur during the operation. Will it be some kind of festival happening in the south? Zeke grinned maliciously at the question, correcting him. I wouldn't call it a festivity, because the definition is far more chaotic than that. This will be the day McCain disappears. Surprised and frightened, the mercenary widened one eye while narrowing the other. Just then, someone approached Zeke, who was in disguise. So you were here, vice leader of the branch. However, realizing he was in the middle of a conversation, the man decided he would return when he was finished. Seeing that the man was a guide sent by the merchant group, Zeke stated he had finished his conversation and followed him. Fulfilling the request, the guide said he would bring the prepared carriage and asked Zeke to accompany him. Before Zeke left, one of the mercenaries asked, "Are you planning to go to war with McCain?" Briefly pausing his steps, the protagonist resumed walking while bidding farewell. "Not at all. I was just joking, so don't think too much of it." However, the mercenary duo couldn't take Zeke's words as a joke. Moving away from the port and traversing a forest, a carriage followed the stone roads. There, two people conversed about the safety of their accommodations. In the middle of the journey, a brief meeting between them took place to confirm the plan that would occur on Don Juan's birthday. Zeke reminded the woman before him that while this was a day of celebration, it was also a day when all the executives gathered for business. As a result, the central part of the deal, Kay and her sponsor, Zeke Murray, would be present at the gathering. Confirming Zeke's plan, Kay ended up seeing him sigh and questioning how many more such meetings they would need, as this was the fifth. He believed that even someone with memory loss would have memorized the plan by now. However, Kay was very agitated and pointed at him. "There's nothing that can be done, partner. I don't have nerves of steel like you. It's natural for me to be nervous. Don't tell me you can't even do this for me by dragging me into this." Zeke had always imagined Kay to be different from the norm, but seeing her like this made him laugh. The underworld merchant trembled with fear, placing her hands on her head as she complained, "What will we do if we're discovered? The McCain group paralyzes traders and throws them into the swamp." Starting to lose her mind, Kay thought they would be caught. Seeing how panicked she was, Zeke felt the need to provoke her a little more. "Kay, since you're a mage, they'll deal with you differently, don't worry." Kay interrupted her moment of panic, curious about Zeke's words. With a bright smile, the protagonist remarked, "In the South, there's a widespread belief that keeping a mage's body with you helps ward off curses. They would never leave you simply to be dragon food. Instead, wouldn't they distribute you, scattering your parts throughout the South?" Kay's soul was about to leave her body due to fear, and her terrified scream echoed throughout the road. She screamed in fear, making even the coachman driving the carriage hear. "Does this mean the necklaces that McCain members wear are not just shaped like fingers, but are actual fingers?" Laughing heartily, Zeke taunted her. "Ha ha ha ha, I wonder how much a finger is worth." Shrieking, Kay begged him to gather her body parts and take her to a decent place. However, she soon realized the truth in Zeke's indifferent gaze and questioned, "How do you know something like that?" Faced with the question, Zeke wondered how he could possibly not know. He who knew the South so well, having brought prosperity to McCain and brought it down as a hunter. The toxic relationship between him and McCain before his regression began, after he was pursued by the Academy and captured as a slave, sold to a soma plantation that belonged to McCain. McCain's soma plantations were places where they had to follow orders and cultivate soma. After enduring this place, Zeke had been dispatched to the battlefield as a human shield. But he survived numerous times despite the hardships. Questioning nothing, Zeke only thought of survival. Now looking back, he understood that he had subconsciously activated a healing purely out of survival instinct. After returning alive for the 6th time, Don Juan decided to turn him into a stealth hunter. Perhaps because Don Juan had a good eye for people, he saw him as perfect for the job. Back on the battlefield, Zeke was able to easily defeat Purple Knights, making them lower their guard and using poison to fight. However, Blue Knights were another story. Despite being able to approach them by hiding his presence, they could all detect him. Even if they were hit by poison-soaked blades, they could manipulate their internal aura to burn or expel the poison. Still, Blue Knights were human. Zeke had mastered the art of taking advantage of the smallest openings people presented, thus being able to eliminate even a Blue Knight. When Zeke finished eliminating more than a dozen Blue Knights, he managed to solidify his position as a mercenary in the McCain cartel. After that, he gained great rewards against the Pabella cartel, destroying it and increasing his standing within McCain. In the end, he became Don Juan's adopted son, and even secured a position as a legitimate heir to McCain. However, on a day when all the executives gathered to reveal the successor, Zeke eliminated everyone from the cartel, including Don Juan himself, and left that place forever. Remembering the past and leaving it behind, he ended up smiling, while Kay blustered at every moment. However, he snapped out of his thoughts when she screamed, "Look here, partner, you've been avoiding answering for a while now? Are you a spy for McCain? You're planning to use me to swallow the entire syndicate, aren't you? Faced with the ridiculous accusation, Zeke simply ignored her, returning to look at the scenery outside the window, leaving her frustrated. However, she did not abandon this possibility and shouted, "Say something, partner!" Remaining silent, Zeke took his time teasing Kay, who was even more clumsy than when he had first met her in his past life. As they traveled, they soon arrived at Don Juan's mansion, an earth-toned mansion with a large garden in front and a forest in the back. In the mansion's ballroom, stained glass windows lent elegance to the place, while foxwomen served drinks, whiskeys, and champagnes to the guests. In an isolated area, Kay, with Zeke as her companion, held her skirt to bow slightly. "Don Juan, I am an officer from your side, Kay. It's an honor to meet you in person." Looking at the mansion, Zeke could see what money could do. Not only McCain mercenaries, but also numerous infamous outlaws were present, showing that they had prepared quite a diverse roster. Behind the mansion's banquet hall was a secret meeting room where various men sat side by side, with their leader at the head of the table. McCain returned the greeting. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Kay. I heard you were a mage, but I didn't expect you to be a woman. They say a beautiful mage is rarer than jewels. I'm quite eager to hear what wise words you have for me, so you may begin." Faced with the man who exuded a powerful aura, Kay sighed, preparing herself. She began with a subject that startled everyone. "Do you remember the Soma warehouse that was set ablaze several months ago?" The leader of McCain, Don Juan, put out his cigar and replied, "Of course I remember. How could I forget?" Exuding a dark aura that darkened the entire room, he questioned why she was bringing up this topic. The aura exuded by Don Juan made Kay fear him. Yet, swallowing hard, she continued, "Well, it's because there's a traitor here who conspired with Pabella to get that warehouse set on fire." The executives rose in fury upon hearing Kay's words. Outraged, they blustered, "What is this damn woman talking about? Get her out of here immediately!" However, they fell silent when a heavy punch slammed onto the table. The jarring sound made everyone recoil. Frowning, with a red aura covering his body, Don Juan asked, "Can you take responsibility for those words you just uttered?" Before Don Juan could even realize it, Zeke had already grabbed a man and placed a dagger near his throat. "If you want proof as a gift, it's right here, isn't it?" Lighting his cigar once more, Don Juan questioned the guest who came with Kay. "Are you suggesting my beloved brother Joaquin is the traitor?" The protagonist smirked maliciously as he spoke to the man he held. "Listen here, Joaquin, or rather, El Mencho. You should be aware of what's happening. Why don't you confess with your own tongue?" Joaquin couldn't believe that someone had noticed something that even his boss hadn't been able to. However, instead of confessing, Joaquin yelled at his guards, "What am I paying you for? Do something, you ungrateful bastards! Aren't you even worth what you earn?" But the mercenaries could do nothing, even as Joaquin screamed at them. Kay observed the situation and nodded to Don Juan, asking to speak. The organization's leader passed the floor to her and her guest again, asking who at the table had dared to betray McCain. Seeing Don Juan believe a traitor, everyone at the table was shocked. Firmly holding Joaquin, the protagonist grinned, introducing himself. "It's an honor to meet you, Don Juan. My name is Zeke Murray. It seems I can be of some help to you regarding what you just spoke of, Don Juan." Repeating Zeke's name, the leader of McCain greeted him. While cutting his cigar, Don Juan commented, "It seems you've brought a blade for my birthday instead of a gift." Worried about Joaquin, the guards warned him that they couldn't do anything. "This man looks like a professional. Even if we try to act, he can use you as a shield, sir. He could be a spy sent by Pabella." Zeke praised how much trust everyone had for Joaquin, to the point they started suspecting him instead of McCain's second-in-command. Seizing the opportunity, Joaquin taunted, "Are you talking nonsense now that you've been discovered spy?" But Kay interrupted him. "How naive, do you think I'd be doing this without proof?" Extending her hand, Kay opened a magic circle. Before Don Juan, a contract materialized on top of the table. Curious, he picked up the contract to examine it. Page after page was flipped, and on Don Juan's expression, a frown deepened. Frowning, he commented, "You've brought me something quite interesting, Zeke Murray. Not only has Joaquin joined forces with the syndicate to betray us, but who would have thought those damn Pabella were pirates?" Upon hearing Don Juan's words, half of the room turned grim as various executives gritted their teeth. Observing the scene, Zeke smirked. As soon as the story about pirates surfaced, the atmosphere completely shifted. Zeke doubted there was anyone who liked pirates, but people in the South, in particular, harbored a deep grudge against them. Because they were close to pirate outposts, they suffered greater losses compared to other regions on the continent. There was something more important to ignite Don Juan. The leader of McCain had lost his family to pirates, so he carried a deep resentment towards them. Even Don Juan couldn't ignore an incident involving pirates. With proof that Joaquin was allied with them, Zeke wondered what Don Juan would do. Catching sight of the documents from the corner of his eye, Joaquin cursed internally. "How did he get this photo? And that report, it's related to the deal I made with Pabella and the Soma depots that were burned months ago." Joaquin knew that Don Juan's suspicions towards him would only grow no matter what. Placing the documents on the table, Don Juan thanked Zeke but stated, "I don't know about the syndicate, but do you think this is enough for me to suspect Joaquin, who is like a brother to me?" Zeke had already expected the information wouldn't be enough, though he didn't want to use another method. There was no other way. Grimly, he whispered something into Joaquin's ear. Don Juan was about to stand up to accuse Zeke of insulting his brother when Joaquin interrupted him. With a look devoid of happiness, he stated, "Boss, it's as Zeke Murray said. I am the traitor who joined forces with Pabella." The entire hall fell silent. Leaning on the table, Don Juan sighed. "I understand. I didn't think you would betray me, but I have nothing more to say. Since you've confessed, I will show you proper respect." Suddenly, Zeke was surprised when Don Juan moved with frightening speed. Before the protagonist could even notice, something had been thrown by Don Juan, hitting Joaquin, who was in his arms. Joaquin's body fell to the floor, staining the table's carpet and the floor tiles. Looking at the blood-stained hatchet, Zeke mused to himself that this was a rather fascinating method of eliminating the second-in-command. Zeke hadn't bewitched Joaquin or anything of that sort. He had whispered something unexpected to him. "El Mencho, admit you are the traitor, and I swear I won't touch the family you've hidden." Zeke had no intention of touching someone else's family, but Joaquin didn't know that and did as he was told. Now wiping his face with the red splashes, Zeke watched Don Juan, who had retrieved the hatchet. Don Juan had shown why he was the boss of a large organization. It was unlikely that Don Juan had punished El Mencho because he truly believed he was the traitor. He had done so simply because he had no other choice. The culprit behind the depot fire months ago had caused severe losses for McCain. Due to Kay's testimony, it was discovered that the culprit and the Pabella spy were the same person. Furthermore, there were Zeke's decisive actions to expose El Mencho as the traitor, as well as the shocking revelation that the Pabella cartel was comprised of pirates. Even with all this, Don Juan still maintained his composure and calm, trying to analyze the situation, but it was not the same for his subordinates. As all this was happening, El Mencho had confessed to being the traitor. Even if El Mencho wasn't the true culprit, if Don Juan let him live, the organization's discipline would crumble. Zeke, knowing Don Juan very well, could observe how calculative he was. The man who retrieved the hatchet exuded an extremely dangerous energy, an intense and dark crimson, exactly like his wicked deeds. With the hatchet, detailed with forging and carvings, in hand, Don Juan looked at the rest of the room, commenting, "Since Joaquin was indeed the traitor as you stated in your report, Kay, this means our friends from the syndicate are also traitors." The other executives at the table were taken aback by Don Juan's statement, almost jumping out of their seats. Angrily, Don Juan plunged the hatchet into the documents, commenting, "It's written that your first step was to move from McCain to Pabella, burning Soma depots. If you confess like my brother did, I'll guarantee you a painless end." With a piercing gaze, Don Juan issued an ultimatum to everyone at the table. Under such a look, the association members cried out, "He's lying!" Hurriedly, an executive pointed at Kay, wanting to throw the entire situation onto her. "We never participated in such a scheme. I'm sure it's all a trick planned by that damn sorceress. If you interrogate her, you'll see." Before he could spew more nonsense, something struck him, silencing him. This time, Kay also suffered from the red splashes, and her look of shock surfaced. Trembling, she looked at the man on the floor. Surprised, Don Juan questioned, "What was that, Zeke Murray?" It wasn't Don Juan who had thrown one of his hatchets, but Zeke who had thrown one of his daggers. With a calm gaze, the protagonist replied to the leader of the McCain organization that he had merely helped him punish a traitor. The protagonist was direct about his motives. "You personally punished Joaquin, who confessed to being a traitor. There's no doubt that the syndicate who worked with him are also traitors. There are more than enough justifications, aren't there?" Don Juan had been wondering what the boy was plotting all along, but upon seeing the smile plastered on his face, along with his actions, he mused, "It seems he planned to use me to get rid of the syndicate." The causes that justified his actions were understood by Don Juan, but frowning, he posed a question. "Are you a messenger from the heavens who came to help me? Or are you by chance an agent of evil who came to bring me ruin?" With a simple gesture, Zeke placed his hand on his chest, stating he was neither, but a business partner present to propose a new offer.